Good morning. 1, 2, 3. Pre-check. Am I audible? Hello, Karthik. Audible?
Good morning.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. We will be starting the event in some time. We are waiting for the dignitaries to join. I request all of you to bear with me. Participants other than the guides and the presenters, panelists, I request you to rename yourself as A_ your name. Thank you. We'll begin in some time.
Yes,
Good morning, sir. Can we begin? Good morning, sir. Can we begin?
Yes, sir, can begin.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, all. Welcome, everyone. It is an honor for me and gives me immense pleasure to extend to you all a very warm welcome on behalf of School of Planning and Architecture, University of Mysore, to the inaugural session of the 9th IUDI National
ये मेरा conference is
Greetings to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Registrar, IUDI President, Director, SPA, and all the dignitaries, distinguished guides, and student presenters, IUDI Chairman, Karnataka Chapter, IUDI members, Karnataka, and all come to me from all directions. सभी दिशाओं से नेक विचार मेरी ओर आए. With this intention and the Sanskrita shloka suits the occasion for this platform created by School of Planning and Architecture and IUDI Karnataka chapter as an event of 9th IUDI Institute, of Urban Designers India Urban Design Thesis Seminar at the national level to exchange ideas on urban design thesis done by students at the postgraduate level. We are glad to host this event, 9th IUDI National Urban Design Thesis Seminar 2022 from our college. It's a unique platform raising awareness about urban issues and new approaches to urban design research. Such national level seminars are not possible without constant support and guidance and motivation of the director of any institution. So without further ado, now I would like to request Professor B. Shankar, our Director, School of Planning and Architecture, University of Mysuru, to give the welcome note to the gathering.
Good morning. It is a great pride and pleasure that the School of Planning and Architecture, University of Mysore is hosting the 9th National Urban Design Thesis Seminar on virtual mode. The national seminar is organized by the IUDI New Delhi Institute of Urban Designers India in collaborations with the Karnataka local chapter. The thesis seminar intends to provide a platform and opportunity to the students to share their work in the disciplines of Master of Urban Design courses. The Honorable Vice Chancellor of the University of Mysore, Professor G. Hemant Kumar, is a very dynamic Vice Chancellor. He always provides us support, infrastructures, and actually because of him, the School of Engineering also started in the University of Mysore. He has taken to the great heights in the university system in the entire country and as well as in the Karnataka, sir. And he is also organizing the Vice Chancellor workshop. In spite of his busy schedule, he has accepted our invitation for this for inaugurating the workshop, sir. I heartily welcome you, sir. Professor Arunava Dasgupta, the President of UDI, New Delhi, and he is also the head of the Department of the School of Planning and Architecture, and he is considered our request to host this seminar. So he used to guide at all levels for organizing the national seminar. I heartily welcome you, sir. Professor R. Shivappa, the Registrar of University, who always takes interest in the matters of School of Planning and Architecture, and and also he has guided us this seminar. I welcome you, sir. I welcome Professor Manoj Kini, the Secretary IUDI, who actually is also give us a lot of guidance in organizing seminar, and also the Professor Pramod Gavaris is HOD and Chairman of the local chapter, Mr. Arup Nayak, who has also guided us in the Karnataka chapter. I also welcome all the advisory group members, Mr. Guru Prasanna, Professor Chidambar Swami, Professor Prasanna Rao, Architect Brinda Shastri, coordinators of the seminar, K.S. Srikanth, and all the organizing team. I welcome all the IUDI members, heads of departments, professors, panelists, experts, faculty members, professionals, research scholars, and students. So welcome once again all the members who are participating. I also welcome on the stage SSPD and also the faculty members of our School of Planning and Architecture, and as well as our team members who has worked directly or indirectly for this national workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your graceful words on this occasion. The University of Mysore has completed 105 years, to which every Vice Chancellor has brought more glory through their efforts and vision. As the 25th Vice Chancellor, Professor G. Hemant Kumar is striving to take the university to new heights of success and achievements through his visionary ideas and exemplary efforts. I now request Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Mysore, Professor G. Hemant Kumar, to deliver the inaugural address.
So, Elrigu Namaskara. Very good morning to you all. So, I'm very happy to inaugurate this 9th National Urban Design Thesis Seminar, which is hosted by School of Planning and Architecture of University of Mysore. So, I'm very happy to inaugurate this on this occasion. And also I should congratulate. So this has been in collaboration with the Institute of Urban Designers India, that is IUDI, and SPA of University of Mysore, School of Planning and Architecture. I congratulate both the organizations for holding this seminar in auspicious of University of Mysore. So Professor Arunava Dasgupta, President of IUDI, who is the keynote speaker of this occasion. And Professor R. Shivappa, Registrar, University of Mysore. Professor Manoj Kumar Kani, Secretary, IUDI, New Delhi. Professor Shankar B., Director, School of Planning and Architecture, University of Mysore. Professor Pramodyam Gavari, HOD Architecture of SPA. And Architect Anup Nayak, Chairman of IUDI Karnataka Chapter. Architect Srikanth, Coordinator of the seminar. All the faculty of SPA and all other faculties who is on online, and our students and also research scholars and media persons. That is the Secretary of IUDI and all the IUDI members and members of the Karnataka chapter, advisory group, heads of the institution, experts and panelists, professionals, academicians, research scholars, faculty members and students are all present and online. I am very delighted to what we call commence this program, the ninth Institute of Urban Designers India, the National Urban Design Thesis Seminar 2022, a 2-day seminar. The seminar is hosted by SPA of University of Mysore, which has been organized by IUDI New Delhi in collaboration with the local Karnataka chapter on a virtual mode. The Master of Architecture in Urban Design course was started in University of Mysore 2002. And University of Mysore is one of the prestigious university in the country, which is running with 106th year of history and conducted 100 what we call this convocations. So just last week we had 102nd convocation. This University of Mysore is accredited with A grade in the 4th Cycle Act, and it is one of the oldest university brought what we call laurels in different areas of the Karnataka. The School of Planning and Architecture has been ranked as the 7th internationally by India Today 2021. 2 students of MR Urban Design of SPA have received COA and National Award of Excellence in Postgraduate Thesis in 2021, reigning with the 4th and 5th runner-up prizes. So I congratulate all my faculty of SPA who have achieved this in previous years. I hope every year let the rank goes up and also the prizes also goes up. The urban design is one of the important course in city planning and design. The course is gaining importance under smart cities and also Amrut schemes, which involves the designing and redesigning of the old area and build the spaces, heritage areas, and also the smart growth and development. The urban design has to is to deal with creating public-friendly environments and charming what we call streetscapes and vibrant market-safe neighborhoods, and also beautiful parks and recreational space, including the place making for many more. Urban designers have come up to innovate designs to meet the challenges of the large urban areas and metropolitan cities. Urban design takes a responsibility of achieving the wholeness of built environment. Urban designers make significant contribution as the members of the multidisciplinary teams and dealing the formulation and implementation of the urban development programs and policies. There are innumerable employment opportunities for the students who are passing out with the urban design degree. And also the seminar theme covers most important aspects like urban renewal, inclusive urbanism and resilience, which are the important components of the climate change and sustainable development goals. The seminar, I hope the seminar provides the platform of the cross learnings among 18 to 20 participant institutions and colleges across the country. It shall provide a new perspective for addressing the urban design aspects, especially in developing countries like India. So I wish the 2-day seminar, which is being taken up, where all the students who are recently worked out on thesis, they will be presenting, and also what we call that new ideas, the new youngsters will give definitely, which creatively they have done it. So let it have all the, I what we call, wish all the participants who are going to present the thesis today. So you will have a better future and best future in the near and in the near time. At the same time, I wish all the teachers who have guided them, motivated them, and come up to this level. Now India is not what we call the old India. Now we are moving in the sustainable development goals, and we are going with the national education policy. Our national education policy aims that within what we call 10, 20 years, at least 10 universities should come in with what we call world, what we call top 100 rank, within top 100 rank. 10 universities of India should come. That is the what we call ideology behind this national education policy. So I hope the School of Architectures and Planning and Architectures definitely play a good role in that, to using this light of national education policy. And I'm very happy that these type of seminars with the students with the creative ideas should be encouraged. That is being done with this seminar. I thank you, all the organizers, and also congratulate once again the organizers of both Institute of Urban Designers India and also School of Planning and Architecture, University of Mysore. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It was surely a set of inspiring words which will definitely give the impetus for the 2-day event. So now I would like to introduce our IUDI president to give the keynote address. Professor Arunava Das Gupta, an urban designer, currently engaged as a professor and head of the department, Urban Design at the School of Planning and Architecture, Delhi, as well as the coordinator of Center of Urban Design Innovation, CUDI, there. As president and founder member of the Institute of Urban Designers India, he has been actively promoting the idea of holistic urban design through government agencies, NGOs, and participation as a central tool for focal ideas towards local area design. He is presently the expert member of the State Heritage Advisory Committee of Himachal Pradesh, Heritage Conservation Committee of NCT Delhi, the Niti Aayog Committee on Architecture and Planning of Hill Areas, and the Committee on Rural Development Act of Ministry of Panchayati Raj, Government of India. Now, I would request Professor Arunava Das Gupta, President, IUDI India, New Delhi, to deliver the keynote address.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Professor Srikanth. Good morning to you all. This is a really significant event for all of us to gather in. I am extremely happy to be a part of this inaugural session. Respected Professor Hemanta Kumar, Honorable Vice Chancellor of the University of Mysore, Professor B. Shankar, Director of the School of Planning and Architecture in Mysore, Professor R. Shivappa, Registrar, and our colleague Manoj Kini, who are all here in this inaugural session. My felicitations and greetings to you all. Students, graduates, mentors, faculty, researchers, professionals, educators, colleagues, and members of IUDI, I extend a hearty welcome and warm greetings from the Institute of Urban Designers India. We have assembled here today from far and wide in the 9th IUDI National Urban Design Thesis Seminar of 2021-22. In its 14th year of operation or activation, IUDI stands at the threshold of its 15th year since its foundation. And I'm happy to see the institute grow and expand into a vibrant, meaningful, and significant contributor to our cities, as well as to the profession and discipline of urban design. The Urban Design National IUDI Thesis Seminar is a special event. It is special because of its coverage from across the vast and diverse country of ours. It is special because of the range of issues and aspects that the seminar allows us to immerse in, and special also since it's probably one of the only events where the profession of urban design and the discipline of urban design gets informed, enriched, and challenged by the works of students who offer their creative endeavors to us all. This is an annual rotating event circulating from college to college each year as a collaboration between an educational institute and IUDI. Over the past episodes of this event, IUDI has collaborated with 8 such volunteering institutions, with RV College of Architecture, Bangalore, taking the lead in organizing the first ever event of this series. As we join hands with each of these institutions, we find new friends and partners, discover new ideas and methods, get exposed to respective regions, places, and cities, and forge a joint program to enable us all to get connected and benefited by. This year, School of Planning and Architecture, Mysore, volunteered to host this event in partnership with IUDI and in collaboration with our Karnataka chapter of IUDI. We thank you for this enormous generosity that you extended to us all. And it is because of you that we could bring in all of us from across the country and even from the world over for these 2 days of great enrichment. This event is also special in another significant way. It is an event of learning and for learning. Learning from the energies, passions, and critical thinking from our own students who are now graduates and fresh minds. This event transgresses the boundaries of the learner and the learned. In fact, as I keep mentioning, teachers are the luckiest learners, since they get an ever-continuous opportunity to keep learning from the newest of minds and the sharpest of critical encounters from the students. Over the next 2 days, we expand that opportunity to include a much wider group, to all of us who are gathered here over the next day and the following day tomorrow. This is also important and especially important because we do not see this event to be a competitive event. It is an event which is a platform of sharing through cross-learning. And that's what our Honorable Vice Chancellor just mentioned. Here we are all stars. We do not have to grade us in the rank of 1, 2, and 3. Every one of us who are here, will want to contribute through their own ways of what they have done and what we could learn from what has been done. I am not getting into the details of what makes a good thesis. This is a seminar for thesis presentations. Let the 2 days make us discover how thesis projects can be consequential to all our lives. But it is important to know that for every institute, a thesis is not just the ticket for the degree that they get after the thesis. But the thesis actually is a benchmark of what the institute has achieved or what the institute has programmed the students with for greater capacities and greater contribution when they move beyond the boundaries of the institution. The thesis therefore becomes a legacy that every institution keeps for themselves and for generations to come, so that they get equally knowledgeable as well as tuned to what others have done in the past. Our world today is in turmoil, and there is no doubt about it. Over the past 2 years, through the pandemic, we've seen the way our lives have been turned upside down, sideways and backwards, and not necessarily forward again, into unforeseen and uncertain conditions of total helplessness and bewilderment. Millions have suffered, many more are grappling with its aftermath, which we still don't know whether we have really crossed over. But with all its misfortunes, the past 2 years have given us the scope to reflect, rethink, and refresh, ponder and program for a better world, a more livable, habitable, and greener earth. It has also forced us to think about our mistakes and their grave consequences, about corrective actions and remedial measures. From climate change and global warming to human health and connected miseries, we have started putting our minds together collectively. Between the extremes of environmental degradation on one hand to human deprivation and suffering on the other end, as well as from the erosion of our heritage and tradition to the hyper-consumption reality that we are now facing, we are looking to desperately for a balance. And we hope that this kind of a world that we are now going through is going to give way to the world that we would all aspire for in some form in the days to come. In many ways, therefore, this is also a new beginning. The beginning for us all as members of society to contribute with all that we have to a progress that we all yearn for, an opportunity for us to rediscover ourselves. As individuals and as a collective, we are at the frontier of being decisive about the path we wish to create for ourselves and for the generations ahead. This event, the 9th IUDI National Urban Design Thesis Seminar, would hopefully enlighten us about such a collective pathway. We are also on a somber note, remembering the loss that we've had of two of our greatest gurus of urban design. Christopher Alexander left us a few days before. Michael Sorkin had also left us some time back. In fact, the Honorable Vice Chancellor, in his speech, mentioned one of the most vital quotations that Christopher Alexander has talked about, the wholeness of the city and the responsibility of that wholeness that is vested with the urban designers of that city. From their teachings and from our learnings, we hope to carry forward the ideas of goodness and the ideas of making cities and living environments a more sustainable and better, towards a more sustainable and better future. I welcome you all once again to this exciting new journey of rediscovery. Our young graduates with their student life had come up with tremendous works of energy, which would hopefully activate and mobilize us to contribute as much as we can and reflect upon them when we finish the 2-day sessions that lie ahead. My congratulations to all of you who are gathered here who have made this happen. To the University of Mysore, again, my gratitude. To the School of Planning and Architecture, my heartfelt thanks. To all the presenters and participants for making this event extra special for all of us. Thank you so much.
Request the Honorable Registrar to say a few words about this seminar. So he is with us. So yes.
Good morning, everyone. I join with our Honorable Vice Chancellor in congratulating the Institute of Urban Designers India, IUDI, and also our pride, School of Planning and Architecture, which is a very special department, department in our university campus, and also the IUDI for having organized this wonderful, urban design thesis seminar. In my view, I am from a social science background, social work background. I would like to look at it from a different angle. That people, we all live on the earth. Some people live in tribal areas, some people live in rural areas, and many people now all over the world, people want to live in urban areas. See, when civilization civilization continuously growing from immemorial times, and now for all of us, for all the population on the earth, living in a comfortable way is something which is readily now available. It is urban living. Urban living, again, you have a different strata. So the urban living is more appreciated all over the world. So always it is from immemorial times, it is a challenging task for the people who have designed these living. For example, human habitats. After industrialization, this has posed a lot of problems. Because of industrialization, we started living in urban areas, and most of the European countries, American countries, or maybe the South Asian countries, we started following one another, so that not many challenges are going on in this particular field. And this civilization and also the concept of civilization, this is not stopping. We redefining, defining, redefining, again modifying, and things are going on. And the human comfort is also not stopped, and there is no stop for also. Even during my forefathers time, the comfort definition was different, and now the comfort definition is different, and in future again the comfort definition is different. Designing of urban houses, designing of urban layouts, urban localities, and looking after the water, sanitation, the cleanliness, air, water, pollution levels, and this, and also along with this, taking care of our own culture, whatever has been established by our predecessors and our elders, and we should safeguard those things also. The aesthetic sense that should be safeguarded from a society point of view, and also we should be futuristic, and comforts also should be taken care. All these things, I think this is the challenging task for the urban designers, especially the people who are teaching planning and also architecture. And it should be convenient to the human population, not just design purpose. You don't do something which is, it should be convenient to the people living, and it should accommodate all the sections of the people, poorer sections, the middle level sections, and also the people who are living at the very high level living. So I think this is the most challenging task, and our students, research scholars, and faculty members in India, I think there is a lot of scope for Indian architects in abroad. I heard Dubai and other places. The Indian architects have a greater role to play, and they are playing already. And all over the world, best minds go from India only. I think these minds are created in India, and they are they are trained in India and going and serving the entire world. So in that context, I think the deliberations would definitely give a kind of light in this direction, a futuristic one, and also looking back our glory of our past. Because if you see our temples, our this is Mysore itself. If you take example, the 400 years ago, the then kings and all, they've designed such a way the roads and other things are highly appreciated. Even people coming from Europe and other places, they appreciate our Mysore design, especially the buildings, the palace, or maybe our own university, Crawford Hall, and the things like that. I think you have a lot many challenges in this regard. Definitely, I know this seminar would throw a light on the futuristic jobs and perspectives. So once again, I congratulate the School of Planning and Architecture, Professor B. Shankar, Professor Pramod M. Gavari, and Dr. Yashaswini, and also Shrikant, who is coordinating this thing, the Anup Nayak from Karnataka chapter, IUDI, and also the sir, Professor Aruna Dasgupta has really given a very good important aspects of this seminar. And as our Honorable Vice Chancellor set a kind of a theme for the deliberations, once again, I wish all the best for all the participants. There are more than 160 participants online. I think this is a wonderful one. The blended mode learning is a wonderful one.
Offline also.
Offline and online. There are two classes I heard from Dr. Yashaswini, that two classes they have not logged in as individuals, but two classrooms. More than 100 people are sitting in these classrooms and watching this and learning from this context. So this is a very good thing. I think after COVID, we have switched over to online and offline mode. Learning platforms have become very easy. So in that way, we are utilizing all these things. So once again, I congratulate both the institutes, and also I thank Professor B. Shankar for having invited me here. I wish all the best for everybody, and let us prepare ourselves for the future, because this designs and things will not stay stagnant. We are in a dynamic society, and dynamic planning is needed. Dynamic society is a dynamic one, and people's expectations are dynamic in nature. So let us try to meet these challenges in upcoming years, and definitely India will play a key role in contributing in planning and giving architectural inputs to the entire world. So once again, I wish all the best for this wonderful celebration. Thank you.
Come.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your inspiring words. Inspiration acts as a catalyst in testing times, amidst challenges when hopes die down and progress slows down. And that we immensely get every day from our head of the department. While carving out this event, it was more pronounced and evident. Now I would request Professor Pramod M. Gavari, Head of the Department Architecture, School of Planning and Architecture, UoM, Mysuru, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Namaste. Good morning, one and all. Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by heart. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. I, on behalf of the organizing committee, SPA, and IUDI, convey deep regards and hearty thanks to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Mysore, Professor G. Hemant Kumar, for joining us with his busy schedule and gracing this event with encouraging and motivational inaugural address. Thank you, sir. My heartfelt thanks to Honorable Registrar, Professor R. Shioppa, University of Mysore, for his continuous motivation and support towards development of SPA. And also, he shared a very important information which we look into urban design for the betterment of this world. Okay, thank you, sir. I sincerely thank you. I sincerely thank to IUDI President Professor Arunava Dasagupta, New Delhi, for sharing his deep thoughts and throwing light on this subject on this wonderful occasion. Thank you, sir. Honestly, I have no word strong enough to express my gratitude to our beloved director, who has been a constant support and motivation to take SPA to a greater height. I'm very much thankful to Professor Manoj Kini, Secretary IUDI, and Professor Anup Nayak, Chairman IUDI Karnataka chapter, for their valuable time and continuous support. I would like to thank the Institute of Urban Designers, India, and the IUDI Karnataka chapter for giving our institution this opportunity for hosting this event, which offers a platform for young designers and experienced practitioners to discuss and debate new approaches to urban design, creating awareness on various urban issues in the process. I also like to thank all the expert panelists, IUDI members, professionals, academicians, research scholars, advisory committee, faculties and students for their presence and contribution to make this webinar a great success. Finally, I thank Mr. Shrikant, Professor SPA, for his continuous coordination with the dedicating his time to make this event a great success. And also the whole SPA team member, I would like to thank for their contribution to execute this seminar, like Professor Swami, Yashashwini, Shobha, Uma, and all the SPA team. I thank once again. I thank you all. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Now, with all the dignitaries, completing the inauguration, we can start with more energy the sessions for the day. So I thank one and all again. So let us make the event successful, and the session events will begin in 5 minutes from now. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. So without further ado, to stick on to the time schedule, since it is very tight, let us begin with the event on day one. The event encapsulates presentation on diverse thesis topics by EMARC urban design students who have graduated in the year 2020 and 2021. The theses are organized thematically, and each thesis to be presented by the student will be introduced by the respective faculty guide. Each set of thematic presentations will be followed by a panel discussion involving eminent urban design academicians and professionals. So it's my privilege to begin the session one of day one. The theme for the session one is urban renewal in historic precincts. The flow of the session would be, I would be introducing the student and the guide, and the students will be presenting their topics one after the other. And at the end of the presentation, there will be a panel discussion. Before the panel discussion starts, I shall introduce you to our panel experts who will be part of the moderation session and the moderator. So now I would like to thank all of the participants to join and bear with us for any glitches. I ask for your forgiveness. So greetings to the students presenting their topics in session one and their respective guides, esteemed panelists and moderators. So the presentation one will begin in some time now. So I would like to invite now architect Karan Sen Gupta, Assistant Professor, SPA Bhopal, to introduce the thesis topic, ameliorating the socio-spatial contestation in a sacred city, the case of Vrindavan, India.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thanks. I'll just share my, I just wanted to share my, it's okay, it's okay. So this thesis topic by Charlie concentrates upon looking at different kinds of socio-spatial contestations within the city of Vrindavan, and it looks at different kinds of socio-spatial contestations. So the process which she adopted for the thesis was, first of all, she went about understanding the kinds of contestations which the city of Vrindavan had, starting from the basic difference between the sacred and the profane or the mundane, which the city has its let us say past history. And then she went on to look at other kinds of contestations that the city is witnessing during today. For example, the kind of urban transformations, gentrification, the kind of development pressures the city is going through, along with the new kind of identities which the city is witnessing, because even the sacred character of the city is evolving in itself. So it's not a, let's say, a stagnant character in itself. And after understanding these contestations, she went around spatially understanding within the context of the city at large, and then within certain particular precincts. And then finally, we were looking at certain strategies and certain kind of interventions, which would, like, let's say, create a balance between, let's say, the profane, the development pressure which is coming in, and largely to, let's say, safeguard and restore to some extent the sacred and the mythical as well as the historic part of the city. So in a nutshell, that was the approach, and this kind of situation happens in all of our sacred cities with historic goals. So one of the other takeaways from the thesis was to find or identify a certain kind of set of parameters which could be carried forward ahead also for other kinds of such sacred cities with historic goals. So I would like to invite Charlie, and she could begin with the presentation. Thank you. Thank you, Shrikant, for the generous introduction also. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Charlie Gupta, you can start. You'll have 12 to 15 minutes to complete your presentation. You can start now. Hello, Charlie Gupta.
Hello, Charlie, are you there?
Hello, Charlie. There is some sound error from your end. Your voice is not audible. Hello, Charlie Gupta.
Hello. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, you're audible now. You can start.
Presenting my presentation, or shall I present from my side?
We will be sharing the presentation.
Yes, sir. Please, yes.
You can start, Charlie Gupta.
So I can't see the presentation on the screen actually.
It has been shared.
Actually, I can't see the presentation on the screen. I could see the theme, the poster for the theme.
Okay, one second.
Yes, sir.
Is it now?
Yes, sir. Now it's coming.
Wonderful. You can start.
Yes, sir. So my thesis topic is ameliorating the socio-spatial contestation in a sacred city. I've taken the case of Vrindavan, India. So next slide. So can you go to the yes, sir. So as we discussed in this entire session about the development in India. So India is currently undergoing a rapid transformation, and the planning of our infrastructure is happening at a better fast pace, and it is difficult to control its historical and natural landscape, and it is under threat. In today's world, all our sacred cities are at the crossroads of transformation. They are growing economically, but at the cost of their cultural and heritage. Cities which we used to have in ancient times used to have great emphasis on public spaces, but nowadays this idea of public spaces and culture in the cities is declining, and also the legacies of our culture and heritage is diminishing from the old city. In the same regards, the trialectics of spatiality has been studied in a better way to understand this kind of social and spatial contestation in our heritage sacred cities. So next slide. In the similar context, to understand the socio-spatial contestation, the city of Vrindavan, which is located in North India, on the banks of River Yamuna, has been taken to understand the context. The population of the city is just 63,000, but it receives around 13 million pilgrims every year due to its very good connectivity with Delhi and Agra. And it is one of the most prominent religious tourism destination. And Vrindavan actually symbolizes the effect of unnecessary commodification and its effect of the authenticity of the sacred dimensions. Transformations in Vrindavan are a part of larger change and modernization, which is imparting a homogeneous character to the city. New emerging economic buoyancy as well as changing urban structure have brought certain changes in the town with the respective effects of gentrification and its consequences. It is generating a new way of selling and consuming culture, which have led to the oblivion of many sacred traditions in the city, as the sections are depicting the changing travel patterns in the Vrindavan city, which I have tried to map using the sections which are displayed on the slide. Coming to the evolution of Vrindavan, so can we go to the next slide? Next slide. Yeah, coming to the physical and spatial evolution of Vrindavan. So it has been divided into 5 waves. So during the first three phases, we could see that entire landscape of Vrindavan consists mainly of the forest land. People begin to migrate from various parts of India, leading to the establishment of very first pilgrimage in Braj. During the 15th and 18th century, it had observed a mix of different architecture styles. Later on, this existing pilgrim circuit was extended by wealthy traders which were coming to the city from all around the India. During the fourth phase between 19th and 20th century, the city underwent massive transformations. The growth of New Vrindavan marked the creation of a municipality and also the establishment of ISKCON in Vrindavan. Finally, with the creation of MVDA, smart city missions, and other similar initiatives, the sacred landscape of Vrindavan was entirely altered, and the temple dominating skyline is now overshadowed by tall buildings and different kind of infrastructure, which is posing a threat to the cultural identity of the city. Next slide. When it comes to the spatial narrative of the city of Vrindavan, it has the old historic center, which dense settlement, which most of the temples in this area are located in the sacred core, and there are very few open spaces which are left in the city, and most of the land in the city is owned by the private temple trust. Major transit corridors in the city, which connects the city to Delhi, Mathura, and Agra, are primarily residential and commercial areas where the land use is shifting from rural to urban. So this rapid land use change is also taking place in the city. I've tried to explain the entire spatial narrative of the city with the help of the maps, which you could see on the screen. Next slide. Yeah, so this slide basically explains the entire culture mapping of the city, where each region, hill, trees, and water bodies in Vrindavan hold certain kind of sacred importance. Most of the temples and sacred sites could be found in the older part of the city. The sacred core had been marked with this orange color on the map, and most of the newer temple, or we have defined it as the modern sacred spaces, which are coming up in the new city. These are mostly the high-rise commodified sacred or religious structures, which are basically eating up the entire land after the sacred core. So this parikrama also, which encircles the city, which is a 11-kilometer pathway, and it is also one of the most important ritual which is associated when one goes to perform pilgrimage to Vrindavan. So we'll be discussing about this parikrama mark in the coming slide, and due to many festivals and events which happens in Vrindavan annually and monthly, it invites a lot of people, and there is always a lot of crowd and congestion in the old city due to the recent developments and initiatives of the government over there. Next slide. So yeah, sir, next slide. Next slide, sir. Yeah, so after discussing the basic cultural identity and characteristics of Vrindavan, now we'll come to identify like what are the socio-spatial contestation which I have seen in Vrindavan. So this slide basically explains the mapping of social and spatial conflicts due to which the core area of Vrindavan is facing contestation of many kinds. So the first contestation which was observed by the social and spatial and social segregation. So due to this new dimension of urban growth, it has caused the traditional communities to migrate to marginalized areas, resulting in a social divide across the city. The unplanned development has created new gated housing typologies on the edge of the sacred core, as we have seen in this map. The next contestation was the contestation for public spaces, the erosion of public spaces in the cities. The second contestation, in the second contestation, you see that the lack of public spaces hampers the economic activities. It is also polluting the environment and reducing the social stability. The map on the left shows that the entire floodplains of River Yamuna is being eaten up by construction activities, and it has been filled with concrete. So the images below also shows that when one moves from one point of the parikrama mark to the other point, the distance which is meant for the pilgrims to perform this parikrama is being reduced. This parikrama mark is also being converted as a part of the national highway, and due to the high traffic throughout the day, it is very difficult to perform these kind of rituals which are very important for these kind of sacred cities across. So in the next slide, yeah. In the next slide, I have shown the contestation for visual and heritage scape of the city. The main architecture style of Vrindavan was Rajputana, but due to the mushrooming of different type of commercialized building in the city, we have seen that its original heritage style has been diminished. And the the imagined landscape of Vrindavan is now being all concretized with unplanned development. In the photographs which I have placed here, you could see that there were some heritage guard structures. Now they are being overshadowed by some kind of concrete buildings with no respect of it. In the contestation for the environment, also we could, as I just have mentioned, that the course of the river Yamuna is changing its path, and it is going away from the city due to the unplanned development which is happening, and it is also leading to the diminishing of many native trees and species which used to exist in the area. So next slide. Next, yeah. So this slide basically shows the entire mapping of the Vrindavan Parikrama Marg. So it is the sacred route which is occupied by hawkers and illegal and construction activities. The elevation of one of the Keshi Ghat includes that how the new structures have detreated the heritage landscape. Consequently, tourism in the sacred core has been declined now, as most of the people who are visiting Vrindavan are just restricted to the new commodified temples, and due to this diminishing tourism in the sacred core, the people who were living over there were affected much. So next slide. So next, yeah. So to sum up the entire contestation studies in the Vrindavan, there were certain major issues which were found in the cities, which were the lack of the preservation of ancient ghat structures, the encroachments along the river edge, which is causing the linkages between sacred core and concentrated tourism influx in just few places.
Sorry to interrupt. I request the audience to keep their mic on mute for the entire session. Please. You can continue, Charlie.
Okay, so can we go to the previous slide? Actually, it has been changed. Yeah. So these were some of the major issues and potentials, and the and in addition, there were certain challenges also which were faced by the city, like gentrification, intensive development, the emergence of global chains, which is posing a threat to its traditional communities who were living there for decades, overcrowding and congestion in the sacred course after the temple prayers and temple timings, the deficiencies in government planning, and also the environmental degradation of the river Yamuna, which is posing a great threat to its entire sacred ethos. Next slide. So on the basis of the evaluated issues and potential, now we came to the structure plan and the proposed strategical framework in the city context. So on the basis of documentation of the thesis, which is to ameliorate the social spatial contestation, the major objectives of this thesis was to understand the structure of various social network in the city and how they are affecting the city spatially, then to explore the emerging nature of contestation in urban spaces, and finally by integrating the cultural fabric of the city with new built fabric, such that the sacred spaces could be reimagined in hand in hand, keeping the values of urban development in mind. So the analysis of major stakeholders in the city had been done, and ultimately 3 strategies were proposed at city level. So the first strategy is shown in the structure plan, which is to reclaim the fragmented river edge, and the objective was to revitalize the abandoned Yamuna river edge over there, and also to create an active riverfront over there. The second strategy was to the restructuring of the network and interlinkages, since there was no connection between the old city and the new city. So certain kind of interlinkages were being designed and proposed in the city. The third strategy was the characterization of the urban form on the entire sacred path that would aim for the preservation and restoration of heritage structures all around the city, along with the creation of transitional spaces which could be used to reflect the art and culture of the Braj region. So next slide. Yeah. So this slide shows the micro level structure plan, which is we have selected the entire path of.
We have last 2 minutes.
Yes, sir. So this is the micro level intervention. So, and all these design interventions were basically embedded to embed infrastructure in Vrindavan without altering its character and heritage significance. So again here, the first, sir, can you go to the next slide? Yeah, so this first strategy aimed to reclaim the fragmented river edge by connecting the city back to the water, because that connection had been lost now. So an inland water system using jetties is also proposed, and such that the entire river flood, the river plain of Yamuna River, could be brought back. So next slide. The graphics here are representing that first by creating a series of ghats over there, and second by creating the riparian buffer zone and creating a sacred grove in Vrindavan, because sacred grove importance is of a very high significance when we talk about the sacred importance of Vrindavan. So while revitalizing and recreating those kind of sacred groves, the river ecology in the city could be revived back. Next slide. The second strategy aimed at the restructuring of network interlinkages in the old core. So basically the encroachments on entire floodplains of River Yamuna would be removed, and this linear urban park would be made in the form of sacred grove. This is a city level large open spaces which could also be used for performing mass gathering events such as Kumbh Melas, which has happened in Vrindavan occasionally during some special dates. So while because a lot of people are visiting the city, so we need a space to accommodate so many people during that event. So this place could entirely act as the large ground for the open for the entire city. And so next slide. Yeah, so here also major chalks in the inner core would be articulated in the form of urban relief spaces, and these urban relief spaces would be multifunctional. So they could be used for different purposes at different times of the day. For example, after the temple activities, they could be used for vendors and hawkers to sell their products. And during the other times of the day, the local communities who are residing in the old core can use these kind of urban relief spaces, which are very important to be developed in these kind of heritage core. Next slide. The final strategy would aim for the preservation and restoration along with the creation of the heritage template for the entire city of Vrindavan, such that if any kind of future development is going to be take place in the sacred core, it has to follow certain guidelines to not to hamper its original heritage character of the city. Next slide, sir. Next slide. Yeah, so next slide, sir. Yeah, okay, yes, this one only. So this is the entire proposed master plan where we have the key features are the restructuring of the land use, uplifting the local communities, ensuring the tourist and pilgrim safety, and conserving the heritage of the area, finally by revitalizing its native ecology. So with the process of urban conservation and urban development, the thesis finally aims to reclaim these contested spaces in the sacred territory. Next slide, sir. Yeah, okay, sir. So this is the last. Okay. The proposed design interventions and strategies would overcome the following social-spatial contestation among the various user groups which are there in the city. This concept proposes urban life bordered by spaces and art, and that could bring back the visitors to the city. This study will aid in the betterment of preparation of master plans for sacred cities. It would also create a template for policy making in such kind of heritage sensitive areas. With that, I would like to end my presentation. Yeah, thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you, Charlie. I would now like to invite Architect Sharmista Chatterjee, Assistant Professor, Manipal School of Architecture and Planning, Karnataka, to introduce the topic Urban Revitalization of Historic Core, Kollam City, balancing the relationship between past and present, of the student Siddhartha S. Dutt.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to present my students' work. So I'll begin with a small introduction, why we chose a topic like this and why we are calling it balancing the relationship between past and present. And for us, the journey was all about the process of finding a lot of aspects, going down to the foundation level to discover a lot of things. So basically, when we talk of historic cities, there are two things that come to our mind. One is primarily, largely people would think that it is a city which has got a lot of old structures and it is definitely not modern. Or if it is modern, it would be a concern which is raised of a tier 1 city, of a megapolis, of a cosmopolitan city. So what happens to cities like tier 2 or tier 3 cities? And it is through these questioning that we decided to plunge into looking at Kollam, which is a tier 2 city in Kerala. So now there are these various questions about whether we should go for revival or we should go for renewal, or we should go for looking into some other type of strategy, because eventually we end up working with our master plan, that is our guidebook, but nothing beyond that. So when you look at a historic city, we call it as urban space, but there are no defined guidelines for historic conservation at city level. So keeping all these questions in mind, we went ahead, looked into what this commercial center is, because it appears to be the heart of the city. That's how our macro to micro level study pointed to us. And we wanted something which is very inclusive and sustainable approach. And the outcomes should be well understood by different people, different stakeholders, like the administrators, by people who actually use that space, not just by designers or professionals who understand the terms and terminologies, but it should be beyond that. So keeping that in mind, we went ahead and we started talking about this thesis as urban revitalization. And our intention was to balance the relationship between past and present. So I'll pause here, and I would like Siddhartha to take it over and share with this platform the different findings, because it is here that we'll be able to talk about what tier 2 and tier 3 cities also look into. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, can you move to the next slide?
Yes.
So as my, I will tell my topic once again, it's urban revitalization of historic commercial core of Kollam city, balancing the relationship between past and present. So as my title says, I wanted to bring a balance between past values associated with the site, where I wanted to do urban revitalization, but not regeneration, because the city is city is under a lot of urban pressure. So I don't wanted to add more layers to it. So my intention will be looking into the remodeling of existing commercial core, in which I wanted to make this historic core to sustain and breathe. So I repeat once again, my aim will be to identifying the existing potential of this historic commercial core, which can be revived to bring a balance for past values. Also, it should get benefited to all the stakeholders. So coming to the regional context, Kollam was an ancient seaport city on Malabar coast of India, which is located on the banks of Ashamudi Lake. Sir, next slide. So I have done few literature studies which once had similar commercial reputation like Kollam city. So basically these case studies are done to analyze what is the existing conditions of such port cities and who all are the stakeholders associated with it now, and what are the urban renewal techniques that are used by those stakeholders to sustain those cities. For example, if I am taking my second case study, which is Musri's port, which is also in Kerala. Now the local government, local people, and along with the Kerala Council of Historical Research joined in hands for the heritage management programs. So they even introduced the heritage of Musri's in regional education programs. So comparing all these case studies with my site, it is the right time for Kollam city to do some heritage management programs. And also I have another challenge for my site, which is I have a Ramsar site near to my near to my thesis site. So next slide, sir. Zooming into my site towards the south, it is the Arabian Sea, and towards the north, it's the Ashtamudi Lake, which is a Ramsar site. And the Kollam Canal, which came in 18th century, bifurcated the city into two halves. So the eastern side became the reputed commercial core. So here I demarcated various functional zones, which further helped me in delineating my site. So these classification help me in identifying the challenges in various zones, so that I'm able to find the integrity of different action areas and help me to adhere to my scope to only the historic commercial core, which is 1.2 square kilometer area. Next slide, sir. Understanding different layers is an indispensable part in an urban renewal studies. So here my aim is to analyze the urban quality through multiple layers, which help me in identifying the zones that have threats and opportunities, which will definitely help me to procure development control guidelines for bringing up past values. For example, if I am looking into the figure ground map, the central spine is more compact. And similarly, when you look into the built use map, we can see the central spine is more commercialized. So similarly, when I'm looking to the listed buildings map, we can see a lot of listed buildings are also there in the similar zone. So here I identified a zone which is needed to be addressed. Next slide, sir. Next is the activity pattern, where I wanted to study the pattern of behavior. When analyzing activity pattern, different challenges are spotted in the similar central spine, making a lot of chaotic nodes and movement challenges. Along with the layer study and activity pattern, I also tried to understand various stakeholders associated with the core. So stakeholders are categorized into various levels based on their power in project implementation, which helped me to streamlining the stakeholder for different proposals who can propose, implement, and manage the intervened area. Next slide, sir. The site is very small, but the issues are so complex. So it's necessary to categorize all these issues and needed to streamline all these issues. So I categorized into four main issues, which is natural, functional, socio-economic, and political issues, where I try to map these issues separately and then overlap to see the conflicting areas. Along with the layer study, this made me clear that the area which shows the conflict in previous layer studies is the same area where it is conflicting in this issues also. So the interventions are planned in 3 levels: planning level, policy level, and outreach and awareness level. So planning level will be, sir, previous slide itself, I didn't completed that. Yeah, in 3 levels, which is planning level, policy level, and outreach and awareness level. So planning level, I will be concentrating on the same central spine, which is marked as P1. And policy level, I will be giving certain development control guidelines. And in outreach and awareness level, I will be focusing on heritage work. So the intervention will be focusing on a vision, a well-responsive, sustainable, and socially inclusive commercial core, valuing its urban identity, nurturing its vibrant culture without repelling to its development. Next slide, sir.
8 minutes up.
Okay, sir. Moving towards the intervention, project 1 is the redevelopment of Paigada Market Road into Heritage Street, which is a similar central spine that had maximum conflict and more listed buildings. So here I stitched the entire street, which one side is 800-meter long. Then conflict areas are identified, which is marked P1A, P1B respectively. Similarly, I have suggested a solution for each nodes which I have taken. Majorly, these conflict areas are identified based on the lack of emphasis of heritage buildings. For this, consistent building height was proposed, emphasizing the buildings through the entrance archways, emphasizing the joining lanes, and buildings at the street entrances are emphasized. Few old shops in the lanes are designed as an amalgamation of Kerala and Sri Lankan architecture style. So I picked up that style for the entire street, which is 1.5 floor height, where the mezzanine floor will be a storage space and the ground floor will be the commercial shops. So next slide. Yes, sir. I have done few visualization to do's and don'ts to the proposals and came up with the strategies that can be used for each small proposals and also the stakeholders associated with each proposals. The do's and don'ts here for each proposals will be defining the importance of each project. For example, if I am looking to sir, previous slide, sir. Yes, next slide. Yeah, for example, if I am looking for the P1F remodeling, here the entire building of the site is emphasized by making into a tower building, which is welcoming in the first picture. So here the street entrance is more emphasized. Next slide, sir. Similarly, P1E, rather than giving signage, modern signage, signboards, and each access road can be emphasized so that it helps the people to easily commute through the link. Next slide, sir. So here is a master plan for the project 1, which is categorized into 3 zones. Based on the road width, activity mapping, and layer study, this zone is developed. Zone 1 and 2 will be the pedestrian walkway and for car parking and all. The direction of the carriageway is also mentioned. Here, all the restored buildings and proposed green pocket are mentioned. Next slide, sir. So next is the lighting plan for the proposed street. Basically, providing a better lighting plan can make these streets active at night. Also, it brings an increment to the intervention in terms of safety and security. Next slide, sir. So the second proposal is the heritage walk. As the site is rich in listed buildings, it is necessary to improve the awareness level and shared value to the people and all the stakeholders. Here, the major stakeholders, along with a few old families, can develop a shared participation to create a real-time experience for the people. That's all from my side, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Siddhartha. So
Thank you, sir.
now like to call upon Architect Nidhi Dandona, Associate Professor and Program Coordinator, Sushant School of Architecture, Gurgaon, to introduce the topic of the student. Shibani, Sensitive Urban Transformations of Old Core City, Sitaram Bazar, Shahjahanabad.
Yeah, hi, I would be taking this up in place of Nidhi.
Can you please introduce yourself, ma'am?
Yes, I'm Suruchi Modi. I was the thesis coordinator for Shibani's batch and a co-guide with Nidhi.
Okay, wonderful. You can start.
Right. Okay, so Shibani is from our last batch, which is 2021, and she's taking a closer look at the Indian historic inner city cores in light of the overutilization of these areas, which creates an imbalance and adds pressure on space and infrastructure. Her work at the same time acknowledges that new development must occur and that these areas must be redeveloped to serve contemporary needs. So the thesis provides urban design ideas for sensitively guiding such urban transformation. The study area that she's closely looking at is the old city core of Delhi, which provides numerous opportunities since it's centrally accessible to the rest of the city. I will now want Shivani to take this on further. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the introduction. So my topic is sensitive urban transformation of the old core city, Sitaram Bazar. So coming to the next slide. So coming to the location of the city, Sitaram Bazar is located on in Shahjahanabad, Delhi. It has a lot of tangible and intangible heritage associated with it, like the Kalan Masjid, the Razia Sultan tomb. These are some structures which existed in the site right from 12th and 13th century. Even the Turkman Gate or the Ajmeri Gate, which are located right from 16th century. It also holds a rich history of culture and tradition. We can know it's also known for the economic hub for the wholesale trade of the whole city once upon a time. And also it has a culinary experience for which till date people from different parts of the city visit that place to experience that. But the issue started with increase in population density each year, like because of the migration pattern. Delhi and Shahjahanabad in Delhi, it is located in the core, and usually core is well connected to different parts of the city. So with time, like Sitaram Bazar, which was once designed for 15,000 people in 17th century, holds now 80,000 people in 2014. So next slide. So what happened, like people started to move out for looking for better facilities, and they started to lose interest and faith in the old city. This was because the streets are narrow, there is no space for parking the shops, there is spillover of markets on the roads, there is congestion, we lack infrastructure and other facilities also. And even because of people are moving out, the rents are low, so the owners, they don't feel like developing or maintaining their structures. As a result, the old buildings or the havelis, they go into dilapidated condition. So next slide. So in Sitaram Bazaar, if we go to the history, it usually have a community type of living. It has the places is quite dense, but it is divided into katras or mohallas. But there is no physical division which divides the katras and mohallas. That is for a reason. All the people, they unite and sell the goods on the commercial street, together. They choose the main commercial street for selling their goods in order to raise the economy of the area. And also, if we look at the built use map, for the main street, the ground floor is usually commercial. For moving the upper floors, it's either the upper floors are for commercial or warehouses or godowns. But when we go to the inner lanes of the street, there is a few of the streets, they have ground floors as commercial, but above floors are usually residential. We can also, like I said, it also has a rich heritage, like there are a lot of temples, masjids, which are dated back to old century and are still there, which is worth watching. And there is a gully named Kucha Patiran, which is adjacent to the entry of the site. It has a lot of havelis having Indo-Islamic architecture in it, which needs to be preserved. And also, if it becomes a tourist destination, people will like looking at. If we can see the map on the left-hand side, we can see the urban fabric is quite dense, and there are hardly any open spaces in there, like the courtyards, which is a type of typology in Sitaram Bazaar, and the open streets are the only open spaces in Sitaram Bazaar. The next slide. So if we come to the strength, weakness, opportunity, and threats of Sitaram Bazaar, the strength is like the rich heritage that add image to the city. It can also help to become a tourist destination, the culinary experience, the wholesale trade, and also the courtyard typology, which is used for both ventilation and lighting in the dense area. And also there are a lot of social activities within the family which happen. The weakness is like the haphazard growth which is happening in the city. The streets are, as it is designed for pedestrianization, but it becomes narrow day by day. There are spillover of the uncontrolled trade. There are, and also the for the electrification, there are overlapping wires which obstruct the visual identity of the core. And coming to opportunity, we can see Sitaram Bazaar is located in Shahjahanabad, which is also one of the World UNESCO Heritage Site. And also, if we come to its connectivity to the near about, Sitaram Bazaar is entered with like from the Chari Bazaar Chowk, which has a metro station, which is the yellow line metro of Delhi. And then we have the other, like if I feel in this area, if there are, if it can be developed and private investors are there, then things like boutiques, hotels, and restaurants can develop, and eventually it can attract many tourists. And the threat is that if we don't look into all the solution, maybe the image of the place will be lost. So next slide, please. Yeah. So the vision of my thesis is to provide a safe and sustainable urban development environment in order to improve the quality of life of people in the old city core, respecting its historical and cultural integrity or identity. So my first objective is to revitalize and enhance the historic character of the city. This can be done either by developing tourist nodes, routes, or heritage walks, which can also lead to generate the revenue. Second is like we can go for uniformity in the facade. Like presently the facade conditions are such, people aren't following the existing like the architectural details, like jharokas, the brackets, the Indo-Islamic columns, everything. So we can create a uniformity so that a visually homogeneity would be maintained. So for the next slide. So second is like reviving the economy of the area. This can be done like we can redensify the existing area through increased FAR and plot amalgamation, and we can also go for TDR so that the development lights can be shifted, and we can go for high density in height wise. So we can also change the built use in such a way that it has diversity in the activities, so that people while walking along the street, it holds the attention. Like it can be clothing, textile, wear, upholstery, cosmetic, anything. The variety should be there. And we should properly manage the formal and informal markets in order to cut down the congestion of the residual spaces. So next slide, please. So my third objective is incorporate and develop people-oriented infrastructure on Sitaram Bazaar. So first is like, if we can see on the first map, that is the commercial main street which I'm developing, and I have thought of converting it into a pedestrianized commercial street, which is a 700-meter street. The second is like we can also create intermediate plazas or squares at the mid of the street, so that people can halt and create social and it can increase the social interaction and the place becomes more inclusive. The second is like we can change the microclimate. Like if we can see the orientation of the street, it experiences sun for maximum time of the day. So like thick green cover with white canopy trees can be provided, so that it provides maximum shade and it is comfortable for the people. So the third we can do is interconnecting the proposed screens with the existing open spaces which are there. So a open space network is created for the people. So come next slide, please. So my fourth objective is for the transportation management in the area. Since this area has a problem of parking, like near the Chowri Bazaar metro station, we can propose a multi-level parking, as there is provision of spaces there. And also the Ram Leela Maidan towards the down, people nowadays usually they park their vehicles as there is hardly any provision for four-wheelers to go inside the place. So Ram Leela Maidan also in non-festive occasions can be converted into a surface level parking. Another is like if we can, the magenta color is the pedestrianized street. So to reroute the vehicular path, we can take the blue line, which is parallel, and we can reroute the vehicular traffic. And accordingly, we can work for the other drop-off points, which is there in the further slide. Sir, can we go to the next slide? So this is my structure plan. If we start from the Chowri Bazaar metro station on the top, I wanted to
9 minutes up. You have another 3.
Yes, sir. So the Chowri Bazaar metro station, if we can see, that will create as a node for the city. If we have it has been redesigned to create all the commercial streets. So while entering along with the metro station, we have this parking and this commercial streets and a central plaza, which will help to become as the entrance gateway, and it will cater the population. While coming down, I have tried to retain the mixed use culture of the street. So then then there are few buildings which are the Havelis and all, which have been adaptive reuse to retain the heritage structure, and it has been converted either into a hotel or a museum. And next is while coming at the center, we have a multi-purpose space. This area has a historic significance where people during Diwali or Holi, it is converted into festive bazaar or a flea market. So that area has been converted into multi-purpose space for open exhibition, cultural activities, etc. And while coming down in the magenta color, that is the food street. During Moharram and all, people usually convert it into a food market, the Muslims community. So I have tried to retain the food culture of that area. And if we see the heritage route, it has started with the metro station. They experience the commercial street, then they go through the Havelis down and the Kuchapati Ram to visit that. Then while experiencing the inner lanes of Sitaram Bazaar, they go to the center multi-purpose space where they can sit and halt and enjoy the functions if happening any. Then they can further experience the mixed use street, and then having food at the near the food street, they go down to see the Kalan Masjid, which has existed from 12th century. Then coming to the north, they experience the Razia Sultan tomb on the up, which is there from 13th century. And eventually they go up, which we already have the existing cloth market and the food market, while leading towards Jama Masjid. And the heritage route either ends there, or they can continue the heritage route as another heritage path ends as Jama Masjid. So, sir, can we go to the next slide? So this is the connectivity design, like for the pedestrian, the street, like many auto drop-off points have been there, so that people don't find a connectivity issue. They can come to the site like at intermediate points, and anywhere if they don't feel like continuing the whole street, they can go. And for the bus stops, earlier only near Turkman Gate it was available, because the bus DTS route, they usually cover the walled city from the periphery, but now we have provided near Turkman Gate, Ramlida Maidan, Ajmeri Gate and the metro station, covering a whole loop. And another is like vehicular loop, which we can see in magenta light has been rerouted, so that it is easy for the people to reach to the street. So can we go to the next slide?
Last
So
one,
this is,
please. Harita.
yes, sir. So this is the proposed master plan. We can see along with the buildings, we have been space for movable and immovable hawkers. Since it is a pedestrian street, the space for immovable hawkers will also be used for loading and unloading in early and late hours of the day. And for the immovable hawkers, they can stay there. For the movables, it will be a multi-purpose, like either people use it for vending or for the loading. And also there have been proposed green spaces at the intermediate locations for plaza. Sir, can we go to the next slide? So this is a view showing like how the street will be. Even the buildings which we are proposing, it should match the existing with having any features like the jharokas, the railings, the colonnade structure, and there will be a vending zone and the interactive plaza, and also the heritage route have been demarcated so that people don't lose their track. The next slide. So this is the detail of the multi-purpose area. If you can see, I have also added some patterns on the road so that it finds interesting. This part of the area had a wider street of 18 meters, so rather which was used as a dump yard. So the remnant space had been converted into steps so that people sit and interact or can enjoy the activities. And also for the new buildings proposed, which has been done through amalgamation on the main street, it has been converted into with the courtyard typology so that the old typology doesn't lose its identity. Sir, we can go to the next slide. So this is the section. Even the shops have been provided with the frontage. Then there is a place to sit out, vending. There is vending zone, and there is multi-purpose space in the between. If we can see the images in everyday scenario and in festive scenario, the footfall increases. So next, please.
Dear participant, you've ran out of time, so I'll be
Yes, sir.
flipping through the slides.
Sir, you can skip this slide. So just for the heat mitigation, I'm telling like a few ideas have been taken, like for the greens buildings, the height and all has been kept in 1:2 ratio. Few locations have been given with water, and also for the pavers, rather than using concrete block, pavers have been used so that the water percolates in and heat can be mitigated to some extent. So thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Shivani. So I would like to invite architect Anuja Chavda, VIT's PVP College of Architecture, Pune, to introduce the thesis topic, refamiliarization of the everyday spaces near Muta River, to emphasize the experience and meanings of the student Ame Vadgaonkar, completed in the academic year 2021.
Yeah. Thank you, Shrikant. Am I audible?
Yes, madam.
Yes. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. I am Anuja Chavda. Today, I and Amay Vadgaonkar are here to represent VIT's Padma Bhushan Dr. Vasantdada Patil College of Architecture, Pune. I shall now briefly give a background of the project to be presented by Amay. This project, titled as Refamiliarization of Everyday Spaces near Mutha River to emphasize their experience and meanings, a case of Pune city, mainly focuses on bringing out the essential everyday local narratives of the spaces and their use along the Mutha River, which play an important role in the conduct of everyday life. The lens of everyday urbanism forms as an important tool to recognize, decipher, as well as enhance the meanings created by the overlaps of the rhythms of social as well as cultural life with the built environment around. The river and its edge has always been an important asset of our cities. However, in due course of time, our attitude towards living and being associated with it has been reduced drastically. This project attempts to re-establish the neglected connection between the human experiential meanings of everyday urban environments and the public realm in case of the spaces along the Mutha River. This becomes an important dimension to be realized to also understand how the physical organization of the city shapes the spatial formation of public spaces and gets enhanced by acknowledgement and inclusion of the local level everyday spaces. Amay's project brings into discussion perspectives from new layers of considerations, and so the program for developing large open urban spaces like that along the river edge. With this, I hand over this platform to Amay to present his work and bringing more insights. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Amay Vadgaonkar, you can.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. My name is Amay Vadgaonkar. Today I am presenting a brief presentation of today's space near Mutha River to emphasize the experience and meanings. So this is my thesis topic. Next. Am I audible? Next slide, please. Hello.
Yes, you're audible.
Yes. So the Mutha River is the river in Pune city. It's a total 3 types of rivers. Means it's a Mura River, Mutha River, and then it connects with Mura Mutha River in the confluence near the old part of the city area. So the overall Mutha River is originates from the Khadakwasla Dam. It's around 15 kilometers to meet Mura River to the Sangamwadi. At that point, the confluence is present, and out of which around 10.4 kilometers of the stretch of Mutha River is come in the PMC area, means Pune Municipal Corporation area. So the image shows the rivers in Pune, and the right side map shows the taken stretch, means study of Mutha River. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So the importance of this specific, sorry, the previous slide. It has the importance of this specific portion of the river which I have selected. It's a place of history and heritage. It includes many historical part, core city.
Your voice is not audible, Amay. Hello? Hello?
It seems the screen is frozen.
Event like and all. Next slide, please. So so my analysis is conducted in 2 parts. It includes the surrounding area analysis and the immediate edge of the river, which includes the everyday activities and their connectivity with the surrounding areas. So it includes major nodes, commercial zones, residential typologies, educational and healthcare facilities, open spaces near the everyday activities, ghats present along the river, and public transportation, means existing and proposed. Next slide. So the main concern or the main philosophy of this thesis is the everyday urbanism, which is known as activities and their meanings. which create a place, and its physical characters which create a sense of place. So the outline of this thesis work is revolved around the space and mailing which create a place. The connection between everyday life and urban design is established through the everyday spaces and day-to-day activities in their city central. Evolution of the public is the base of the evolution of the public spaces. So this everyday urbanism attempt to re-establish the neglected connection between human and the places. Next, please. So my aim is to create a sense of belonging through the everyday spaces along the Mutha River to create more familiar and flexible spaces. Objectives of this thesis is retention, reorganization, and value addition of everyday activities, create a variety of temporary as well as permanent nature activity spaces, make the stakeholder as an active participant, and utilize the neglected spaces of river for different activities. So what exactly this thesis or this approach will do, this is a pilot project which is the first step to get attention from the people, social organization, as well as government to look for the further improvisation. Next slide, please. In this slide, we can see the what exactly this refamiliarization. So the current situation of Mutha River, we can see there are uneven channelized river. The metro construction is currently working out there. City turns it back, and also bridges are the core part, which are the only point we can experience the river. And river banks are totally neglected without any kind of entrances to the river bank or accessibilities. So this is a bottom-up approach, which is usually help to, which is not like a massive investment or a large-scale redevelopment. It is a short-term and low-cost interventions, which is kind of a pilot project. Next slide. So this is the structure plan which shows the yellow dot shows the major intersections, the social nodes, the religious, historical, and ecological landmarks, and also the majorly connective roads.
Last
The
3
yellow
minutes.
part is the yellow part is the newly proposed connectivity with the surrounded areas, and there are proposed trails to connect the river banks and different programs to introduce the value addition in these spaces and help to attract more people and create the space more familiar. So in the right side, we see the design toolkit, which has different elements and the programs which are proposed on the different parts of the Mutha River. Next slide. So the site selection criteria is based on the two types. The left side, we can see the icons which shows the different places of everyday activities. These are like everyday activities on footpath, everyday activities on under bridge, then near the river, along the river, or like different means there are spaces like near places like temples and also some commercial buildings or hospitals. So everyday activities present near to these kind of activity generators. And there are also every location is a combination of two or more spaces activities shown below, like vending, children's playing, sitting, watching. Means some activities are experience activities, some are rituals activities, or some activities includes the livelihood of the peoples. So according to this, I selected 3 points like PMC bus depot precinct, Vruddeshwar temple precinct, and Vartagada precinct. It is a combination of activities and everyday spaces. So first is PMC bus depot precinct. We can see the existing situation of this. So the mostly it consists of the PMC bus depot, the main municipal corporation building, and some other things which on the river bank like ghats and river bank spaces which are totally neglected. Next slide. So in this we see the activities like footpath or near the bus stop or the steps from bridge to the Pune Municipal Corporation. We can see in the section also that the things where people can experience the river is only the place of over the bridge and not other thing we can see. So next slide. This is the first proposal for the PMC bus depot precinct. So here the PMC bus depot parking is reorganized where the pedestrian movement cannot be interrupt between the bus stops. Then bus depots and PMPML drivers, conductors, as well as people have given sitting spaces in between below the space of metro stations. And also the bridges are introduced for the different activities. And the 3 number point, we can see the natural trail is provided. So this is the design involvement. Now the second is what people can use these spaces and get more refamiliar is the addition of new programs. So next slide is showing, please next slide. So this is a PMC depot precinct. So after implementation of the design addition, so these are the activities which are introduced to make increase the more people to these river banks and over the areas where people can experience and do their everyday activity. So by different elements like signages and wayfinding, we can give people more accessibility. Then the programs like means river walk program or treasure hunt program, and also arts and music related program, which introduces the different kinds of activities which involve people more on the river. And also river improvement programs, like there are many social organizations which are working there, so they also get help by these kind of designs to explain the importance of the river and ecology over these areas. So next slide. As similar as Vruddeshwar temple precinct, it includes the different kind of present. This slide include, sorry, previous slide. Previous slide, please.
Last 2 minutes.
Yes. So Vruddeshwar temple precincts is also similar kind of. It includes a different. It has a spaces between the means students are students present there, and also there are many libraries and people means come here for their religious purposes, and also there is a existing chowpatty. So this is also example which we can see the. It has existing ghat, but there is a very less connectivity with the river. So this is an approach to reconnect the ghat with the river and also with the expanded edges. So people can visit here and experience the river and do their everyday activities. Next slide. Third is a Vartak Garden precinct. It is a compact area between the means near the riverfront, and also it includes the main important temple, Omkareshwar temple, and there are many places, everyday spaces between the temple area, and also there is a Dhobi Ghat there. So people come here every day to sit, to relax or to visit the temple. So these spaces are also hidden in between this cover area along the river. So next slide. This shows the existing places like Dhobi Ghat, and in front of the Dhobi Ghat, we can see there is a clear pathway for people to visit and also experience the river. There are some ghats which are disconnected from the pathways and the river fronts. So we reorganize them to use, like there are many peoples present there who make means dhol tasha practices, and also many things we can introduce there. And also there are many banks and residential area along these spaces, so people can gather in between those places and also experience the river also. Next slide. Next. So the conclusion is this small level interventions will create everyday spaces more familiar. Also by this improvisation, many informal vendors get opportunity to expand their territories. It will attract more people and help to reorganize. Mutha River is an important entity in Pune city which need to be looked. Many activities promote walkability, which directly helping to improve people health and well-being. This type of people-oriented approach help to get attention of the neglected spaces of the cities. Thank you.
So for the panel, we can begin with the panel discussion now. It's my privilege to introduce expert members on the panel for the panel discussion for session 1. We have Professor PVK Rameshwar and architect Anurag Chofla as panelists, and Smita Singh as a moderator. I request the panelists, expert members and the moderators to keep their video on. So Professor PVK Rameshwar is a practicing architect, urban designer and academician based in Ahmedabad. He graduated from School of Planning and Architecture, CEPT Ahmedabad, received Masters in Architecture and Urban Design from School of Architecture, Washington University, St. Louis, USA in 1986. Trained with Con Pedersen Fox Associates, New York City. He is a partner at Shilanyas since 1989. He has won several awards and accolades. In addition to practice, he was the former chairman, graduate school for 7 years, and professor and head master's program in urban design 20 years. Faculty of Architecture at CEPT University, Ahmedabad. In Gujarat, he has worked on important public projects like pre-feasibility report for Statue of Unity, Kevadia, Bhuj reconstructing versus relocation post-earthquake, action plan reports for 37 towns of Gujarat tourism, lake redevelopments in Ahmedabad, and etc. Anurag Chofla has over 40 years of experience in design and coordination of many landmark projects with Steen Doshi Balla, Steen Mani Chofla Architects, and lastly, as partner in urban architecture works. He holds a degree in architecture and graduate degrees in architecture and urban design from Rice University, Houston, USA. Anurag Chofla was involved as a principal designer in many award-winning projects, such as the India Habitat Center, India International Center, Sardar Bin Singh Memorial, and many other projects. IIT Kanpur was one of them. So he has been a visiting faculty and jury member and lecturer at many schools in India and abroad. So let's move on to the moderator for the day, Smita Singh. She is a practicing urban designer and urban planner and a member of the Karnataka chapter IUDI. Her experience spans over 17 years on projects and policies for urban areas. She is currently a visiting faculty at the School of Planning and Architecture, Delhi, and provides professional services to NGO for environment and community-based design in Bangalore. She is the global coordinator of the Net Zero Cities platform for AGP Group. So I welcome you all. So I hand it over to Smita Singh. can begin with the moderation and start the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Shrikant. Thank you for the generous introductions, and welcome again. Warm welcome to the panelists. So, if we could begin with your reflection on the works presented by the students and their guides, and that could serve as feedback to them and future sort of food for further thought. I think I would love to begin in no particular order, sir. If you could begin with Professor Rameshwar.
Hello, this is Anurag. Are we visible? Because
Yes, you are. Yes,
Okay.
you are. Yes.
And you can hear me. All right,
Yes.
that's good. We cannot see you all.
You can't see us?
No,
Uh,
I can see you, Smita.
oh, okay. I can see the both of you. I'm not sure what's.
I'm just seeing the poster.
All of you.
Okay.
She's a
Shrikant,
little window on the poster.
I am,
Okay.
yes, that's right.
Anyway,
Okay, so Professor Rameshwar, if you can see us now, could you begin with your reflections on the works presented today?
one, before we move ahead, how much time do we have?
We have half an hour for this entire panel discussion, so not too much time.
So would it be a back and forth, or you just want me to comment and then sit back?
It should be a back and forth, hopefully. That's what we're hoping
Okay.
for. Yeah.
So I'll just organize myself accordingly. I would rather than, I want to distinctly make a point that this is not a jury. So I really do not want to sort of pinpoint on a particular project or an attitude or an approach. I would look at it from the larger intention of the thesis seminar, which would be to say that we are here, or everyone has worked hard to be able to sort of come together from diverse schools, diverse backgrounds, diverse projects to be able to make a point. And fundamentally, I think what we're interested in is the thesis project has to be an indicator of the current thinking, the current concerns, and more so in urban design, when we say that it is a constant, evolving definition, it always evades or escapes being defined. And therefore, one is always keen to look at what is urban design now. And as such, the interest essentially is not what is urban design, but what can urban design be. And I think it is from that perspective, one starts looking towards the projects to be a pointer to, is this urban design? Can this be urban design? Is this the opportunity? Have we smelt the right opportunity for us to make a difference? Because it is nothing as a prescribed or a predefined or a preconceived idea of what the definition of urban design ought to be. I think it's from that perspective that I'll sort of share my observations on these projects. It will be swaying between concern for what a thesis ought to be to linking with are these the questions for urban design? And I think that's what I would, my comments essentially would be going back and forth. The first is about, I think, and probably people have heard me this earlier, for me, thesis is about questions. If there are no questions, there is no thesis. And I think that's the first point I would like to raise, that what are the questions which any of the projects stated clearly, or to be sort of read between the lines and sort of extracted from it is a question, to be able to know what is the question. And I think that fundamentally in terms of presentations, that doesn't seem to come through. But I think using these projects, I would try and say that, hello, we've lost you.
Yeah.
You're not audible.
Rameshwar has disappeared.
Hello, sir. You're not audible.
I think the connectivity may be gone, internet connectivity, because his video is also frozen.
Maybe we can wait until then. We can ask Anurag Chopla sir to comment. I'll try to call.
Yeah, you want to wait half a minute? Maybe he'll come back. If not, then I'll continue.
Sure.
There is some network issues at, he's joining again.
He's joining?
Yeah, yes, he's joining.
Welcome back, sir.
Yeah, sorry for this.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what I was suggesting that there has to be this kind of a speculative kind of an approach and attitude, because I would look at thesis projects to be a pointer to where we are heading or possibly where do we need to head. Maybe it's a tall order, but I think the attempt has to be there, without which I don't think one can constitute a thesis. That said, and therefore, the emphasis, whether there's a question therefore for the thesis, whether it is problem-solving exercise, or do we take a speculative, exploratory world of academia? So there should be a professional training or should be a broader pedagogical agenda. And I think that's a stand which schools will have to take to have this clarity of what the thesis is trying to actually do and where do we need to skill. As of now, what seems to come across is a lot of superfluous touch and go kind of an approach, where maybe it's a lack of time, maybe it's a lack of, or maybe a deliberate attempt to say that that's not important. And I think that's where we need to talk. What is important in urban design? How much of specificity vis-a-vis how much for generic? How much of so-called master planning? And does it require a accompanying demonstrative thing to show that it does make a difference? What is the extent of so-called detail that we tend to go for? And if you have departed from planning, saying that we add quality and therefore
I think
we lost him again.
Yeah,
I think we lost him again.
Yeah, just when he was coming to a very interesting part.
But the question of
There he is. Okay.
Hello, sir, you're not audible.
No, his internet has gone again. Shufla sir, I have a suggestion. If we can start with sort of you and your reflections, and then while we sort out the connectivity issues between Shrikant and Professor Rameshwar.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll try and be brief and to leave time for Rameshwar to come back. Just to add to what he's saying, I know where he's heading, and I sort of support his argument that today's discussion need not necessarily be about individual projects and topics, but about general issues which they raise or they don't raise. Anyway, so I think all the topics, obviously, because that was a subject, are interested in the future of the existing city, which I think is, very necessary. We have a larger and larger stock of existing cities which are facing greater and greater issues of decay, and any kind of attention we pay to them is going to be of value, because they're still going to form a very large part of our urbanized India for many years to come. Also, again, because of the way the projects are selected, I think all proposed an insertion or an intervention in existing fabrics. But I did feel a little, and perhaps this is again coming back to Rameshwar's point of view, is that there was a sense of focus on cleanup of a particular area, and sort of an urban design based on how can I remove superficial and surface problems and make the experience of the user better. Fine. Nothing wrong with that. That should be part of an objectives. But I think one of the things that we need to encourage and look at is that do we miss deeper structural issues, which are an essential part of improving urban environments when the focus sort of remains on cleanup. I know cleanup is not a very good term, and I'm looking for a better term because I don't mean to be derogatory, but so I mean, I think one of the underlying issues in all places is kind of stagnating economic growth. And many of the problems these areas face, especially things like Kolam and all, is that economic growth is not keeping pace with development elsewhere. And one of the bad things about that is that young people leave the city. There are many, many smaller cities in Goa where I am at the moment. Young people are leaving it in droves, as I know it happens in many cities in Kerala and elsewhere, because they don't see a future for themselves in the city. So should our interventions not, I think, always need to look at what is the kind of demographic shift which is happening in the city and how can urban design stabilize those changes? So does it mean we think about new roles for those areas? Yes, we want to preserve a certain historic character and a certain character of scale and dimension and walkability. But do we need to actually see how we can change economic roles, how we can change connections with the hinterland, how can we control or encourage a process of transformation which keeps that place alive for the next 100 years? Yes, it will transform. Old buildings will become sick, they will need to be replaced, new kinds of jobs will come. But the vitality of an urban environment is it's as much its economic and demographic base as it is its physical structure. So what are the changes which support that? Also, the other thing which never really got mentioned is that a lot of these areas are now home to so many diverse communities. Not just the original inhabitants or residents, but, okay, in Vrindavan, they talked about tourists, but there are migrants, there are homeless, there are transitory people temporarily stopping, trying to make a day's living. And so I think if we need to include all those communities in our conversations about these historic areas. They're very much a part of them. And you'll find them everywhere in some fashion or the other. And somehow, when the focus becomes on only physical renewal, I think that part of the conversation gets perhaps left out. And I think maybe that ought to be encouraged. Yeah.
Professor Chofla, Chofla, if I can interrupt, often the argument given is that the physical restoration actually, in a way, is the route to economic catalysm, in that area in some way. That physical restoration would bring back the tourists, would sort of, invite people back into the area somehow. So, but what you're saying is something else. You're saying, let's look at the fundamental economic activities and try and look at you sort of seeing how that itself can be restored before thinking of purely the physical sort of transformation.
Yeah, see, because if it's physical restoration only, then the problem of gentrification comes up. You actually, when it's only bringing back the tourists, then you're actually not really involving the sort of accidental communities which live in these places as key and important players. And that also then has the problems of safety and gender all also get bypassed. So yes, physical restoration is important, but is that the driver? Perhaps that's what I'm saying. Okay, just to sort of illustrate what I'm saying is, okay, let me mention a few things about each thesis, like Vrindavan. And the lady, first, let me begin this part by saying I think everybody did a great job, all students. I think they worked hard, they researched well. So congratulations to them and their guides for that. But, you know, one can always have a conversation. But so she mentioned things like commodification, transformation, gentrification of Vrindavan. Now, Vrindavan started out life as a religious temple town, religious center. And I think, I mean, this is my personal opinion. I don't want to thrust it on anyone. I think religion is perhaps the greatest consumption tool in the world, you know, the greatest creator of consumption. And so in Vrindavan, if pilgrims outnumber residents 100 to 1, is Vrindavan a religious town or a service town? I think Vrindavan today is a service town. Its real function is hotels, restaurants, transport, bus parking, dharamsalas, to accommodate all these visitors. The temples are now artifacts, a few of them, and a growing consciousness around them, around which this new industry happens. So Vrindavan in some way is an example of what I was talking about earlier. It's found a new economic base, which is as a service town for a very big tourist industry. But when we think of Vrindavan, when the student Charlie thinks of Vrindavan, the attention remains focused on the revival of the parikrama, the tourist thing. Yes, I know it's key to everything, but that giant service industry is actually what keeps the town thriving and going. And maybe these things need to play. Again, the service industry is staffed by migrants, transitory people, whatever, people from diverse backgrounds and communities. They need somehow you include those in the conversation. And I think maybe when Vrindavan's future as a tourist town built around an old temple parikrama will be secure. Otherwise, it will just sort of may collapse on itself.
Right. So I see Professor Rameshwar is back. So I would like to bring him back into the conversation.
Can I just finish? I have 5 more minutes. So
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I just wanted to add a few things about Kolam.
Sure.
So, you know, the issue about Kolam is, again, and you know, maybe somebody else who's listening can correct me. What I understand of towns like Kolam, Alleppey, these smaller Kerala towns, is that a lot of the issues there are actually demographic change because young people are leaving. And the economic base, which used to be based on coir or cashews and things like that, has gone. And everybody is trying to bandwagon on tourism. Again, unless one looks at something more than tourism to support the future of Kolam, which is integrated into the urban design of the old town, workspaces, newer kinds of activity. How do you integrate modern work into old towns? You know, let's say that motorcycle repair shops are perhaps some of the ugliest things on our roads, but they are what will keep Kolam there. You know, the young people there in Kolam, if you don't have that, you know. How does a town like this modernize for daily life, preserving its character without becoming a picture postcard? Because that then is paper thin. One thing like the pandemic and it's gone. They're very fragile, the tourism economies also. And anyway, let's bring similar points to make about the other two, but I think you can bring Rameshwar back and then maybe we can carry on.
All right. Professor Rameshwar,
yeah.
Can you hear us?
I know I've been in and out, so but
I was going to suggest that if you can switch off your video, maybe it would help so that the connectivity won't go. It would just help. Yeah.
Okay. Now heard bits and pieces what Anurag was mentioning. I would agree with him to a point to say that it has to be much beyond the physical. However, I am not too sure that as urban designers, how empowered we are to change the economy of a place and to what extent we can influence it, but for manifesting it. So I would say there would be a limitation with. However, I agree that it is not merely the solutions do not lie in only physically articulating our concerns. I would, however, suggest what was missing in all four is no one, people are a little contradictory, and that's why I used the word superfluous earlier, because whether you take any of these inner city, they're talking concern of sort of evolving character, evolving cities, they are lived in historic course of the city. But at the same time, when it came to action, they were treating culture as a frozen entity. And you come back with these, you were very surprised how whether the Shahjahanabad project tells, increase the FSI, you want to change the typology and you want to go for amalgamation. I think the mechanisms have to be understood before you just can come with like that. And therefore, before you get to the physical, the enabling mechanisms, whether the legal tools or the financial mechanisms, or whether we say you need to go for a local area plan, which allows me to solve traffic and allow me for amalgamation and therefore come up with a street. None of them have really ventured. So when they come, they still come back to the Chhatris of Vrindavan as a physical solution to a concern for the Ghats, which I think, you are now really, are we sort of, is it something so sacred that you cannot change? There is a question of evolving. And second, you have to understand the inherent essence of the place. For example, Vrindavan at no point, however valid the concerns are, since Vrindavan is a place full of anecdotes. It is not a build-up to a temple core or a temple precinct. It is a parikrama which connects a lot of aspects in the landscape. It could be from a kund, it could be a tree, it could be a location of certain anecdote to do with Krishna's life. And the parikrama was essentially connecting all these, or stringing all these beats together. Now you suddenly can't come up with overriding aspects that do this. And I think what would have been very useful would have been to take a demonstrative 2 or 3 varieties of opportunities to say how I am going to connect the sacred or the contested between the sacred and the spatial could have been much better addressed. Same thing as I mentioned in Delhi. Kollam also, you see, one resorts back to the architecture as a mere applique, and again very superfluous. There is no proper research done on is that the right way to connect, or if you're trying to say that culture of the place is not frozen entity and we're interested in the what is becoming rather than what was, then I think this transforming nature mechanism which help it, where are we trying to guide it to? I think that kind of a stance, and therefore the design decisions should have been on those lines, clearly understanding how one is playing a role of guiding rather than trying to, have a scrapbook of historical, images.
Right. So,
Yeah. So go ahead, please.
I think, okay, let me stop at this point and let me see what, what comes through and we can talk further.
Sure. So waiting for the questions, but before the questions come in, just something to a little controversial, but I'll bring it up. So there is this sort of pro-development stance, which some of the students took. And then there is the strongly conservative or conservation approach. And of course, now renewal as a term is missing from the MPD 2041. So we are strongly flowing into this pro-development current. Is there any, do we need to critically think as to what really the goals of urban renewal in a historic precinct should be? Because the question of identity cannot be closed completely, right? I mean, is that something which remains central to our historic precincts with respect to us as sort of, Indians?
My view on this is, you're not stopping change. You are at the most trying to guide the preferred change, and maybe to an extent the pace is something you will be able to contribute to. In that process, what becomes critical is to identify what are the core values and what are peripheral and fast changing. I think once you start categorizing it in that manner, you'll know what is it that will allow for change faster vis-a-vis what will take much more longer to change. I don't think at any point of time you can hope that nothing changes forever. I think our role is, as I told you again, guide preferred change, and you can contribute to the pace of that kind of a change. So when one is talking of pro-development, what I would have wished here is, compared to a thesis done on the inner city, let's say, 15 years back, and now, the fact that now you had Amrut, you had Hriday, you had smart city missions, what are the learnings in terms of as reflections of, are these attempts good enough? Are we missing something still? There has been no research, no reflection, no analysis. This one is doing as if they were doing this thesis 20 years back. And I think where is the current? So if you're talking of pro-development, what are the pressures? With the, the other one, this was, I think, probably Delhi or somewhere, where they said people didn't have money to, repair their buildings. And one comes up with a solution, let's, redo all these buildings. Who is going to pay for it? And if you say that the economy has not to be a consideration, if it has to be, how do you encourage people by just making regulation which are not mandatory and only recommendatory? People are not going to participate. I think that's one of the key problems in the inner city. So if you're talking of pro-development, I think adaptive reuse or conserving certain things or preserving certain areas, I think it cannot be one solution for all situations. And that's the reason why one ought to be more specific, come up with demonstrative projects to be able to get across that attitude clearly, rather than one large stroke on the entire stretch, which I think is not appropriate.
Right.
Sir, Chofla sir, would you like to talk about the question of identity with respect to historic cores? I know it's an old topic, but still it's...
Yeah, I think the identity just flowing from the earlier conservation about pro and anti-development. And I don't think there's no need to push people or positions in black and white boxes. Like all cities and many things in life, the appropriate ways forward for I think almost all cities of the kind of, or city places of the kind of examples that we have seen, is a combination of many ways forward. And so I think that identity will also flow from that. They had an identity in the past of a particular kind. Very often that identity was not physical. That identity came from the community or the work or the kind of product they produced. And the physicality of the place was secondary to that identity. Now we tend to put the physical structure as the primary identity, but I can think of towns like Moradabad or something. To me, what does that mean? Brass. It doesn't mean the physical structure of Moradabad. Many other places, it may mean a king. It may mean a particular community. For many people, Banaras is sari, not the ghats. So identity is also a complex thing made out of place, product, people, relationship in history. And identity is never static. I don't believe that. I think identity is constantly changing. Therefore, to take a view that this is the identity to be preserved, I think is a museologist's view of things, that you take an animal and you stuff it. You've preserved it at that point of time. So I think the best hope forward for these cities is to support them as living organisms. And a living organism, remember, must change. A living organism cannot be static. It has to have change. We have to understand what is sensible change. Not only which preserves a sense of history, because we do want the sense of history and the spatial structure as something which is unique to a particular place, or also something which offers us lessons in terms of how to build more sustainable today. But at the same time, unless we allow change to happen and yes, some of the identities will change, but the change should not be abrupt, like the change which is brought on by natural disaster or a war or a takeover, Change has to flow from one to the other, that people are happy with all stages of the change. But that is the hard part. To me, urban design is always, some of the most important part of urban design is the understanding of sympathetic change. How do we guide and how do we promote change which is in sort of harmony with the places, whether it is an existing city or land or nature, and people's needs to grow and different aspirations. So it's I mean, that's what I would say about identity. I'm not one for freezing it.
Right.
If you want a black and white answer from me.
That's pretty clear. I think so. We are on the same page. So there's a comment. It would be nice to hear responses from presenters and mentors. So thank you for that wonderful presentation by all of you. And if you would like to step in here, turn on your videos and talk about your experience and the panel discussion, or inform the panel discussion, please feel free to now.
And we have many of our sacred cities like Kashi, Vrindavan, and all are in a race to, develop this new identity of India. So I would like to know your feedback on what role could, this culture and heritage could help in bringing this national identity, which we all are trying to develop for the nation. And it is happening across India with, so many initiatives and government schemes coming. So I think there need to be balance, because it is really difficult and a great challenge for urban designers and planners to insert something in the existing fabric, the greatest challenge which we are facing. So yeah, that was that I would like to say over here. I think you all can hear me if I'm not.
Yes, Charlie, your question was very clear. So I think Chofla sir did speak about it, and I'll request Professor Rameshwar if he could also step in and give his comments or respond to your question particularly.
I think it's
just my point of view, my thought, like this.
It's just your thought. Okay. All right. Okay. All right.
So do I need to respond?
I think it would be nice, because we heard very strong views on identity from Chofla sir. So I think it would be nice to hear yours.
Yeah. I think I would very strongly recommend Charlie 2 books by Naipaul. One is India Wounded Civilization, and the second, that was one of the earliest visits of his when he was looking for an identity for India, and he was disappointed to say that there's no identity and that India is a lost, including he was so critical about NID and that is not evolving anything local Indian. And later, towards late 80s, he wrote a book called India 1000 Mutinies Now. And I think he realized that it is futile to try and cap India under one umbrella of identity. He says it's a land of 1000 mutinies, each one uprising at each point. So don't try and look for that singular identity. I think that could probably help you to, correct for your expectations of what you want to do. I think it will be futile to try and say there is one identity.
Thank you, sir, for the feedback.
Good girl. We got some views on anybody else? Sharmishta, would you like to?
Yeah. So there is one conflict that I often see. So I've been doing a lot of government projects over the years, and at presently my research also focuses on this contested aspects that we see between what are the guidelines, city guidelines, and how heritage is perceived. One biggest challenge that most of us don't acknowledge is what the heritage objectives are and what the planning or the design objectives are. And eventually, when we present it to the government officials or the funding bodies, how do they understand it? And I think it is completely misaligned. And until unless we manage to create a platform, or say, if I put it visually, we have got like economic, social, political things that we study. We also need to put all these things under the umbrella of culture, because when we look at India, every part of land that we are designing, or we choose not to design, or we want to restore, they are all very old spaces. And if we don't begin to acknowledge from that part, from that level, I think our cities are not going to stop, they are going to grow. And even historic cities never had the agenda of freezing in a certain time. It was always meant to grow. It was always meant to provide opportunities. And that's the idea that will continue to happen. But how we handle it is only when we understand, can we come to somewhere in the center, create some kind of balance to have some objectives which all the stakeholders understand. There has to be a visual imagery that people understand, or certain similar language that people understand. So I have faced personally a lot of challenges while doing some government projects, but they are ready to understand if you put it in the right way. So that is my point of thought, and I completely align with what Mr. Chofla and Mr. Rameshwar has been pointing out regarding identity or spaces and migration, and how there are these huge complexities that our cities are facing.
Well, sorry, I just wanted to say one quick thing. This, Sharmishta, this, I'm not sure I caught what you meant by a uniform representation or a uniform idea. Maybe I didn't understand what you were saying. Because, you know, I can't find anything uniform.
No, not uniform means not standardization, not that way. But for example, like if you're talking of historic cities,
a uniform methodology of dealing with them.
Yes, exactly. It's a
but
process.
Not a uniform result.
Yes, uniform design is not possible because we are too diverse.
And it shouldn't be. And
it shouldn't be, because then we cannot celebrate the diversity of what we have.
Well, yes, I think everyone will. I have not dealt that much with government, frankly. I have done some, but I think it's almost like every sort of project has to evolve its own path forward in terms of, you know, dealing with bureaucracy. So much depends on the personalities involved from the government side. So I really can't say much about that. Hello? I think everyone disappeared.
No, you're perfectly audible. Yeah. Shrikant, I think we should wrap up the session. We are over time.
Yeah, wonderful. Yeah, it was a very interesting.
Thank you very much, everyone. And nice to see you again, Rameshwar.
Nice.
Even if you're only digitally.
I'll see you soon. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Take care.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Rameshwar sir. Thank you, Anurag Chopla sir. Thank you, Smita.
When is the next session?
We will break for lunch now. For that is from till 1:30. All the participants can join the session by 1:20. We will be on air. So for now, we will be breaking for lunch, a quick lunch, 1:15 or 1:20. We'll be back in 45 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, yes. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. So while the participants join in again, we would like to showcase a small video of our college. Okay, with everyone on board, I would like to begin with the session 2 now, the topic of which is urban renewal, historic pressings, and the new extensions. I would now like to call upon Mrs. Purvi Bhatt Chadba, architect, urban
Hi, Kiran.
and program coordinator at CEPT MUD, to introduce the topic, neighborhood locale, design of public spaces in Old Quarter, Panjim, Goa.
Hi, Kiran.
Ji Aradhya.
Hello.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible to?
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am,
you're audible.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead.
Yes. So thank you for giving the opportunity to Sushma and to CEPT for presenting this lovely project. Very briefly, the project of this, the project is located in Panjim, Old Quarter of Panjim. And as rightly titled, the neighborhood locale, this project basically is an urban regeneration project. And this, when it was taken up by us, it was essentially under the area-based development of the smart city delineation in the city of Panjim. This is so when we say smart city, you know, a lot of urban designers are very apprehensive of what kind of interventions can be carried out. But this was a testing ground to understand at the urban design scale, what are the interventions which are possible and how it can really influence the experience because of the people, both local and in this case, because the tourists are also a prevalent user group that as well. So this project demonstrates design of accessible public spaces, both for the residents of the old quarter of Goa. At the same time, it also creates a vibrant sort of public edge, which is away from the normal tourist activities on the beach in Goa, and hence it has something to take away for both the tourist as an experience of the local architecture and life and living around the heritage, and also for the locals who are living here as a very, very accessible or a doorstep kind of public space. So with that, over to Sushma. All the best.
Thank you, ma'am. Hello, everybody. This is Sushma Jiaratia from candidate from Central University. Can we move to the next slide, sir? So the next slide. Okay. So the old quarter is a distinct place in Panjim, which actually carries a reminiscence of Portugal rule in India. It is located in the northern district of Goa, and it is a listed heritage area in the capital city. And then it is about measuring about 0.5 square kilometers in area. The old quarter is strategically located surrounding natural features such as the Altino Hill on the west and water edges on the other sides like Mandovi River, Orion Creek, and Mala Lake. It is surrounded by important areas like the old CBD and Patto, the new CBD of Panjim. The site has important religious landmarks and schools. It is noticed that important streets of the old quarter link these landmarks in the neighboring areas. Next. The precinct is defined by 4 areas: South Ome, Fontanas, Mala, and Portes. This whole settlement is more of an organic, close-knit urban fabric with perimeter blocks, and the site shows distinct features of commercial, residential, and mixed use. Next. Some of the most striking features of the site is the predominant Indo-Portuguese style of architecture, scales and proportions of the building and streets, vibrant color palette, walkable perimeter blocks with central open spaces and trails, and the historic water edges. Next. To capitalize on tourism, the heritage structures on the site are getting converted into hotels, inns, and hostels. And it is observed that in the hustle bustle of the tourist activities and movement, about 70% of the local residential population still continue to live in the old quarter. Next. Looking back, the spaces in front of religious structures, porches, and spaces in and around the living areas were used for community interaction and leisure. However, today, these spaces have taken over by tourist activities and parking, hindering the privacy of residents. Next. The city of Panjim has a lot of beaches, riverfront, and places to visit. Unfortunately, these cannot be accessed every day due to its distance from Fontanas, apart from the steps project by CCF, which has created intimate paths used by residents on the slopes of the Altino Hill for evening needs and leisure. However, there are only small pockets of open spaces and squares found, which are occupied mostly by tourist activities. Next. So the question of where is the space for recreation and leisure of the residents still remains. So the decaying water edges were the potential opportunities to create a place for the people, which can be accessed within like 150-meter walking distance, and it could be at a regular time, and it could host tourist activities. So 2 projects were inferred out of it. One, the Orion Street and the creekfront design. Two, revitalization of Mala Lake were identified, which would capture layers. These 2 projects would capture layers of built form, mixed use development, adaptive reuse, people-oriented spaces, with the integration of public transport routes, cycle lanes, and pedestrian trails. Next. Looking at the first project, understanding the Orion Creek Street. It was about a 380-meter long street. It had a carriageway width varying from 4 to 13 meters wide. but it didn't have adequate walking widths for walking paths. So the street is edged with a few heritage structures and mixed-use built forms. Fishing activities are noticed here. And there are a lot of vacant, underutilized lands along the water edge with mangroves. Next. Studying further, it was understood perpendicular connections from the neighborhood created nodes or potential zones for interventions, which linked residential lanes and landmarks, such as St. Sebastian Church or Immaculate Church, to the water edge. Next. To develop this street into a vibrant edge, so 5 design strategies were put forth. One was to create a pedestrian-friendly creek front with a uniform vehicular carriageway of 7 meters, with cycle lanes, and the rest could be used for pedestrian movement. So 2 is to creating activity pockets on the vacant lands, and 3, establish pedestrian links to more pedestrian links to Patto, that is the new CBD across the street. And then the last being to look at identify like adaptive reuse of structures and propose semi-permeable and active ground floor uses. Next. So this was the final design proposal. So the proposal of the creek front activates the water edge, offering varied experiences of leisure for residents through ecologically sensitive boardwalks, transit stops and bicycle share points, which will encourage the use of, which will discourage the use of private vehicles. And then it had viewing decks in public spaces. Activities such as canoeing also was introduced. At the very extreme right end of the street, there was a heritage building, which we could convert into a heritage and information center, which could be used to guide the tourist activities. Next. Different types of sections were designed along the street, which hosted different activities with an intention to bring people closer to the water. Next. A sample area is demonstrated to show the transformation of a node. The existing sample showed a more vehicle-oriented space with haphazard parking and underutilized land along the edge, which was redesigned with into an urban node with a well-defined pickup and drop-off points for the bus users, walkways at different levels, demarcated vending zones, and also gave reduced parking spaces. And like there were many other interventions which involved adding value to the ground floor uses in terms of activating it with cafes and restaurants. Next. The section here increased the water carrying capacity of the creek to address the rising levels in the monsoons. Here one can see how the edge has been transformed, edge transformation takes place while retaining the architectural character of the buildings. Next. This is how the transformed edge will look while with seating areas, different levels of walkways and comfortable walking experience. Next. This is another node near the Immaculate School, which was designed with safety precautions were taken care because for the students where at grade level crossings, dedicated vending zones, school bus bays, and like shaded walkways, which could be used for fishing purposes as well, was also looked at. Next. The second project is the revitalization of the Mala Lake. The site was a proposed site for a market and a revitalization of a lake development. As we see it, it is surrounded by residential area on the upper part and government and commercial setup on the lower parts. Next. The lake is programmed to revive the lake ecosystem and additionally create a beautiful public open space edged with passive and active recreational spaces and spaces such as spaces which will adhere to cultural aspects, biodiversity trails, neighborhood amenities and facilities, and tourist programs were also proposed here. Next. Here, 4 design strategies were adopted. One, to establish pedestrian connections by to establish pedestrian connections by using land available between buildings to create a block structure. Next. 2 is to activate the edges of the water edge with active and passive recreations. 3, a restructuring of the built forms while being sensitive to existing morphology, heritage structures, and providing for newer infill development. 4th being proposed mixed-use programs which will activate these plots next to the CBD because it could be a potential place for future investments. Next. The proposal for the lake is demonstrated here, where you can see that there are flexible multifunctional spaces with inviting plazas located at the node where there is a bridge leading to Patto, and aspects such as creating a network of open spaces of different scales from a common courtyard or a common community courtyard within a block to a park to the scale of a playground and to a lake. So the water edge is infused with activities for all age groups and abilities to engage with nature and the biodiversity which the lake offers. Next. This is a visual showing the recreational space which can be used by the residents, which is surrounded by functional built forms which can blend into the context. At the same time, benefit and add to the active development. Next. So these two projects are put together. The urban transformation shows that the old quarter and its revitalized water edges, which creates a place for the locals while retaining a balance of heritage quality and at the same time creating an edge of tourist movement, which will not disturb the privacy of the residents. So the transformation will not only benefit the neighborhood, but also it adds value to the city in large and becomes a landmark in the city. Next. The precinct is introduced with a public transport connectivity to reduce the use of private vehicles and increase the potential of land value with the proposed public open spaces. Next. So the Smart City Goa has also looked at these two sites, the creek and the Mala Lake, under the area-based development, which can be strengthened by responding to the morphology and socio-cultural context more rigorously, like how the current transformation proposal has addressed to. Next. So as one walks from the northern portion of the old quarter along the creek front, there are different kinds of experiences created with pause points of plazas and recreational spaces along the water edge. The experience would further meet the Mala Lake, which is a hub of activities. Lastly, to achieve a livable, sustainable neighborhood, aspects of community engagement, ecology, mobility, and heritage all need to be integrated to make a transformation successful. So with that, I end my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We shall now begin with the next presenter. I would like to call upon Minal Sagare, Urban Design Program Coordinator, PVP COA, to introduce the topic Reimagining Central Vista, New Delhi, as a democratic space for the nation, of the students I.Y. Virkar.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Shrikant, and good afternoon, everyone. I and Sai Virkar are here to present PPP College of Architecture, Pune. Her thesis is from academic year 2019 and 20, when revamping project of Central Vista was much in discussion and deliberation. On that background, Sai's thesis tried to probe into the question, can a democratic space be designed? Democratic space is necessarily a socio-political idea and can have various connotations depending upon where it is located and what it is representing, whether it is representing a small town in a country or country's capital. While handling such concept of space from another discipline, it becomes utmost important to frame an appropriate question for urban design.
and to locate the ground where urban design can operate itself. This thesis suggests that places, buildings, and objects in space holding political, social, as well as cultural meanings and having symbolic value could possibly help in responding to the question if a democratic space could ever be achieved through design. No doubt her thesis was a tall order, especially in the times where such symbols are getting played around. With this background, I hand over to Saeed to give you further insights to her thesis. Over to you, Saeed.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, clearly audible.
Thank you, ma'am, for the introduction, and good afternoon, everybody. Sir, next slide, please. Central Vista redevelopment is an essentially important project. So it is an essentially important space for the country undergoing a major facelift, which certainly needs to be studied in detail. So the Central Vista, as we all know, is an most important, beloved and celebrated public space accessible to people from all walks of life. Hence, the project, since its declaration by the CPWD, has been in controversies and it certainly has some concerns. Next slide. The thesis evolves from the curiosity studied as a part of urban design research on understanding democratic spaces. The space was understood by the definition given by eminent persons from different disciplines. The space was also understood by studying other spaces in the city like urban, public, social, and political space. Thus, the democratic space is understood to be a space in which people can openly and freely participate. Next slide, please. The research on democratic space was carried out with the case of Central Vista, New Delhi. The study was done with timeline of evolution of Central Vista with the key aspects of users and their conversations with the built form. The research answers the questions mainly about important players which contribute towards the interpretation of Central Vista. What are the changing meanings of those spaces and what changes? The conversations that happen between the users and the built form bring out the meanings of the spaces. The important layer of meaning is usually neglected in the designs. The findings of the research thus lead to an understanding that the meanings are crucial for the idea of creating a democratic space. Next slide. The methodology adopted for the thesis was taken from the book Democracy and Public Space, the Physical Sites of Democratic Performance by the writer, political scientist John R. Parkinson in 2012, wherein the writer describes the democratic space with 7 parameters, which are namely accessibility, symbols, public plaza, public purpose availability, public transport system, public meeting spaces, and public footpath. The writer studies 11 country capitals under the parameters to understand the different spaces in the cities and how people use them. Next slide. The second study is the comparative analysis of the proposals from the redevelopment of Central Vista competition organized by the Central Public Works Department. The proposals are also studied under these 7 parameters to understand the design which best responds to the democratic space parameters. Next slide. The analysis of the Central Vista was done with certain layers, like the understanding that comes from the research. So the symbols and their meanings and the meaning associated with these symbols were studied. So certain symbols on Central Vista are the shared symbols, like people have a sense of association or belongingness with them. Some are the symbols of democracy, like the Parliament building. Certain symbols have cultural value to them, like the built forms of IGNC and the National Museum along the Central Vista, and certain spaces like Boat Club lawns and the canal. Some built forms along the Central Vista still act as authoritative symbols, like the Central Secretariat and the axis, that is the Rajpath. The other important layer which was studied is the shrinking democratic space on the Central Vista. It is due to some encroachments, parking spaces, and certain new projects that are upcoming on the Central Vista. So it was understood that certain spaces which previously were appropriated by the people as open space, and they defined the space themselves to use it as a picnic spot, to play or to enjoy. These spaces are getting converted to a different use, which certainly brings in restrictions to the use of space. Other layers like building use on the Central Vista and movement patterns, existing public transport on Central Vista were also studied. The land use study of Central Vista tells us that the land use on the Central Vista is still under public and semi-public zone. But the on-ground situation is that we know that certain government buildings are also present there. Next slide. So the design program for reimagining Central Vista as a democratic space for the nation comes with 3 studies: the 7 parameters from the book of democracy and public space, the Central Vista timeline studies, which tells us the importance of the meanings which are generated due to the conversation between players and the build form, which are the symbols. And the third is the redevelopment of Central Vista brief given by CPWD, wherein certain pockets of the certain plots in the Central Vista still have the hutments which are present so since independence, and they are underutilized. So these plots are also considered in the thesis as for the potential development. And so the aim of the thesis becomes to imagine a space which gives a platform to bring government and people together. And the objective is to ensure the quality of the citizens and the space to be imagined as a vibrant cultural space for the city. The objective also is to reimagine the identity of Central Vista and the build form along it. The vision of the thesis is to envisage Central Vista as a democratic space in the heart of the city. So there are certain design strategies which were used, like alter, add, retain, and remove. Next slide. So the design process starts with the structure plan, wherein phase 1 begins with the identification of elements which hinders the Central Vista to become a democratic space. Hence, the access dissolves into the surrounding boat club lawns, and 2 new connections crossing at the Janpat are proposed, which continue the overall larger connectivity of the area. The new intersection is proposed. The proposed new vehicle flow and the pedestrian flow with NMT is also thought of. Next slide. In phase 2, so the Lutyens urban fabric is continued in the Central Vista, wherein new plots will become and have new symbols with new meaning associated to them. Next slide. And next slide, please. The current use of the certain activities which are currently happening, like the vending near the India Gate zone, is also promoted with dedicated space given to them. Next slide, please. All these culminates into reimagining Central Vista as a democratic space with certain smaller design projects and interventions, which will be explained later. Next slide. The new proposed layers reflect to the findings done in the analysis. So the new Vista will have new shared symbols. The new plots will have a balanced use of government and public institutes in them. The Republic Day will be reimagined on the new Central Vista. Next slide. The detailed demonstration is that the increased democratic space on the Central Vista at Vijay Chowk. So wherein it is understood that the space comes from the idea given by architect Charles James, wherein he says it is a space where the spontaneity of political actions can emerge, articulate, and the main organs of government like the executive, legislative, judiciary, and the unofficial agents like the role of press, media, and most importantly, the spontaneous gathering of the people. So this is highlighted by him. So in this case, the existing scenario in the Central Vista has, as we know, a legislative parliament. The executive in the center is the Central Secretariat buildings, and there are certain plots which have the defense hutments. And the Vijay Chowk, as we currently know, is functioning as a traffic island, and there is an access, that is Rajpath. So the proposed scenario herein, with the understanding that is given by architect Charles Jenks, is that the new proposed parliament will be coming. The Central Secretariat will be changed to the use of public institutes like museum, And the new central secretariat will be imagined on the plots which currently have the hutments, and the Vijay Chowk, which forms the center, will become a new democratic space with a landscape mound which is proposed, which will act as a symbol of democracy. So the strategic location of this mound will support to congregate the people and to collaborate the power of the people, and it will be seen in this space. So this new space is also imagined in the kind that if certain descent happens, the place is also imagined with certain technology that is used, wherein there will be a screen along the mound which will have the technology and wherein we can connect people from the entire country at the time of descent. So in this way, the democratic space formation happens in the central vista. Next slide. The second demonstration is along the new imagined government offices and the public institutes that will come along the central vista, wherein at the time of the study, certain activities which are done on the periphery of these plots were studied, and which are also retained because it is the way in which people have started using this space over the period of time. That is why that should definitely be retained. So there are with the plot, certain guidelines also, urban design guidelines are suggested. There will be eateries along the public institute. There will be dedicated public transportation. Certain new amenities like public plazas are also proposed. Next slide. Then there are, with the detailed demonstration, there are also smaller design demonstrations which are done. Now with the new two connections and the Janpath, which crosses at the Circle of Unity. Same slide, so Circle of Unity. Next, yeah. So here the idea is that the Janpath and the new connections, which are imagined as Ganatantra Paths, meet at this junctions, and this junction is in circular shape, which depicts that we are all equal, and it is designed to create the unity at the center of the vista. This circular junction will predominantly is a pedestrian plaza with the periphery of the circles, which comprise of the these plots abutting these circles will have public institutions along them, which are like National Archives of India, Indira Gandhi National Center of Arts, National Museum, and a new proposed National Conference and Deliberation Center on the vista. Then the second design demonstration is near the India, previous slide, sir. Near the India Gate Circle, wherein the, like I mentioned before, the vending activity, which is very popular and very celebrated at the India Gate, is retained, but it is definitely now converted into a dedicated lanes, wherein they will have a decorative roof for the shading, and a pedestrian path will be there with eateries and the vending zone, and enhanced pedestrian experience at the India Gate. Next slide. The important part of the Rajpath is that from post-independence, we have appropriated that access as Rajpath, and a national event of Republic Day is celebrated on the Rajpath, which is very close to everyone's heart. So the new Ganatantra Path will also reflect the Republic Day celebrations, which will continue in the similar way that happens, but a new connection is proposed to it. In similar way, the India Gate canopy, which is empty since the post-independence, will have a new presence or a new addition to it, which will not be in a physical form, but as per using the new technology, a program is designed for the canopy to be or to reflect certain kinds of art attractions in the form of 3D holograms. So the thesis...
Last 2 minutes.
Yes. So the thesis in all also tackles some contemporary challenges that are associated with democratic space, like inequality, terrorism, privatization of certain space, free accessibility to people, and smart and affordable mobility. Next slide, sir. So the project will be implemented by the authorities like CPWD, New Delhi Municipal Council, Delhi Development Authority, Indian National Trust for Arts and Cultural Heritage, Intact, and National Monument Authority. Because there are certain layers which are present on the Central Vista, we need all these authorities to come together to complete the vision of reimagining the Central Vista as a democratic space. So they will have the supportive support of the authorities like Delhi Urban Art Commission, Central Vista Committee, Institute of Urban Designers India, Indian Society of Landscape Architects, and Ministry of Tourism. And the entire project is phased till the timeline, and it will have a timeline till 2040. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello. Now I would like to call upon Professor Sharad Mahajan from GS Mandal's Marathwada Institute of Technology to introduce the topic redevelopment through urban renewal in Aurangabad city from the student Swapnil Pramod Chandra Shroff.
Good afternoon all. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. This is Sharad Mahajan. I represent Department of Architecture and Urban Design, MIT Aurangabad. MIT is Marathwada Institute of Technology. And the student whose thesis we are discussing here is Swapnil Shroff. The topic is redevelopment through urban renewal in Aurangabad city. I'll give you the brief introduction now. As we know, cities are indicators of development. They constantly transform through the demographic, economic, social, and ecological processes. Such cities subsequently become misfit due to the ever-altering functions, hence are unable to provide standards of living that are relevant to urban masses. The concept and need of urban renewal is demonstrated through the case of Aurangabad city. This study is an attempt to address the urban nuances which are largely because of unplanned growth and absence of proper direction for future development. The scope of work includes study of areas with respect to physical planning and urban design for suggesting improvements in the form of recommendations and policy guidelines at macro and micro level. I would now ask Swapnil to take over and take us all through his work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. I will be demonstrating the concept and need of urban renewal through the case of Aurangabad in my dissertation thesis. So, as I have told, it is for Aurangabad city. The Aurangabad city is located in Maharashtra state. It is an industrial township and educational hub of Marathwada region. Marathwada is a region of 8 districts of Maharashtra. And it is also very well known for the capital of tourism of Maharashtra, as it has got UNESCO recognized all tourist attraction places like Ajanta and Ellora. So due to the advantageous location and historic importance of Aurangabad, the city growth of the economic activity is accelerating. And before the independence, till for 1948, the Maharashtra Marathwada region particularly was ruled by Nizams of Deccan. And after the Nizams rule, ownership title of the lands holding remaining unclear in Aurangabad city. Those were almost around 113 such kind of lands identified by Aurangabad Municipal Corporation. Seeking advantage of this situation, plots were shaped by unauthorizedly subdividing the haphazard development. And in 2001, Maharashtra government published one act that is called as Guntevari Regulatory Act. And through that Guntevari Regulatory Act, people can get their ownership and the properties get regularized. So the base of my thesis is the Guntevari Act itself. So now I'll be explaining the urban expansion, like from vertical, if we can see the ULB expansion from municipal council to Aurangabad Development Authority, and horizontally we can see the fabric, how the fabric has become denser of the Aurangabad city. The methodology I will be adopting for my thesis would be, first of all, I will be doing case studies, literature reviews, then computing theoretical framework, then framing the strategies and structure plan and master plan and intervention. Next, please. Then we are understanding, like here I'm understanding why, what and how. Like I told you, 1914 it was ruled by, 48 it was ruled by Nizam, and after that till 2001, so the lands belonging to Nizam were illegally encroached. So that timeline I have shown, and why is like with increase in the generation of, say, economic activity, there is an urgent need to address housing and urban poor to avoid haphazard development of the areas in the cities. The aim of my thesis is to develop the urban infrastructure by understanding the need of existing residents so as to meet future need by implementing urban renewal strategies. The objective for achieving my aim is to provide affordable housing to the population in a good living environment with adequate social and public amenities to relieve congestion by providing ease of accessibility and motorized and non-motorized mode of transport, and to suggest renewal program with feasible implementation strategies. And the research question was which mechanism can I utilize to facilitate development through urban renewal in Aurangabad city. Here the map shows that Aurangabad municipal limit having 113 such areas. Out of those 113 such areas, I selected 6 sites of Aurangabad. Aurangabad, to brief, Aurangabad basically is divided through a major road of 45 meter, that is Jalna road, and on the northern side of that Jalna road is old Aurangabad, and on the southern side of that road is newer Aurangabad. So that is the main thing. So depending upon that, certain parameters like population, density, housing economy, connectivity, surrounding, land ownership, land use, and such kind of parameters, I categorized and analyzed those 6 sites. Next, please. Next, please. After analyzing those parameters, I found that site A, which is just adjoining, which the map shows adjoining to the Jalna road, and which is centrally located in the city, is highly potential. So I have selected that site, wherein I have here clearly shown the map of those satellites through satellite image, and here I have shown the urban fabric transformation. 2005 to 2001, we can easily see how the
Dear participants, please keep your mic on mute throughout the
Okay, my study area is around 45 hectares, wherein it has got 4 localities just adjoining to the site. Here, through this map and image, I have tried to demonstrate, like, this is the Jalna road 45 meter, which is the main spine line of Aurangabad. Towards south side is the new area, and this is again 24 meters road connecting to it. These are, we can very well see the planned areas, and this is what is my area of interest study, which is very close, dense and illegally developed areas, wherein I have tried to show through images, like it has got what kind of activities and amenities in my site and around my site. Next, please. I have analyzed my site through, we can very well see the figure ground map, wherein we can see my area is closely dense. There is hardly any open space. Then I have analyzed through road network typologies. There are hardly any proper roads, and the road widths are hardly 3 to 4.5 meters. Here I have drawn the cross section showing road width to building height, which is hardly we get any area. Then vegetation, there is no such open spaces in my site. Then building use wise, I have compared it with the PLU and ELU. So here we can see, even though in PLU there were reservations, and surprisingly, there is one 15-meter wide road proposed in the PLU, but in actual there is no road over there. People has encroached entire that 15-meter road running from west to east of my site in the center, and a nala is also running through, bisecting my site into two parts. Next, please, sir. Then typology I have studied. So I have studied like pakka kacha houses. So almost around 43% kacha houses are there. So I have got a lot of potential to do redevelopment over there. Building heights, so hardly, I mean, almost around more than 50% there are ground floor structures, because they are almost around, if we see the age, in between 41 to 50 years, the structures are there. And if we see the conditions, so almost around 50% of them are habitable, and rest 50% are moderate to uninhabitable, dilapidated. Next, please. Then occupation wise, almost around 99% are service class. That means the people go for daily wages and those kind of people who are working class. Then occupation wise also we see the same thing. Value wise, if we see in the map, there almost around 64% area is less valued, even though it is a heart of the city, centrally located. Why it is less valued? Because it's illegally developed there. They don't have their own ownership because of that Guntevari thing. Then activity generator. So what I have tried first to see what activities are there because of what we can do. Like I have mapped bus stops, railway station, rickshaw stands, hospitals, clinics, temples, like those things I have tried. And the morning activity to evening activities, what happens over there. Next. Then activity generator, again, informal activity. What are the informal activity? I have got a major access from that Jalna road is 12-meter existing road, which leads from the planned area that is called a Sindhi colony. And then after that, this horizontal is the proposed DP road, which is not in existence. So if we see the major on the major roads only, there are food hawkers and vegetable hawkers only. So that kind of activity happens. That also I studied throughout the 24 hours clock. Then seasonal activity, as this upper flow area is Sindhi colony, where the particular Sindhi community influence is there. After that, we see the blue patches, that those are Buddhist community influence. And after that, all the dots, circles are like Ganpati Utsav and rest Utsavs people celebrate over there. And that is what I have tried to demonstrate through my 12-meter entire road. And majority of the entire road is having mixed use because of that only access to my site. Next, please. Then I studied the typologies there. Broadly, I categorized typologies into 7 types. Like as I have told, there are small houses like below 30 square meters, a ground floor storied, then below 30, but ground plus 1 and residential, commercial, those kind of all typologies, till we get bungalow category also and apartment category of where, but it's a very few numbers. So there are total 2016 existing units in my site. Out of them, 1795 are residential and 25. So you can see only hardly 11% is the commercial activity, even though it has got a lot of potential. And out of those 1795, so please, out of those 1795 are majority again are almost around 66% are EWS and LIG people, and rest 44% are MIG and HIG. Next, please, sir. From this, I have come up with some concerns. What are those concerns? That's unsafe pedestrian street. As I told, there are no proper road width, all the vehicle flow and pedestrian flow on the same street. Then underutilized green spaces, unproportionate road width to building height, dense fabric. There is a nala which this 5 number, it runs across the street. It is almost encroached. I mean, I have seen 20 years back, it was almost around 6 meters, and now today it is hardly 2 meters wide. So that has been encroached. Then dispute ownership title, as I told, because of that Nizams. So there is no certain title ownership to them. Then what are the potentials? Like I told, strategically location, it is central. transit-orient development corridor can happen over here. So that is one potential. Then if we compare the PLU, then majority of them is a residential area. And the building conditions, as I told, 43% Kacha and 52% buildings are almost in between 41 to 50 years old. I have physically gone on site and I have interacted with the stakeholder. I had taken surveys done surveys over there, and I have collected data from the site. The 3D image represent what is the current situation of my site. The strategies for urban renewal I will be implementing, like the established long-term vision, design for people, create integration network, optimize land use, vitalize public places, and foster collaboration. Next, please. Then my structure plan would be for strategies to be implemented. First of all, I will be restructuring the entire area of my 16 acres. As the pilot project, restructuring of dense area to be implemented, the roads and plots to be redesigned, reclaiming the Nala as a neighborhood level public place, connecting the green places along with the insertion of community space, then integrating the pedestrian network, strengthening the pedestrian activity to avoid congestion and give a complete experience of the place of the user, redesigning the road infrastructure with restructuring the parking nodes. And this, how I can achieve that? I can achieve that through phasing. So in first phase, I'll be restructuring it. In second phase, I will be reclaiming the Nala. And in third and fourth phase, I will be redesigning the road and green infrastructure. And after that, proposing guidelines and sustainable future development. Next, please, sir. This is my master plan, wherein my vision board is to establish parameters which would promote a vibrant and sustainable neighborhood. Key interventions are making a strong commercial built with integrated mixed-use development, the consolidation of a civic hub linked to a green recreational belt along with Nala with a Hawker Street is acting as a city-level recreational space. So here in master plan, if you can see, the Nala, now what I have kept in mind is like this 45-meter Jalna road, which is hardly 300 meters from my side. So what concept I did was like, I had gone for a commercial core, like CBD kind of thing in this area, central area. And in the periphery of that CBD, then residential activities on the major, the 12-meter existing road, I have done it to expand it to 18 meters, and the horizontal proposed DP15, I again made it to 18 meters. So on the major roads, I have given mixed use and commercial properties, commercial structures, and below, below the southern side of the Nala, there is EWS and LIG, all activities I have given. Sir, please back. Sir, please back. Thank you. While designing this for EWS and LIG, I have taken care like there is a central activity called as activity incubator, wherein I have gone for skill development centers, because these people, they require their daily wages like bachat ghars and those kind of things, self-help groups. So those activities they can easily run over here and they can earn their earning from here, and which is in a walkable distance. So that is what is my concept over here. Next, please, sir.
Your time is up. We can run through the slides.
Okay, sir. Sir, these are my policies, guidelines. Next, sir. Yeah, these are the typologies of street which I will be proposing, and these are the typologies of the housing as an example which has demonstrated to one of the plots, wherein we can very well see each and every building has its own social space also, and entire plot also has a social cultural space, and the entire plot is connected through the pedestrian and NMT linkages. The conclusion from is an essential part of this approach is for transferring tenure to the residents over there, sir. And residents empowerment, creation of job opportunities, and physical development are the three main aspects of a sustainable renewal vision, and this can be achieved through government policies like PMAY, Amrut, and financing can be done through private investors as well as government investors. So, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to now call upon Professor Sonia Maheshwari.
Thank you, Shrikant sir.
Mahima Sharma's topic, redevelopment of informal settlement, a case of Jawahar Nagar Kachi Basti.
Okay, thank you very much, Shrikant sir, and good afternoon, everyone. Today, I and Mahima are going to represent Department of Urban Design from IUDI School of Architecture, Jaipur. So this project of ours is again in the city of Jaipur. Although we all know Jaipur as the old walled city of Jaipur, the city which was developed by Maharaja Jai Singh. But in the last 8 decades, the city has developed a lot, and we have all kind of developments in terms of examples as well as concerns also, apart from the walled city of Jaipur. So while looking at the city, the unique distinct feature of our city is also the slum areas, which is part and parcel of all the Indian cities. And when we actually looked into the list of notified cities, we found that almost 10 of the slum areas were located in the ecologically sensitive zones. So with this, I started the series of questions coming to our mind, which we again brainstormed, and then the decision was made to take up the site, which is again an area of almost 66 acres, one of the oldest slum areas of Jaipur city. And it is kind of developed in the foothills of Jhalana Dungri, Dungar being a small hill site. And this is a local term which we use. And Jhalana Dungri is a landmark feature of the city of Jaipur. So the preliminary questions for the thesis were that why is it so that even if we have ecologically sensitive areas, the people easily encroach these areas. And if we look at the scale of this particular basti, which is now being taken up as the thesis project by Mahima, it is enormous, and it sometimes creates a fear for the people who are living over there because of the seasonal threats which they face every year. The another question was that when we talk about these slums, most of the times it is a debate that whether the in-situ development or the relocation or a kind of participatory approach is going to help the redevelopment, help the renewal of these slum areas. So that was the second question which was raised and then tried to answer through the studio process. The third question was that even if these slum areas are redeveloped, they don't get integrated with the mainstream city residents and city areas. So is there any way to honorably acknowledge these areas as well as the residents of these areas as a part of the city and the city residents? And then the most important question which we generally face from the other professionals, that how the land economics can be instrumental in appropriation of urban renewal strategies in the larger benefit of slum dwellers as well as the city as a whole. So with this background, I would now like to hand over the platform to Mahima, because it was her rigorous work. And this thesis was done during the pandemic. So site visits were very difficult, but still she managed. And we had all kind of support from the officials. So based on the discussions, deliberations, on-site surveys, this thesis had come up as an exploratory research with certain narrative built up based on whatever informations and literature studies we can refer to. And as a part of her thesis project, she has tried to come up with certain demonstrative design solutions that how these questions can be answered. So over to you, Mahima.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. So my thesis is redevelopment of informal settlement. And I have taken the case of Jawahar Nagar Kachi Basti area, which is located in Jaipur. Sir, if we could move to the previous slide. Yeah, and can we bit zoom out so that we could see the whole sheet?
This is the whole sheet. Hello?
Yes.
Are you not able to see the whole sheet? This is, I've presented the whole sheet.
Okay.
It's in full screen mode.
Okay, so.
Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah. Okay, so Jaipur city is rich in heritage and natural beauty, and it has various minor and major streams which are merging into the Dravyavati river, which flows through the city. Jaipur city is flanked by reserve forest boundaries, and reserve forest and Aravali hills on the northern and the eastern side. Jaipur Wall City was planned in a way that it did not disturb or destroy the natural ecology of the areas. But the urban poor of the cities encroach the buffer areas or reserve forest in the catchment areas of the river, as they are unable to afford to live in designated residential areas. So, can we move to the next sheet? Jawahar Nagar Kachi Basti is situated on foothills of Jhalana and home to 5 ponds. So this area is located 4 kilometers away from the walled city Jaipur and is also adjacent to the Delhi-Jaipur National Highway, which promotes the commercial activities on the front side of the slum areas. So can we move to the next sheet? This slum is spread in 66 acres with a population of 55,000. This area is divided into 7 sectors, which are called tilas. So these are from tila number 0. We can see in this map to tila number 7. These tilas are 83%.
5 minutes up.
83% of the built and 17% of the unbuilt areas, and 61% of the total areas is residential, and 6% of the area has the amenities like school and public toilets. The remaining area is dedicated to the commercial activities on the front road, which is and this NH road, this complete area is adjacent to the national highway, which are further connecting Jaipur to Delhi. So can we move towards the next? So the design demonstration that we have taken for 5, 6, and 7 number tilas. So these are the detailed analysis of the tilas, which are actually showing that there are major and minor rivulets that are flowing further and merging into the Dravyavati rivers. So can we move to the next sheet? And these are the further 5 to 6 and 7 number tilas detail analysis showing street hierarchy. The 14-meter wide road is a national highway road, which is connecting Jaipur to Delhi, and internal street varying to 1.6 meter to 4 meter wide. They don't have any dedicated interactive spaces. So walkways along the national highways, temple and courtyards and nodes, the undulated and unsafe areas, they are becoming have become for the gathering spaces and playground for the kids. So can we move forward to the next sheet? The edge condition of the area shows the spillover activities taking place on the national highway roads. So can we move to the next sheet? 70% of the area is dedicated to residential area, as we can see in the map. 5% area is dedicated to commercial areas and road, and it's the commercial area is on the road, which are creating congestion on the national highway road. Also, the size of the household, as we can see, the 15 square meter to 25 square meters, and 6 to 7 people are living in a single household. So, sir, can we move to the next sheet? There are 44 vendors on the roads, and we can see the community participation as when we encountered interviews. Then the 90% people who are living in these areas are completely against to relocating or uprooting from any other new location. So can we move to the next sheet? So through the analysis, we have identified design parameters which are ecologically aspects which have been identified in ecologically aspect, the built space, public realm, infrastructure, integration within the city. So the sub-project were identified: recreation of buffer spaces around the ecological important area, in situ redevelopment of housing and infrastructures, reappropriate the edge condition. Aim was to design a redevelopment and upgradation model with ecological consideration in the planning for the urban poor. The government proposal for the area is to convert the land into the apartments and also develop the commercial hub for the entire city. There is also a proposal for the widening of the national highway road from 14 meter to 30 meter wide. So can we move to the next sheet? Thank you.
Last 3 minutes.
Okay. So can we, okay. Ecologically study, we have identified underground water rivulets which are further merging into the Dravyavati river. These green buffer spaces can be used as a neighborhood park by providing the bunding around the natural water bodies. and will stop the flow and connecting these water bodies to a recharge well, which will help to groundwater recharge. There are also, we have planted 1,300 trees. So densification of the tree will stop the soil erosion and the water logging in the area. So can we move to the next sheet? In situ upgradation, total area of these 5 to 7 number TILAs is having total area is 1,49,000 square meter. After
Mahima
the
ji, Mahima ji, hello. Mahima, you can patiently say it's okay if you cross the time limit by 1 or 2 minutes, but don't panic.
Okay, thank you, sir. So total area of the slum is 1,49,943 square meter. After the widening of the road, 1,20,993 square meter area has been left. So we have identified total 720 households which are in derelict condition and replace them with the new G+2 structure household. So housing units are varying 35 to 55 square meter. So major connecting room to the TILA has been widened to 6 to 9 meters. So every junction and nuclear spaces has been designed for the commercial activities and as a gathering spaces. So after the proposal, now built area is 83% with 14% of the green, because we have left all these 3 areas for the green spaces that could be used as a neighborhood spaces park. So can we move towards the next? So in low-rise redevelopment model, total area of the TILA is 1,49,043 square meter, and the area left after the widening 1,20,993 square meter. Total household unit that we have achieved in 1,392. So built area that we are getting is 70%, 73% is built, and the green area is 27%. So mixed use area 20% and resident. So can we move towards the next sheet? Yeah. So the mixed use area is 20% and the residential area is 88%. So the street hierarchy and public spaces also worked out according to the requirement of people. So can we move towards the third proposal? So this is the third proposal for the mid-rise redevelopment structure. So after the widening of the road, as we have discussed, that we have left with the 1,20,000 square meters. So in this total household that we have, existing household has 2,663, and in this model we have achieved 3,155 household. After accommodating the existing population, other area will be sold out to the developer on the market rates. So 10% of the area is dedicated to mixed use, 30% area is dedicated to residential use, with 30% area is dedicated to the green spaces also. So the built and so can we move towards the next sheet? Built and the open ratio is 70 to 30%. 70-30%. So the interactive or open spaces categories, so I have divided into the three level on the interactive open spaces and the green spaces. So area level, neighborhood level, and cluster level, these are the divisions. So in area level, we have provided the interactive spaces. So can we move to towards the previous sheet?
You want me to move to the next slide?
No, sir, the previous one, if you could show.
This one?
Yeah, so we have divided the areas into the 3 level. In area level, we have provided the vending spaces and the plazas. Neighborhood level, we have provided the nuclear spaces. In cluster level, we have provided on each floor every interactive spaces for the people. So for the area level, we have provided the neighborhood level parks, and then further in the area level, they have the community level park, and every cluster has minimum 35 square meter area left to be green. So can we move towards the next? These are the road hierarchy which we have designed for the NMT, and the 9 and 6 meter walkways has been provided for the pedestrian use only. Only the single arterial road will be connect, which would be dedicated for the vehicular movement. Rest of the area will be pedestrianized. So can we move toward the next? Design parameters and design on the basis of design parameters, we have worked out the design stand and design guidelines. So green area should be 30% of the total area. Not less than 2.5 meter of walkway would be allowed to both sides of the road. Green pocket should be given even every after the 200 meter of the building elevation line. 30% part of the building footprint should be left green. 3 meter frontage should be left for the commercial activities. So then further, if we can see the financial cost calculation, we have identified that the total construction cost of the nearly 400 CR, which includes the demolition of the structures and construction of the buildings and park and STP plants. So benefit which were receiving, which all we, the developer, he would receive the benefits from the commercial spaces, and from the rest, the 30% of the area, he would get the 734.6 CR, and the government will receive the benefits from the beneficiary, 10% from the 1 BHK with total construction and 10% of the 2 BHK total construction, which would include 14.04 CR. So further in phasing diagram, we can see that this project can be taken, completed into the 4 phases. So, and then it will take 10 years to complete. Then further, these are the comparison of the in situ upgradation, low rise and mid rise design models. So that was it. Yeah, this was it from my end. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mahima. So for the panel discussion of the session, we have with us architect Abhimanyu Dalal, architect Kiran Kalamdani as panelists, and architect Meenal Sagare as a moderator. So architect Abhimanyu Dalal, brief introduction. Abhimanyu Dalal is an architect and urban designer. He is a visiting faculty at the School of Planning and Architecture in Delhi and jury member at various universities across India. He has been a member of Delhi Urban Arts Commission and a founding member of the Shahjahanabad Redevelopment Corporation. He also serves on a number of educational and academic boards and is a member of the Delhi Urban Heritage Foundation. He has worked on the restoration and redevelopment of Chandni Chowk, as well as of the Ajmer Sharif complex, and on the heritage management plan for the Red Fort. His practice is currently engaged with projects of various scales, including urban conservation, institutional, and residential. Architect Kiran Kalamdani, he is a practicing urban designer and a conservationist. He has done his bachelor's degree in Pune from the Pune University, BKPS College of Architecture, Pune, and master degree in architecture with specialization in urban design from SPA, New Delhi, and MA Conservation Studies degree in Architectural and Urban Conservation from IAAS, Institute of Advanced Architectural Studies, University of York, UK. He is the partner at Himaya Architects, Urban Designers, Conservationists, started in October 1989. Having completed over 200 projects of various sizes of and scale, many projects have won critical acclaim, which include Heritage Corridor Project from Pune Municipal Corporation, revitalizing environs of Shaniwar Wada, Pune, recycling Vishram Bhagwada School for Maharashtra Vidya Mandal at Law College Road, and some of the ongoing projects are ghats at Pandharpur of pilgrims and other projects. So that's about architect Kiran Kalamdani, and we have our moderator for the day, who is architect Meenal Sagare. Meenal Sagare is an architect and urban designer based in Pune. After graduation from BKPS College of Architecture in Pune in 2002, she completed her master's from SPA New Delhi in 2006. She has been involved in teaching since 2007 and has been associated with VIT's PVPCOA for past 10 years. Currently, she is the program coordinator of the postgraduate course in urban design at PVPCOA. In 2014, she received MASA Research Scholarship for her research project, Placemaking and Architecture at River Confluences in India, a case of Sangam Mahuli Satara. She has recently completed her research in on climate change and learnings from the traditional land water practices of Majuli Island, Assam as part of Intact Scholarship 2021. I again would love to welcome all of you for the panel discussion. I now hand it over to Architect Minal Sagare, the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Shrikant, once again. Thanks for that kind introduction. Shrikant, there is a small request. Can we spotlight all the speakers of this panel so that all of them can be visible on the screen?
On it. It's done.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks, Shrikant, for giving me this design as well as a thesis guide. I'm always interested in the question that how young minds today perceive Indian cities, which are the pressing issues that they would like to engage with. At the same time, how do they imagine the future cities for themselves? And in turn, what is the role of urban design that they envisage? An IUDI urban design thesis seminar has always been providing this opportunity. So thanks for the same. Before we go ahead with this panel discussion, I would like to give a small outline of the panel discussion. We have total of 30 minutes for this session. To begin with, I'll invite panelists to share their viewpoints or comments on the presented thesis in this session. It will be followed by discussion. If there are any viewpoints that the students would like, presenters and guides would like to share, and towards the end we will take questions from the audience. So I'll request audience also to share their questions in chat box to Shrikant. So now moving ahead with today's panel discussion, I welcome our panelists, Professor Abhimanyu Dalal and Professor Kiran Kalamdani. And to begin with, I would like to invite Professor Abhimanyu Dalal to share his views or comments on the 4 presentations by Sushma, Sai, Swapnil, and Mahima. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Minal. First of all, I'd like to compliment the students as well as the guides for very challenging subjects and even more challenging and interesting solutions. So congratulations. This is a refreshing thing to see. I have generalized comments that I will just like to introduce from my side. I think the narrative that we select is based on the parameters we eventually define for ourselves as the means of defining that narrative. So yes, I see great designs. I'm always asking, are the parameters selected giving us the right narrative? Just very simply, when I see the gentrification, when I see things like in Panjim, Sushma had a very interesting and very well produced scheme right through. I was always wondering that should the crossroads have been the focus rather than the waterfront? Because the waterfront is almost given up to the city now. It's so good, it's so defined, it's so well worked out. It will be a city-wide facility, almost pushing back the neighborhoods again. When I look at the Central Vista, I see a real serious challenging subject, to look at Central Vista. It's so much in the news. And then my question again is that are we overdoing it? Do we need to leave things free and open for future and generations to come by? I fully agree that, in order to change the narrative of the axes and the political power and the colonial mindset, yes, this changes it. But have we overdone it? Do we need to leave more open spaces? Do we need to make sure that some of these buildings actually protect what is most important, as was said very clearly in the beginning, that it's the open space where people come and picnic? And should we have started looking at the buildings, the edges? The Aurangabad scheme, Swapnil, I think we were not pushing the envelope enough to look at a typology, a system, the narrative, which we have selected to do. And I would have the same comment really for Mahima, that have we gone the simple way of evicting and rebringing people back, rather than looking at conservative surgeries, looking at plot by plot redevelopment, introducing systems which will transform the bases. So I come back to my original premise that I think the narrative in our case should be inclusive design. I think the narrative should be based on participatory governance, 73rd Amendment. Nowhere have we discussed how the ward map, the political map, has been overlaid with our developmental proposal so that we can actually give self-governance to people. And if self-governance was the objective, then do you think these 4 schemes would continue to be in the same direction, or would it have changed a trajectory? This is not to say that what's been done is not right, but I do want to say that there is an alternative thinking, which somehow we have not taken up, especially when we look at urbanism as today, as urbanism people-oriented. And I think, we might fall into the trap of gentrification. We might fall into the trap of the big city, the smart city, the Delhi, Bombay, the syndrome. And I think one of the Minal's questions was that how do we look at urbanism in the second tier and third tier? And I think that's where the real the dilemma is, that are we looking at the correct narrative, and can we change our trajectory by focusing on something different, in which case I would recommend that it should be participatory governance. And that's something that is long being pending in our, we have the laws for it, but we don't seem to follow it. And if that was the case, will our 4 schemes be the same? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dalla. Over to you, Kiran.
Yeah, thank you, Meenal. And yeah, whatever Abhimanyu said, I think makes a lot of sense in view of the 4 designs that we saw. And also to continue some of the comments that were done, that were given in the earlier session, by Anurag Chawla and PVK Rameshwar. I think there are some larger issues that we at IUDI, would like to address when we are looking at a group of works by students. Even I would compliment the students on the real hard work that has gone into it. However, the kind of presentations that came up, and typically one tries to crowd a lot of information on a single sheet, resultantly not being able to convey, whatever graphics or whatever analytical things you might have worked out, they don't come through very easily in a short screen, that we're sitting in front of. And I think we as architects, urban designers, need to be aware of this, and try to be more and more concise and precise in how we convey information. In that respect, I think Sushma Aradhya's Panjim demonstration was quite lucid, and there were fewer visuals on a single screen, making it easier for somebody who's looking at a presentation for just 10 minutes to be able to absorb that and to be able to comment on that. So brevity is a kind of virtue that we need to adopt, we need to develop all across in our educational institutions and fora. You might make, hundreds of analytical diagrams and graphics and things like that, but what you present really, gist of it and a very short kind of summary of it is what is possible in the given time. And I think the guides need to focus on that. Of course, the first one was very, very lucid in that manner, I repeat. After that, this one by the one on the Central Vista, there's been lots of debate on this one, and whether after Delhi having had its 7 cities, this should have been left alone and we should have looked for fresh grounds is also another debatable thing over here. I think she started off well, and the kind of academic debate that was started off on democracy and the various ideological standpoints about urbanism and nation building and nation making and things like that. She got into that somehow towards the end of the demonstration, that we were expecting something a little more dramatic, especially also in terms of the present scheme, where the bureaucracies and the various ministries being deprived of so many essential services is what the whole hue and cry is being made about in Bimal Patel's scheme at the moment. And we look at countries like Sweden and all those people who survive on very, very minimal government allowances or government conveniences to be able to govern their people, So when the world is moving towards making probably less and less for the people who govern you, we at India are still caught in a kind of a time warp, When they made New Delhi, the modern historians said that this is an anachronism that we're building, a 1,000-room palace for the viceroy, which is even bigger than the palace at Versailles, is what was done. And whether we really should continue on that and take it forward is a long debatable question. I think this is not a forum for that, but some of these things are really going to come to the fore, because an Indian urban designer has now been given that position, and the whatever he's doing has been severely criticized. Some people have hailed it as a novel scheme, and probably that is a completely hot topic that goes on among urban design circles and also the conservation circles or the landscape circles, so to say. And we have people who are taking sides, in this kind of a debates, which is very good for a change. I think urban design seems to be making news in many places. The 2 schemes in Aurangabad and Jaipur on the housing, I think they all should have demonstrated what an urban designer can give to a housing scheme. Rather than looking at it from an architect's point of view, how would it really complement the city? How would it really take and make some of the city's new parts more memorable? Like what Sawai Jai Singh did say for Aurangabad or for Jaipur, or what Aurangzeb did or did not do for Aurangabad. So these are really historic standpoints which probably were completely lost in both the cases, because you really got into the figures. So much of residential area, so much open space, so much FSI or probably commercial and residential. So those are the typical kind of debates that architects would normally get into. But here is a chance where you can demonstrate as an urban designer what additional things that a whole housing scheme, when you're doing housing with reference to a city, what are the new things that could be added to that narrative. And well, I do appreciate Swapnil Shroff's making 2 business hubs right in the middle of that and trying to give it a sense of centrality and identity to those residential areas. But probably what it does to the streets, the existing streets, how does it make a memorable image for the streets? How the activities are planned in such a way that they create, spaces that people yearn for, who live in our everything to come to Pune or Mumbai or all that. That's what normally happens, a kind of a drain out. How do you stop that, and make Aurangabad as really the capital of Marathwada that once was, and how can it be made even more so in the present day? So I think there we should take it over for more further discussion. and look at other points, that others might have to raise on this. Meenal?
Yes, anyone from the presenters or the guides who would like to respond to the comments by the panelists? Sushma, would you like to respond?
Okay, so actually, I would like to thank you so much for actually giving me compliments as well as commenting about how the internal streets are. I think Abhimanyu sir, you had mentioned about how the internal streets fall back in the whole design proposal. But also it was a part of the thing that, all these streets are strengthened, because that is the important aspect of the streets in Goa, that a lot of interaction, musicians tend to play there, and that becomes a small public space on its own. So the idea was there as a part of strengthening of the streets, but maybe it was not put across and conveyed it in a right way. So that is one thing that I would like to add. But when it comes to the part of governance aspect of it, so I feel that we have opportunities. Like the project had addressed to an extent to understand the smart city proposal and the importance of how they look at cities and development and everything. And maybe I'm not addressing the, maybe I'm not making a point. I think it's okay. That's yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so the earlier session was also about urban renewal, especially in the context of historic precincts. And there was the discussion that was happening about the approaches of conservation versus redevelopment, which particularly are in conflict with each other. It's necessarily a conflict between the old and the new, but as we understand it on a deeper levels, it is also about values, because why we appreciate historic precincts much is also because it allows the generations to draw values from it. As against that, as also pointed out by Professor Dalal and Professor Kalamdani, that in today's process of development, mostly it is all about number game. It has reduced down to. So I would like to take that question a little ahead and would like to spend a little more time in understanding this question and possibly try to explore the middle ground, not necessarily balancing out conservation versus redevelopment, but what all opportunities that perhaps exist between the conservation and redevelopment as the two approaches in a way. So the question here I would like to set in this manner, that is there any possibility of design or coming up with a design framework that will allow time to play its role so that the future generations can draw values for themselves? So this is somewhat I'm indicating that can we really look at the urban design as a process rather than looking at a product in a way. So the question is to both the panelists, and later on, even if the guides would like to respond to the question, they are welcome. Yes,
Meenal, as I see it, this kind of urban renewal and use in a historic precinct, and that also was my urban design thesis about 30 years ago, where I had looked at the possibility of using material, the material that is salvaged from that particular place. None of our contemporary builders try to reuse that material, which is a pity. Sometimes there is some very good material that is salvaged from these buildings, and it straight away goes to the fellow who sorts it out and sells it in the scrap market. There's one way of actually addressing to the textures, colors, materials, and feel of an old city, and demonstrate what is a graceful or harmonious transition from one to the other. The second is about the typology and the kind of the arrangement of spaces. The typical argument is a plot, a building in a plot versus a building that makes a kind of a living environment. Normally around courtyards, which makes the street. So these are some of the values that are completely lost in modern developments, because the fire vehicle has to move in a certain way, or certain utilities have to be placed in certain positions. So those are some of the challenges probably which our next generations will have to address, and show that it is possible to reconcile the two. It's not just one or the other. Then it was in that similar thing, a hierarchy of the spaces at which people might interact, in a residential neighborhood, and which something was organically developed in the older cities, which developed over a period of time. Whereas in a modern development, you expect all that to happen immediately. So leaving some space, leaving some of the corrective measures to be brought in over a period of time is probably one of the strategies that could come into the urban design angle and might inform contemporary architectural practice.
I would like to add on that. There is really no conflict between the past and the future. If the development is transformational, if it takes into account the wishes of the people we are developing for, and if you're looking at it sustainable, if you're looking at it in a way that's climate conscious, is what Kiran has just said, I think there is no conflict really. The conflict is when we want a clear differentiation between the past and the future. And as long as it's transformational, I don't think that conflict will happen. Now, most communities that we are dealing with in today's four cases, I think they would have liked to see a transformational change. They are all proud, even if it is the Kachi Basti or Aurangabad. They are people who have a life to lead on their piece of land, maybe not acceptable to us in our own modern ways of thinking or what we require in terms of our planning standards, but it's there. And so therefore, as we want to transform that plan to something that we think is appropriate, we first need to ask them, can you afford it? Because a lot of the plans that we see is lending itself to gentrification. A lot of historical restoration, urban development is becoming destination and is becoming very clearly gentrified. It's almost not catering to the people who are there. Now, that is the starting point of the conflict of urbanism between the past, the future, and how we tackle with it today as urban designers. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Any of the guides who would like to respond to this question? Yeah, I can see Sonia here.
Yeah, Meenal, I'm here.
Yes. Would you like to add to it?
Not much for us, actually. It was not exactly the historic precinct, but the area which was outside the historic precinct. And obviously, whenever we talk about Jaipur, it's the context of walled city which dominates us always. So when we looked at the site, the location of the site within the city was so that politically it was a kind of protected area. If you talk about land economics, it is one of the prime areas within the city. And then when you look at the people who have settled over there, it is a place which is a kind of a neighborhood for them for almost more than 50 years. So for us, the focus somehow moved to the other aspects which are more social, economical, and obviously the environment was the priority beyond the other aspects. And yes, it's as it was said by Abhimanyu sir in the beginning, that the parameters which you have chosen to build up your narrative actually leads you to the kind of process which you are following. So that is one reason. And for us in Jaipur, it is always a debate. And being in Jaipur and then in Rajasthan, that with the pro-development approaches, how this heritage is going to be integrated. So every time it is a debate, every time it is a quest. And when you actually talk with the people who are the actual stakeholders and who are actually supposed to be the beneficiaries also, you have a mixed kind of opinion when it is a part and parcel of administrative or political deliberation. It becomes another platform. When you talk with the professionals, they have their own way of looking at the scenario. So it's again a process, and every time it's situational. So honestly, we have not always come to a conclusion. Obviously, we are into a state wherein heritage is a prime aspect, so we always consider it. But this time our project was totally different from the heritage aspects. We were looking into the actual development things and the social aspects which are related with the development when we talk about different segments of the people. So still in the process. That's what I would like to say. And thank you, Kiran sir. Thank you, Abhimanyu sir. Your opinions were really very critical and to the point. And Abhimanyu sir, it was long back when we were students that you used to come for our juries for first semester, second semester. It was good to hear from you after so long. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Listen, I must tell you, I'm not that old yet.
No, I understand that. We are also. But I remember that
so much
you came
time.
for our first semester and second semester jury at SIP. So it was good to see you after so many years.
It's a pleasure always. Yeah.
Thank you so
much. But Sonia, what I feel is that they are not two watertight compartments, that either you play second fiddle to heritage and try to copy things and do that, or you go to the other extreme of being a brutalist, or whatever, postmodernist or modernist. So there are several layers in between, which could be explored and which could be used in such a way that you satisfy both the faculties. A building to be contemporary need not copy its neighbor in its features, it need not have that kind of a stance. At the same time, it could express contemporary concerns, about climate change or materials or the carbon footprint and things like that. So probably, I think we should look at architecture or even urbanism as evolving over a period of time, that we consolidate the wisdom of the past and take it forward into the present and the future, rather than choose between them as, watertight compartments, is what I think the initial narrative should be all about.
Sure, sir.
Thank you, sir. There is a question from the audience. There is a question from Sovan. In urban design domain, we mostly talk about design, people, public spaces, built environment, lifestyle, as aspirations, etc., which are the values and qualities of design. Shall we also start talking about the financial benefits parts directly, which may gain more attention to make the domain more relevant and be more effective? Just a thought. I would like to hear from any of the respected speakers or participants. So who would like to respond to this question?
I would say, obviously, it has to make financial sense. And if it makes good financial sense, it's all the more welcome. Urban design does not mean that, that we are trying to delve into something very romantic or something which is not practical or, into that realm. So why not? I mean, it can also make very good economic sense. I quite agree with this suggestion. Yes.
I'll just add that when you talk about financial systems, there are two things. One is the economic gain, and then there is the financial gain. If you go to cost-benefit analysis, if you look at Doshi's Aranya project, for example, he talks about giving out a room separately, which makes economic sense to the families that live there. But then the densities that we are achieving has some benefit to the financial values, to the state, to the government. So I think there is a social good, there is a financial good, and there's an economic good. And we can put numbers to all of it, of course. But yes, the economic and financial good must be taken into account, but it must benefit a number of different stakeholders. And it's not just the builder or the state or what tax we will give, but do the people who live there make their lives better?
I would put it like that, where the initial iconic kind of projects, by Charles Correa or by Doshi at Aranya, Charles Correa's Belapur housing, for instance, they got gentrified in the sense that, they became economically such prime localities that the initial sort of cause behind them was in the process lost. Whereas the place from where I'm talking about, is a kind of an industrial. It's to what Noida is to Delhi, Pimpri Chinchwad is to Pune, where my father-in-law, who had worked with Charles Correa, he had asked some people from a factory to put their money in a housing scheme, and where it was all laid out as a ground floor kind of a plotted kind of scheme. And over the years, the incremental housing really worked there, since it was not prime locality like Belapur, Mumbai, and the new city and all that. Of course, this was a new city, but probably a lower key. And there, after he died, probably we were working on the incremental housing of those houses. So that's one instance where they did not have to move into flats, into apartment blocks. When the family expanded, they could actually build on top, which was much cheaper than buying a flat somewhere else. So incremental housing also works in some cases, probably where the land values don't pressurize the people to sell out and give it away to developers. So the society themselves, even today, they manage the extension for the houses. There's each owner who adds on the top, and either wants to rent it out, he rents it out, or if his son or daughter wants to stay upstairs, he uses it. So some of the earlier values of incremental housing, it made a lot of economic sense, because they bought 13 acres of land, and there are some 360 owners, of that, which they can easily, use very effectively and economically today. So economics, like what Abhimanyu said, the finance part of it, or even the kind of amenity side of it, can make a lot of sense if it is properly managed.
I think we are towards the end of this panel discussion. So before we conclude the discussion, I would like to know from Professor Abhimanyu Dalal and Kiran Kalamdani that is there any concluding remark that you would like to make as far as the future challenges that we must be aware of as far as the urban renewal projects in the historical precincts context is? Yes.
Yeah. In very brief, I would say that our urban design must be inclusive in nature. A lot of our work tends to become gentrified just by the quality of the designs we make. Not to say that we should do under quality design, but what I'm saying is that many of our designs lend to gentrification, as we just discovered in, let's say, Belapur and the other project by Korea. So I think when we look at inclusive design, we have to understand the nature of what our urbanism is all about. And whether we are looking at the Central Vista or we are looking at another place in the country, public spaces, housing, they need to be understood at an inclusive level. And therefore, I always believe that one way of achieving inclusiveness is participatory governance. So I think that's an important way to start, because good design can very quickly become not available to the people you want it for. And gentrification takes place. And therefore, I think that's a caution that we should look at. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, what I feel is that urban design should be able to project ourselves into the near and the distant future, to be able to visualize what is going to happen to something that we are drawing on our keyboards today, So it's also about that, I think, looking into probably a distant future, something which has become increasingly difficult nowadays, but building up such scenarios over a longer period, I don't know whether Savai Jai Singh really envisaged, that 200 years on, this would be a World Heritage Site and whatever would happen here. Or the Shaniwar Vada that we spoke of, I don't know whether Bajirao really dreamt, that there would be an Indo-Japanese fusion dance show over there, made by the various people here in Pune and the Japanese dance master. So these are like completely improbable or very difficult to imagine kind of things. And probably that's what we call a visionary, in urban design. A visionary is something who can envision what might happen given a certain lapse of time. And I think if we can do that, that will be really historic urban design. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Abhimanyu Dalal and Professor Kiran Kalamdani for being the panelists for this session. I also thank Sushma, Sai, Swapnil, Mahima and their guides for being a part of this session. So thank you everyone. And with that, with this, I conclude this session and I hand over the screen to Shrikant for the further proceedings. So thank you. Over to you, Shrikant. Shrikant, you are on mute.
Thank you, all the presenters, guides, and the panelists and the moderator. We shall begin with the next session now. Hello, we shall begin in some time. We're waiting for one of the panelists to join us. Okay, it's a privilege to start the session 3. The theme of the session is urban renewal, spaces left over after planning and the new extensions. I would request Professor Pramod M. Gavari, Head of the Department, School of Planning and Architecture, University of Mysuru, to introduce the topic first topic for the session 3, Civic Common Redux, Reactivating the Urban Voids in Mysore by the student Shashank PS.
Okay, am I audible, Shrikant?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Shrikant, and good afternoon to all. So I'll just going to introduce the topic, that is civic command redux, reactivating the urban whites of Mysore. In today's urban realm, space has become a luxury due to rapid urbanization and population growth. While the population and build density is increasing, social spaces for people to come together are decreasing. And on the other hand, there are abundant spaces in the city which lie empty due to geographical, natural, and historical factors. These empty spaces, that is urban voids, are a ready source of space waiting to be activated and utilized by the people of the city. And this thesis is essentially an exercise in identifying such forgotten urban spaces and reactivating them as an act of urban acupuncture. And this process takes significance within the context of the selected city, that is Mysuru. Mysuru, the cultural capital of Karnataka, has a rich colonial and cultural past. Majority of the city grew in early 1900 under the British Raj, and a symbol of that development were the conservancy lanes, which today have turned into nothing more than dump yards and crime-infested spaces. The main focus of this thesis is the reactivation of these conservancy lanes within the residential area of Mysuru into usable civic spaces. In the end, the solution provided in this thesis are designed to be not only site-specific, but are universal in the sense that they can be replicated elsewhere in the Indian context. The intervention includes spatial solutions catering to different typologies such as ecology, mobility, economy, and civic amenities. Apart from which, there is also a user-oriented toolkit enabling easy public participation in the urban design process. Therefore, this thesis does sincerely attempt to bring life back into our urban wides. So I call upon Shashank to take over the mic. Shashank?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, sir. Very good afternoon to everyone. And I would like to start by thanking SPA, UoM, and IUDI for this wonderful opportunity. Coming back to the task at hand, so can you go to the next slide? So yeah, as sir explained in his introduction, the main theme of the thesis topic, the thesis in essence is an exercise in identifying forgotten urban spaces which are or were part of the city's infrastructure network, and then reactivating them as an act of urban acupuncture. So answering the first, so why urban voids? Again, space has become a luxury, and since majority of new development focuses mostly on habitable and commercial spaces, it's become important for us to find space within the existing city for communal nature. And urban voids are already there as a readily available source for this particular problem. The entire talking about the structure of the thesis, the entire process is equal parts research and documentation and equal parts urban design intervention, wherein in the research and documentation component, I have tried to identify, categorize, and document urban voids into different typologies, and also look at the impact that they have on the urban form. Whereas in urban design interventions, I've concentrated on one single urban void and the impact it plays within the confines of a single precinct. Thank you. Next slide. Okay, with respect to Mysore, yeah, urban voids of Mysore. So why Mysore? It's a city that I've come to love and wanted to give something back to it. But more importantly, it's because it has an abundance of urban voids owing to its rich colonial past. And the first step of the thesis was to identify the urban voids within Mysore, where I've tried to categorize them into 4 different types: stormwater drains, high tension lines, railway buffers, and conservancy lanes. Based on the looking at the map, one can deduce the area consumed by these urban voids. Okay, next slide, sir. Okay, now going a scale down towards the selected urban void typology, which is conservancy lanes. Started off by documenting and identifying every single lane, and in Mysore ended up with around 4.9 square kilometers of precincts with conservancy lanes, with a total number of 621 conservancy lanes and 57 kilometer in length. Then I've tried to categorize them based on current usage and physical characteristics such as width, length, and so on, with the main observations being a large chunk of the lane of these conservancy lanes have already been co-opted into public streets. Another majority, a significant chunk, has been encroached upon by private citizens, with only a small number of lanes which are still laying dormant or vacant. And that is the prime focus of the interventional part of the thesis. Next slide, sir. As far as arriving at the precinct was concerned, tried to look at all the different precincts in Mysore with conservancy lanes, categorize them based on their individual precinct character as well as lane character, did a SWOT analysis, but in the end, finally arrived at a super precinct of sorts. It's a combination of 3 sub precincts, with the main reason being the amalgamation of these 3 precincts gave more diversity, more variety in terms of lane characteristics, thereby giving us a chance to explore more number of themes with respect to interventions and so on. Thank you, sir. Next slide, please. Yeah, your run-of-the-mill precinct study or urban morphological analysis and all of that. But more importantly, the main difference here being it was done in cognizance with the lane. The focus being the interplay between each urban design layer and the conservancy lane, and how the conservancy lanes interacted with different urban design layers, or the physical and socioeconomic layers that we see in a city, and so on. Next slide, sir. Then the next step was precinct analysis, issue identification, which was divided into 4 different themes, broad themes: economy, ecology, mobility, and amenity, civic community based. Identified the issues within these themes plaguing the precinct, and then the next step was to filter them based on the necessity or based on the solvability with respect to conservancy lanes, which are the issues which can be ameliorated by usage of conservancy lanes and so on. And the next step being strategy, identification, and mapping all of those, whereby I tried to look at conservancy lanes and how they can be used in order to solve certain issues and so on. Next slide. Based on all the findings, all the documentation analysis until this particular level, it was tried to arrive at a interventional typology. The interventions were further divided into 3 basic types, or into 3 different scales. One was at the precinct level, where these interventions were spread out throughout the precinct and followed those 4 broad themes which were used for identification of the issues. Then there was lane level interventions, where I tried to select individual lanes and try reactivating them contextually or site specifically. And then there's a toolkit with recommendations and guidelines, so that what all the lessons learned in this process can be condensed into something which can be replicable, so that there's a universality to it and there's a continuity in terms of the urban design process. So next slide, sir. The first part of the interventions was an interventional strategy matrix, where again, based on the 4 broad themes and the location. So it's an intersection of the interventional theme and the location, whereby it helps us decide the different interventions and where they can be placed, along with the sub-typologies and so on. So next slide, sir. Okay, the first precinct-based intervention. Okay, an example for the precinct-based intervention you can see is the amenity-based. It's with respect to the civic community component. Based on the analysis of the precinct, we tried to fill the gap with respect to civic communities within the precinct, and again further divided into typologies like infill projects, recreational spaces, gathering spaces, and so on, and where they can be placed within the precinct. and also tried to come up with a matrix for interventional criteria. The criteria talks about the location, where should the intervention be placed, the material that needs to be used, and the spatial requirement for that particular intervention. Thank you. So next slide, sir. Other examples of the precinct-based interventions, such as ecology-based interventions, economy-based interventions, mobility, and so on. And within each precinct-based intervention, there are sub-typologies of interventions. For example, in ecology, we have typologies such as community gardens, rainwater harvesting, and water runoff management. So for each subtypology, there are multiple layers of master plans, and all of them overlaid will give me the precinct-based master plan, and so on. So next slide, sir. So yeah, this is an example of the precinct-based master plan, where all the spatial interventions from the 4 different themes have been overlaid into one single master plan, explaining all the different interventions that can be done on the precinct as a whole. Next slide, sir. Okay, coming to the next level of intervention, that is the individual lanes. I've tried to select 6 different examples of lanes from within the precinct, displaying different characteristics. So with respect to physicality, with respect to land use, with respect to topography, and so on. But the main crux being categorization based on land use. It's been classified into isolated residential, networked residential, mixed use, and commercial land use typologies, and each land use typology has 1 or 2 examples. Next slide, sir. Examples for individual lane level interventions. So this is an example for a reactivation of a conservancy lane in a commercial area. Kalidasa Road is a commercial hub in the particular precinct, and since this conservancy lane is parallel to the road, the idea was to convert this into a pedestrian pathway with shops opening towards the lane as well, with frontage towards the back of the building, by providing civic amenities such as restrooms and recreational spaces such as dining area. Since the lane already had a lot of hotels, so the hotels would open up to the back of the lane as well, with open air seating inside the lane, and so on. Next slide, sir. Another example for the commercial typology of lane, but here the approach was different in sense. There we were trying to provide more civic amenities within a commercial area. Here, the idea was to convert the lane itself into a commercial hub by transforming the lane into a farmer's market, and so on. Next slide, sir. An example for individual lane reactivation in a low-income group residential area. That was the railway quarters with a lot of blue-collar workers. And since it lacked majorly in civic amenities, the idea was to use the conservancy lane to house those civic amenities such as like public library, civic center, plaza, playgrounds, outdoor gyms, sports arenas, and so on. Next slide, sir. An example for lane reactivation in a high-income group residential area. Since, okay, again, this did not lack in terms of civic amenities. What we observed was there was a lack in terms of social interaction. So, and the best way to go forward with it, towards it, was to create communal spaces which catered to the sensibilities of those high-income, to the affluent people who lived in the neighborhood. So the idea was to create community gardens in this particular area. The lanes could be converted into community gardens for use by the local populace. Next slide, sir. So forward, sir.
Is this the slide that you want to explain? Or the matrix?
The matrix, sir. The first slide of the matrix.
Yeah.
The previous one, sir. Yeah, this one, sir. Thank you. So yeah, the next component was the interventional selection matrix, which is basically a circular matrix with all the different characteristics. We have tried to categorize the characteristics of socioeconomic as well as physical characteristics of a conservancy lane in a particular hierarchy with parameters, subparameters, and choices. So people, ordinary citizens and urban designers alike can use this to document the character of a particular lane and compare it with other lanes. Again, two objectives. One was to improve public participation in the urban design process, and the other was to simplify the urban design selection process. In the sense, the interventional selection process needed to be simplified, needed to have this was the step where people could have a say in what happens within the conservancy lane and so on. Next slide, sir. A few examples of predefined matrices. So for each spatial intervention, there would be a predefined matrix which can be compared to the one being documented. So people can document the characteristics of a particular lane, compare it to the set of the matrices that can be provided, thereby identifying a particular intervention which is suitable for their particular lane. Yeah, so next slide, sir.
Last 1 minute, Shashank.
Yeah, the last component being basically, yeah, guidelines and recommendations, but then I've tried to address major issues, themes, aesthetics, practicality, and universal design, access, mobility, visual vibrancy, signage and legibility, and so on. So under each particular theme, there are further recommendations and guidelines. So all of these multitudes of interventions along with the recommendations and guidelines would form the toolkit so that it can be used elsewhere. All the learnings from here can be replicated in other India-specific or contextual cities in India with similar conservancy lanes and so on. At the end of the day, the goal being to help bring life back to our conservancy lanes, which are right now more than empty spaces. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So we'll move on to the next presentation. I'd now like to call upon Suruchi Modi, Professor MArch Urban Design, Sushant School of Architecture, to introduce the topic redensification of underutilized areas within the city structure, a case of emoji lines indoor.
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hello.
Shivani will be presenting. I'm her guide, Niti Dundona. I'll just give you an overview of her project.
Okay, madam. Yeah, please, you can go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. The growth of urban areas is happening endlessly, and though one realizes that the concern is not the expansion, but the problem lies in the underutilization or no utilization of the valuable service land lying within the city structure. Poor utilization of such valuable resources at the cost of brainless sprawl is the issue which should not be dealt at an area level, but at a city level. Every city must look inside and find such pockets and prepare a policy for further development. So the thesis aims to create a strategy for such areas in the city with the vision of optimal utilization of land with principle of compact development. The focus will not only be essentially about the densification, but with the view to optimize the use of land with functions necessary for such pockets in the city, which revives them socially, functionally, and physically. And another argument made in the thesis is that the city becomes a victim of such fragmented and brainless development when the city growth is very, very rapid. Such cities are identified as second-tier cities in India, which are serving large population from their surrounding small towns and villages. cities. These cities are identified to be a crucial stage of development, with a few of them almost doubling up in a decade. Since mega cities or tier 1 cities are already exhausted, the thesis aims to study the tier 2 cities, which expects a rapid growth in the coming years. The primary intent is to define an approach towards low density monofunctional precinct in the city that lies underutilized in their potential towards a positive contribution to the city, and incorporate them in the urban structures through a renewable process. The thesis will illustrate the restructuring and redevelopment of an existing low density area in the city to be transformed into a compact city district. I think Shivani will explain the rest in her PPT. Thank you.
Thank you.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, I would like to go to the next slide. Yeah. I think all the graphics here are covered in the introduction given by Nidhi ma'am, so we can move forward. Yes. So like said by ma'am, the cities become the growth of fragmented development as the growth is rapid, which are the second tier cities in India. So one such city is the city of Indore in Madhya Pradesh. The city is experiencing exceptional pressure of growth also because there are very few cities in the next 500-kilometer radius, and which makes it very important for Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, as well as Rajasthan. The city is financial capital of the Madhya Pradesh, the education hub of central India, the cleanest city of India for past 3-4 years, and also an upcoming IT and healthcare hub for the central region. So all these factors contribute to its rapid growth of 45%, which is high compared to the other nearby cities. So I've chosen the city for my presentation. Then as we look at the ward-wise density map, so there is a dense core in the center, then there is a ring of development which is quite sparse, and then a second ring which is of medium to high density. Simplifying the map, we can see that the sparse ring has a lot of vacant underutilized parcel which belong to the government holding, and the dense ring is mostly the result of slums as shown in brown color. Thus, the planned development is very, very low density. Some parcels are identified as underutilized land within the city, which have high potential to be redeveloped. One such area is of emoji lines in Indore. Next slide, please. Yes. The map shows the area has direct proximity to the old city and is still vacant and bypassable area in the city. It is surrounded by private residential development towards south and slum areas towards the west. The reason to choose this site is firstly its dilapidated and abandoned structures, availability of vacant and unutilized land. It is also obsolete in design, located in the heart of the city, and there is the proposed good metro connectivity to the site. Next, please. The next section shows the sites and the surrounding study. For the surrounding study, an area of 3.5 kilometer across 4 kilometer is studied, which is shown in the box. As we zoom into the built use of the site, we can see in the black hats that a major portion is defunct and the institutions are obsolete, and some of them have moved out. There is also a large vacant land, and the site edges are mostly of mixed use nature. This is the open space map showing recreational open spaces in green and cultural open spaces in yellow color. As we look closely to the cultural open spaces, we will see that there are a lot of city level cultural assets within 1 to 1.5 kilometers from the site. There are also plentiful recreational spaces around the site, but the old city and the slum areas do not have any open spaces inside. Thus, the surrounding recreational spaces are very much exhausted with people using them from around the area. Next, please. Further, the plot sizes are studied to understand the typologies and problems related to typology. The detail of typology study is not mentioned in the presentation. Further, morphology study is done to understand the porosity and typology around the site. The map shows length of parcel. The second map shows length of parcels. The longer blocks are dark in color to show their non-porous structure. Inferring to the surrounding site study in terms of morphology, two-grid system is proposed for design. The vehicular grid is kept course of about 150 cross 60 to reduce dominance of cars, while the alternate pedestrian grid is proposed with maximum distance of 50 meters. This is done to create an alternate pedestrian-friendly movement. Next, please. The site is also well connected by major arterial roads in the city. Also, there is a proposed metro connectivity through the site with an interchange station of about interchange station about 2 kilometers away, giving it a very good transit connectivity. The stakeholder map also shows that a major portion of the land belongs to the government holding and small pockets in blue are privately owned. Next slide, please. The edges of the site are mostly mixed use nature, but are recently destructed under road widening. Most of these structures look like these and will be soon redeveloped. As we can see the elevation in the below section, we can see most of the structures are broken because they were under road widening as a part of redevelopment of near the old city area. Next, please. Further, these 6 parcels were identified for redevelopment of about 80 acres. So parcel 1 are the dilapidated edges of the site which were under widening. The second parcel shows vacant land which is informally used by people for vending activities right now. The third parcel has mostly abandoned or underutilized government housing for employees working in nearby collector office. Half of them belongs to soldiers' family who were serving the palace before independence and are now vacant. Parcel 4 and 5 are another vacant parcels which belonged to some institute under government holding, which are now obsolete and have moved out. And parcel 6 has an abandoned veterinary hospital. The hospital has also moved out and the land remains vacant. Next, please. The next part is the SWOT analysis. So major strength of the site is the central location in the city. And it is walkable to the old city markets, which are very, very exhausted right now. There's plentiful social infrastructure to support the population nearby. Lastly, there are large parcels under government holding in this portion of the land. The primary weakness is the lost identity of the site. The site is also abandoned and defunct. This has also led to formation of slums, making the area unpleasant and unlivable. There is an opportunity to reimagine the functions on the site with newer needs of the city. It can also be a catalyst for such redevelopment for high quality living near workplace. Moreover, it has potential to become pedestrian-oriented modern development with the benefit of transit connectivity. The threats to the site are the defunct land, which has made the area a lost space and also a bypassable area of the city. Also, availability of vacant land can result to formation and spreading of slums. As conclusion to the site analysis and case studies, I have reached to the following design principles in the right side: to create strong structural linkages, have alternate pedestrian routes, have active mixed-use spines and activity nodes, intensify the use of existing activities, multiple use of spaces, and linking the existing landmark functions together. Next, please. The next part of the presentation is the design itself. So the vision is to create an essential catalyst for reutilizing the underutilized land in the city, which gives an active and vibrant identity to the forgotten city fabrics. The first objective here is to create a seamless link between the old and the new and direct functions towards the site. To do this, typology is suggested for the amalgamation of destructed edges around this site under road widening. Guidelines for their development will merge the old and the new fabric and also direct the functions towards the site. The second objective is to create a permeable and accessible public realm. For this city level NMV route are proposed for about 3 to 5 kilometers. This, with strong geographical benefit, will connect workplaces and residences. The route connects further to the other identified parcels for redevelopment within the city itself, to the old city markets where the large number of people will be working, to the collector office whose employee housing is on the site, and further to cultural and recreational landmarks like Lal Bagh Palace to make them accessible to large population. This will reduce distances to almost half of these destinations and promote NMV and pedestrian movement. Next, please. The next objective is to create attractive living edges in the heart of the city. The major vehicular spine of the new development has landmark building. Previous, please. Previous, yeah, going forward. Yes. The major vehicular spine of the new development has landmark building at junctions. Also, at the arrival of the metro station, there is an attempt to create retail and entertainment landmark and a public plaza. As the city has grown towards the northeast of the old city, there is less. These areas towards the southwest is less developed with high demand for cinemas, modern retail and office spaces, etc. This demand will be addressed along the spine. The last objective is to propose high density residential development and optimize the use of land. Details of these parcels will be given further. Next, please. Different layers of the objectives are reflected in the structure plan one by one. Layer 1 is of the road network. There is an attempt to reduce the area under roads largely. Second layer is of the pedestrian-oriented spine connecting various community functions alongside. The third layer is the commercial and the mixed-use edges flowing from the old city to the site. And the fourth layer is of the residential blocks proposed. Next, please. The master plan reflects the detailed approach. The plan will be further explained in detail in parts. Next. The pedestrian spine is further detailed as institutional oriented in blue color, community oriented in pink color, and recreational oriented in green color. Previous slide. So, yes. So towards the left, we can see that all these pedestrian spine are in 3 different colors. So they are developed as a community spine, institutional spine, and recreational spine. The blue spine largely binds the institutional functions and incorporate them into the structure by multi-use of spaces. The green spine allows for quick movement from the metro station to different destinations with good walkable experience. The pink spine is the community spine, which binds the existing and the new neighborhood by providing community and recreational facilities. A multi-purpose community open space is provided here. The program is made such that it can serve an area of about 4 to 5 kilometers around the site with connectivity through the large NMV network. In everyday, towards the right, we can see there are 3 graphics. So in an everyday scenario, the area will serve the people for recreational purposes. Weekly, the space will host weekly bazaar as it is adjoining the informal settlement. It can benefit them economically and allow more people to come. Most of these dwellers are vegetable vendors and fruit vendors. A part of this community just have their thelas with seasonal products. Weekly markets will benefit them economically also. During festivals, the spaces can be used by neighborhood to come together and enjoy. Next slide, please. These are the details of the green and the blue spine. I'll not explain it further in detail. So next, please. The next design move is to suggest guidelines and typologies for redevelopment of the dilapidated edges under road widening. The plots here are deep and less wide to harness the benefit. Active retail frontages are made on both the rear and the front side of the plots. This will help accommodate more shops and give flexible unit sizes. Second attempt is to make this as more permeable for people and also accessible and visually permeable. These are the existing plot sizes given in the green color on the top right corner. The guidelines for amalgamation are made flexible and 3 different typologies are proposed for amalgamation: above 1000 square meter, 600 to 1000 square meter, and less than 600 square meter. The guidelines help create punctures at different levels to make it more permeable. Create a colonnaded retail street on the rear side as well. Have 2-wheeler parking on ground level, but at the rear side for quick shopping experience. The lastly, open front at a residential entry level to create interactive residential front. The sectional view in the previous slide shows the front and the rear street markets, the 2-wheeler parking lane at the rear side, and there is a open otla at the residential entry level, which gives a feel of residential living at ground level. Next, please. The next design move is to propose typology for the residential development. The parcel 1 is developed as low-income group housing, mixed-use retail and rental housing. Parcel 3 is developed as employee housing for the nearby collector office. And parcel 6 is developed as affordable MIG housing. The view shows the overall proposed development. So starting with the key mentioned in the picture, the first parcel is for the affordable housing as we discussed earlier. Then there is a existing campus open space, which is incorporated in the blue spine. Then there is an employee housing, then the healthcare campus, and then there is a cricket ground, which is open for public use after school hours. So this becomes our institutional spine, and below we can see a multi-purpose open space, which is the market space which we were talking about, which have a multi-use in different times and different types of V. And the below development shows the middle in the same slide, yeah, middle income group housing in the central area. So this is the overall scheme which will picture as after redevelopment. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I request the next presenter to be introduced by the guide. Architect Ishwar B. from BMS College of School of Architecture, Yelahanka, Bengaluru. Reinvigorating the voids, a case of geographical voids in Chennai. The topic is done by Sahana R.
Hi, good afternoon. Can I start? Can I start?
Yes, you can start.
Yeah. So Sahana initially started with a study which dealt with voids and the type of voids and how these voids were formed, and further zeroed down to geographical voids on account of its neglect as well as its importance in the urban setting. In this case, the example of Pallikaranai marshland, which she classified as a geographical void, and it's in Chennai, was demonstrated to illustrate its relationship with the city. And the study also focused on how the marshland shrunk in size as well as the prominence, and how its neglect affected the city and its people. The approach to mitigating the issue that were found in the course of the study involved finding ways of fostering a sense of interdependency between the marshland and the people, and finding common grounds which can prove beneficial to both the interest of the people as well as the marshland. And this was done through carefully crafted strategies which bridge the socioeconomic needs of the people with the opportunities that could be utilized by engaging with the marshland. How this was done will be explained by Sahana in the course of the presentation. So Sahana can start the presentation.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So my thesis topic is reinvigorating the voids, a case of geographical voids in Chennai. So the next slide. My thought process started from understanding what are the keywords which, when you tell urban void, what are the keywords which you'll remember? So, and how their relationship between these keywords and the urban voids had been formed. According to that, the voids of the city are the spaces which disturb the urban tissue, leaving it incomplete. They are at the limit between the private and public spaces without belonging either one nor to the other. So according to that, we had given a task or an exercise to study and collect a lot of literature papers and the research paper to understand how voids can be studied. So in one of a research article, they have mentioned about how the voids can act as, what are the values of urban voids. So rather than dispute, it has a negative impact on the city, but also it has some of the potential resources. For example, environmental value, which creates a green infrastructure and improve the air quality. Social value, connecting lot of gardens, entertainment activities can be created in the public spaces. Economical, increases the value of the properties. And visual, improves the visual appearance of the city. And next slide. So, the main objective is to address the impact of the geographical voids due to the urban growth in an urban cities. The intent of my thesis is to bring people together from varied background and create a new dialogue on water and river by changing mindset and encourage action for the change. So in my thesis, I'll be exploring the three relationships. One is between the nature, people, and the infrastructure. So why particularly geographical voids? Is because when these geographical features like lakes, marsh, canals, rivers, when the city planners does not respond to these geographical features, the voids are created around them, make this space unusable. Like many urbanized cities like Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, Bangalore, Kochi, while going towards the urbanization, these geographical features of the city has been neglected. Some are under threat, some are vanishing, and some are vanished. So, so next slide. Yeah, so these are some of the case studies which I have explored. One is the Delhi city, how it is affecting city growth affected the Yamuna River. As you can see in the historical way, this Yamuna River was acting as a visual sense for all these historical buildings. Many historical buildings of the river, you can see with the photographs how this has been calculated. It has also been developed because
Sahana, there is some disturbance from your end. Your voice is not clear.
Yes. So now can you hear me?
Yeah, you're audible. Is your network
Yes,
unstable?
So I have a stable network.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So next slide. So I can't see the screen. So 1 second, sir. Yeah. Next one is the exploring the case studies. So can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, Mumbai city evolution by eating up of mango. See, urbanization is increase in the Mumbai, and which leads to increase in the land need of land. So by taking it toll to the natural resources of Mumbai, which is important breathing space for the people. Due to the growth of the Mumbai city, the mangroves has been completely vanished. So next slide. So what are the site selection criteria I've taken? One is the open space ratio. See, according to the urban greening guidelines 2014, so I have two ideas of option. One is the Bangalore and Chennai. So I have done this selection criteria between these two. One, Bangalore has a less 2.1 square meters per capita of an open space, whereas in Chennai we can see 0.8 per capita open space per square feet. So with respect to the open space, the Chennai, which is in the lowest is what I found. And I've also studied different types of voids in both the cities. And one unique which I found is this marshland, which is the geographical voids. The voids in the cities are common, but one unique void which I found is the marsh, which has been slowly encroached by the real estate developer, which would be one of the potential space where we can developing as well as make some strategy implementing on implementation of flood, because this area act as a buffer zone to the Chennai. When this is disturbed, the entire city might be affected by the flood. So next slide. So introduction to Chennai city. The Chennai is topographically very plain and water does not stay. So the early settlers, what they wanted to make is to make the settlement, they had to carve out all the water bodies called areas or the irrigation tanks in order to follow the water to stay and to help with the agriculture and human settlers. After the British came, all these highlands or the areas where above 6 meters were taken as a preferred area for building houses and commercial establishment, and low-lying areas and tanks were left intact. But as the city started to grow, there was a pressure and need of land. And since there was no land, people started to converting the dried water bodies into a land for construction. So the one common picture what we can see is in Chennai is one, it is completely flooded. Rest on the other picture is the drought. So this is why, because of the encroachment of the lakes and water bodies.
6 minutes are over.
Yes, sir. Next slide. So my site study, as I said, Pallikarnai. So this is one of the few remaining wetland located in the metropolitan city. So which is falls under Pallikarnai and Perungadi villages. And so this the wetland at Pallikarnai is a slowly extensively low-lying area covered with an aquatic grasses, spices, species, scrubs, marsh, and water filled with a depression. The aquifer originates from the south of Tiruvanmayur, extends to the Kovalam on the south. So general terrain of this area is plain and with an average altitude of 5 meters above the main sea level. So the next slide. So these are some of the conflicts which I have identified. One is the encroachment, rapid urbanization, growth, and ecological decline and disaster. This will be further explained in my study. So next slide. So as I said earlier, three relationships which I'll be exploring. One, according to that, is the nature. In nature, I've explored what are the problems and impact due to the decline of lake. So this map shows how the year-wise development, how this lake has been shrink, what are the reasons, and at a different particular time. One issue related to the policy is in 1985, the National Wetland Conservation, they have identified this as a preserving area, but the local or the state government, they have converted this half of the Pallikarnai marshland into a dump yard. So this is one of an issue related to the policies. Due to the decline of value, there's also change in the ownership of the lake, because historically it was used as a communal area, ecological conservation and water conservation. During the British period, the land classification system were formed. All these common lands were on the crown. And this was continued even today and present. This area is called as famous for illegal encroachment, garbage dumping sites, and use and value of this Pallikarnai has been completely neglected. So next slide. The infrastructure. The infrastructure which evolved in every year had a prominent role, like Guindy racecourse, which were used by the British official for the recreational, because it was on the highland. It was on the highland. And later on, when the Buckingham Canal was introduced, this picture, the equation between the sea and the Pallikarnai ratio has been completely restored. So this map shows how the development has been done, and this schematic section shows how the economic the infrastructure of the people around this Pallikarnai has been changed. So before it was fishing, then they started docking area and they started settlement, and now it has been complete as in high-rise structure. So next slide. So according to the people, so this one, I have collected one of the older settlement who had experienced how with the change in land utilization and occupation has been happened. So initially this Pallikarnai and Velachery land was an active flourishing with fertile farmlands and one small house. Later on, when the agriculture was declining, the plot size started to grow and the farmlands were sold to the real estate developers, and the structure started to rise and the whole house pulled down and new commercial complex has been built. And the old time settler name was Peruman, and he said his experience, like how his land has been developed and how people has been purchased and now how the development has been grown up around this area. And according to after all these studies, the opportunities and the SWOT analysis which I've taken, the opportunities which I've taken is the integrating small scale business and informal settlement, the design of recreational and public spaces, need of integrated strategy of water management and restoration network. So next slide. Yeah, so this is my structure plan. And as I said, my intent is to bring people together from varied background and create a new dialogue on water. According to that, I have 4 design principles. So one design principle is the enhanced connected context. For that, the strategy is to enhancing the leakage, generating an opportunity to collect water and create an active environmental sustainable urban environment, and also address the threat for flooding and future climatic resistance. So next slide. So according to that, the first design intervention would be like from the first strategy, enhance connected context and excellent custodianship vibrant. So some of the problems, which are existing problems, is no proper boundary to denote this as a Pallikarnai land, which leads to the encroachment. One or the other feeder network of this area has been completely blocked because of the development. So according to that, my design started with first creating a boundary to prevent the reduction of the water body due to the growth of surrounding development. So after the creating the boundary is done, the increase of water volume increase the water volume of water in areas and Pallikarnai marshes will be automatically taken up. After that, creating a communal activities around the Pallikarnai, which will function as an educational educational water system, flood mitigation area, economical activities, and the recreational experiences. So next slide. So these are the small structure plan for communal spaces in or around Pallikarnai, which these are some of the structure plan, like which is existing. So for the stump yard, the existing and proposed scenario will be explained in the next sheet. So next. So design intervention 1 is a dump yard into a public space. So the phase of this development is taken around from 18 to 24 months. So what my idea was converting this dump yard into a public space. So first what I'll do is the rehabilitation of land, like the rehabilitation of land will be taken up with giving and provision for the agriculture activities for the squatter settlements who are settling around the Pallikarnai. So they'll get an occupation and income out of it by cultivating crops and cultivating crops. Later on, after that, after the rehabilitation of land is completely done, the eco park will be created with lot of creative program strategies to be introduced, where the tourist users will come and use this and generate income to them. So according to that, the one which I have taken is the MFR, the Material Recovery Center, where this is a workshop where people will learn, like, from the reuse material, how can the important artifacts can be done. So this and schematic section shows how the Material Recovery Center and the eco park in the entire dump yard will be done. Next. So this is an detailed intervention about the bird watching area and the pedestrian and the pedestrian of BRTS network line around 200 feet radial road. So the existing road, which has no proper pedestrian and no proper bus shelters. So now this entire road is situated in between the Pallikarnai, like it divides into two halves. So this place can act as a bridge where people can see both the side of the lake and see the many seasonal birds which comes here. So according to that, this is a schematic plan how the road can be used as an for a bird watching area as well as an pedestrian crossover access. Next. So next, detail intervention 2 is to the connecting. So next, previous one, yeah, connecting people to the edge of the Pallikarnai lake. So the through green re-densification, the expansion of built-up areas or progressively often leads to the loss of agricultural land and green spaces. It tends to increase the distance traveled by the car and contribute to the habitat fragmentation. So according to this, so this on the first stop, you can see this is the Pallikarnai marshland edge. From here, it connects to the edge of the sea, which is the till the sea, which is which passes through the Buckingham Canal. So some of the triggers which I've identified how these pockets can be connected to a larger network. According to that, these are the existing program mapping. On the first one, on the right hand side corner, the existing mapping shows how the existing program is working on it. Later on, what are the proposed program, how this entire day will be active throughout the year is also shown in this map. And this, why particularly this stretch of road is because this as you can see, this is in Kannagi Nagar here. These are one of the squatter settlement, like anywhere in the Chennai city, if there's a squatter settlement, like evacuation of these squatters, so everyone will be pushed into this area. So because of this squatter settlement here, many people, a lot of crimes are happening, and this slowly becoming a dark space of the city. So I wanted to open up to this waterfront, so people can also interact with all these other surrounding communities as well. So next one, sir. So according to that larger spine,
Your
so
time
one
is up. Your time is up.
Yes, sir. This and temple tank as a gathering space.
Yeah.
I think you should just go through it.
Yes.
A couple of minutes more.
And this is where I've done the community farming for those quarter settlements where the Kannagi Nagar is there, because there's a center Spain which is completely left as a void. So I wanted to use that void where people can quarter settlements can grow their farm and get some kind of income out of it. That's it.
Thank you, Sahana. So
thank you, sir.
Request the next participant, Guy, to introduce her topic. Architect Nimesh Purwan, Associate Professor, IUDI School of Architecture and Design, Pune. The topic is Heterotopia, Reimagining Urban Extensions case Lavelle, Pune.
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. A very good afternoon to everyone. So this thesis, deals with urban extensions, and it tries to look at the phenomena of development that are, the current Indian cities are going through, and the way they are, evolving. So it tries to question the existing model of development and attempts to create a framework for future extensions. In this process, it tries to question the very idea of, the definition of a city, whether because our cities are growing at a very alarming rate and they are, going beyond scales that can be called cities, and they are, urban agglomerations or, urban regions. So that is, in this context, one is trying to look at the project as one. Second, it is also trying to look at the extensions as a self-sustaining model, where the definition of a city can be evolved, and we can have an idea of, many such precincts coming together and forming a larger definition of a city. Beyond that, it also attempts to, question the existing manner in which the development is happening, and looks at, a framework that tries to walk a tightrope between pragmatic and realistic solution and an utopian idea of what, the future cities or the future extensions of our cities could be. And lastly, the design or the attempt, starts looking at creating an equitable model, a holistic model that looks at, all the parameters or the determinants that shapes our built environment, be it ecology and environment and all of that. But beyond that, the thrust of saying that what are the core issues that urban design is looking at, be it urban morphology or, the cities for people or human-centric cities. So the attempt of the design is to bring out an outcome where it stresses that urban design, it's not a linear developmental model where urban planning comes and then you bring it down to urban design and then further goes to architecture. But it starts saying that urban morphology and all other parameters that are core issues for urban design are equal participants of the developmental process right at its inception. So from there, I'll hand it over to Kadambari to explain the project. Thank you.
Kadambari, you can start.
Yes, sir. Good evening, everyone. I'm Kadambari from Department of Urban Design of IUDI School of Architecture and Design, presenting the thesis topic, Heterotopia, Reimagining Urban Extensions. The case is one of the fringe area, Lavelle from Pune. The thesis deals with the re-establishing the relevance of urban morphology of the built environment, and further it attempts to conclude on what could be the way forward in the Indian context in a view of creating an urban experience rooted in the place. So if we look back in history, cities play key role in administrating resources. Settling started with production of grains when production became more than required amount to store surplus resources, human felt the need for storage. And after storing, it led to exchange of resources. So trade established. With this reference, in the history of urbanization, the position of settlements was near to water, food, and secured with some natural features and along the trade routes, specifically where two trade routes intersects or where mode of transport changes. For example, ports. Next. The medieval cities came up with fortification walls. Again, when mode of war transformed, fortification walls lost their importance and cities grew beyond them. Now modern cities are in process of shedding its constraints with technological advances.
So how will we define and justify the location, economics, planning grid, development, and limits of today's urbanization? Next slide. But what we have is dystopian reality. Haphazard growth of building is not at all in favor of human aspirations and natural ecosystem. Economy should cater human and natural ecosystem and should not exploit their conditions for reasons unknown and illogical for collective betterment of human society. Though in Indian context, currently situation is not like this. We need to work it out that way for a better tomorrow. Next. Then what is the human-centered? Then what is human-centered development? It is not only about designing everything by keeping human only at focus, but it is something that will exist by taking care of all the parameters: economy, ecology, infrastructure, and human. In history, post-industrialization and World War, there have been several attempts to counteract the confusion and paralysis of metropolitan areas and the lack of systematic planning led theories to make these idealizing proposals for future cities. With this background, this will not be an attempt to create some new theory, but it has its roots in all the earlier ones and the ones which are in front of our eyes, implemented ones and the tested ones for years of times. Because all these earlier theories and experiments have one thing in common, that is concern for humankind betterment with all prospects. And the built one from history has that human thing which theorists failed to apply in their utopian manifestations. These attempts will be in direction to achieve the balance between these two, intimacy of traditional cities and system and vision of utopian manifestations. Next. Next. So this is the satellite image of Pune. Next. Next slide. Terrain and rivers of Pune. Here, if you see in third image, if you can see the red dot which shows the earlier settlement by the bank of Muta River, where now there is a temple of Patayeshwar is located. Next. This shows the settlement of 3 villages which expanded to form Pune of that time. Next. This represents the Peshwa era. Formation of different pates in this era can be said the first step in urbanization of Pune. Next. The colonial Pune with the addition of military barracks and camp and with old PMC, which also got connected with the railway and the bridge. This image shows post-independent Pune with PCM, Pimpri Chinchwad as satellite town envisioned as industrial development, which developed along the route connecting to Pune and Mumbai. Next. The post-liberalization, after liberalization of economy, city expanded horizontally and with addition of Golden Quadrilateral Highway, a growth corridor formed along the new connection of Pune to Mumbai. In between Hinjawdi Airport, town planning schemes like Magarpatta were added, which become new stimuli to growth. This is the growth of Pune. The next one. And the last image shows Pune with proposed ring road and metro corridors running south, north and east west of the city. Next. city is continuously expanding with this newly added stimuli along the corridors connecting to other city and also around the different stimuli within the city. On south side, the growth is restrained due to Sahyadri ranges and shifted on the other side of the mountains. Pune with ring road and metro corridors running north, south and east-west is an addition to the development of Pune. It is one of the fastest growing metro cities. From medieval town under the Peshwa rulers, the city has transformed into a growing metro. It is critical to understand, assimilate, and analyze this transformation of this large urban agglomeration. For Pune's future expansion, a growth corridor along the upcoming mobility infrastructure has been envisioned by developmental authorities, which have different growth centers planned along this corridor. And Lavde is one of the fringe areas of Pune, which is the case in reference. It is home to many educational institutions, which will soon be included in municipal corporation. To implement above concerns of built environment or say physical form of city or identity, the case of greenfield development is considered over brownfield development. As there is an existing framework for development in brownfield areas, selection of this case is step forward to make an attempt that deals with design and urban form of city to make it an integral part of urban development at initial level of urban planning and zoning. Parameters included for selection of site where there is an existing traditional settlement. The site is upcoming hub for educational institutions nestled in Western Ghats, fertile agricultural land, and tremendous pressure of urbanization on greenfield. So here we can see the site in 1985, the site in 2021. So what will be this where this development will be taken ahead in future? Next slide. So to understand this, various site specific parameters were analyzed, which are the topography of site. Next. So next, water bodies, hydrology, the slope and slope analysis of the site. Next, existing road network. Next. 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 So analyzing these various site specific parameters, which are ecological, infrastructure, economical, socio-cultural, and various stimuli like institutions within the site and around the site. There's stimuli to growth and development along with the analysis of contextual urbanity has been done. Next. So this is the analysis of existing settlement on site. Then next, there is a character of housing on site, which shows housing from the village and houses of construction workers. Next. This shows the character of housing around the site, and rightmost images shows the site photos. Next. And so what we can see is site is in transition, and if not handled in careful manner, it will fall prey to pressures of globalization, like what is happening to fringe areas of cities. Pune is rapidly expanding in all directions, and in the process of this nature of development, the built environment is losing its distinctiveness and rootedness to the place. It's a situation where individual desires of architectural expression taken over the idea of collective and cohesive urban form. So what we have is built form along with open spaces creates a built environment where next carefully curated built form along with aptly utilized spaces creates a better living environment. Container is equally important to create a vibrant spaces in between. Looking at the current scenario, it is imperative for our cities to look beyond the conventional model of planning and bring design and urban form to the forefront as an equal contributor to the development process of our cities. So the design focus on the physical form of urban development as an integral part of initial level of planning and zoning. Next. So physical form of any city is comprised of 4 factors: economy, infrastructure, ecology, and human, which gives an identity to place, be it good or bad, out of which city can work with only economy and infrastructure, but ignorance to human and ecological aspects is leading to create haphazard development, which is not symbiotic with sustainable future. In tangible terms, any form is comprised of presence of something and absence of something. That is, in case of cities, building and spaces in between define the form and ultimately built environment. So what we have is next built and unbuilt, next form and spaces in between, and if well curated and managed, it together creates a better living environment, which will be inclusive and balance of every aspect comprising city to create a better living environment symbiotic to economy, ecology, human, and infrastructure. With above discussed context of urbanization, context of Pune's urbanization, that is site at large, and context of site itself, along with existing planning tools, led to create a framework for development, which is inclusive of design and urban form of city at initial stages of planning. The framework for urban development includes next town planning scheme as a tool for implementation along with set of guidelines to ensure the envisioned transformation, which will include town planning scheme as an implementation tool to start with, along with framework for guidelines for process-based transformation over time, which will include form-based codes and town planning scheme with urban planning and zoning, infrastructure provision, and street design, and various stimuli like street design and urban block configuration and placemaking projects will give a stimuli to development. Next. So run through this whole slide. So these were the ideation and sketches
last 5
done in the
minutes.
earlier. Yes, sir. These were the ideation sketches done during the earlier stages of the proposal, where zoning and systems were questioned, to human scale and character of street relation was understood, how courtyards act as a scale, and how the nature of development should be as idea of distributed center and symbiosis with landform and ecosystem, where urban form and landform, urban form will be comprehensive of landform and built form. Next.
Actually, your time, since the other participants have finished early, we can give you a minute or so.
So next. Okay. So along with those hydrology and water management strategies So back to hydrology and water management slide. Hydrology and water management. So ecology and infrastructure goes hand in hand. So while designing road network, the road network is proposed considering existing roads, contours, and hydrology pattern, where settling pattern on site was understood, and watershed channels were used as an integrated system for bioswales and sewage treatment. While water management strategies, three strategies were considered. First was the rainwater harvesting and recharging. Second was wastewater treatment and reusing. And third one was breaking down uses of water and hence reducing the need for potable waters. So reservoirs were planned considering on-site elevational difference. Reservoirs which volume was reduced due to above three strategies. Watershed channels with sufficient buffer in combination of recharge wells at specified distance have been provided, which designed to develop bioswale system along with the roads within the blocks. Groundwater recharge system
Kadambari, I will have to flip through your slides. Hello? Hello, Kadambari.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we are running out of time, so I'll have to flip through your slides.
Sir, I'll finish in time.
Okay, fine.
Yeah. So propose check. Can you just go back to one slide? So propose check dams or reservoirs on slope were an alternatives to conventional ESRs. Next. Next. Considering all the above concerns, context and strategies, here are the layers of proposed master plan, which is inclusive of road system and the and all other layers. Next. 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 So run through this part. The back, one slide back. So considering all those layers, the regulation plan was created for form-based codes, which includes the residential residential on slope and all other things as mentioned in legend. Next slide. While phasing, next slide. In the initial phases, along with promoting educational institution use, master plan will have a number of diverse built use and building typologies so that everything can be tried and tested, which will give developer an idea of market demands and trends. So first and second phase will have a large scale commercial buildings, mixed use typology with small scale retails, convenient stores, cafes, and daily need shops, plus 1, 2, 3 BHK housings and residential affordable housing. Second phase will have central green development of infrastructure around the blue and green fingers, and large scale commercial and recreational part. Third and fourth phase will additionally have luxury housing and large scale mixed use commercial. So here we can see the phasing plan along with the land use of the site. So next. So considering those, the phasing zones for transact zone for form-based codes were considered, where organizing principle was the location in the site and ecological location within the broader zone. Next. Next. So this is the collage of envisioned development with the strategies as regarding podium, where building height strategize up to 6 meter to 12 meter. Arcades are planned minimum 30% porous open to sky green space to take care of site ecology. And in this street block, it may have retail, services, recreation, education, and public assembly areas. R6, which are green connectors and pedestrian only connections, are planned through parcel to ensure walkability of urban block and encourage more pedestrian movement by creating alternate routes for destination. So this was the existing scenario on site, and considering all the context and strategies, we can have a envision scenario on right hand side.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would now request Professor Ketki Bhadgaonkar from Rizvi College of Architecture to introduce the next topic, reconnecting town, railway corridor as a barrier on neighborhood, case of Lonavala, Maharashtra. The student name Hemant B. Verma.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Good evening, everyone. I hope I'm audible. Yeah. Hello?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So this particular thesis of looking at railway corridor as a barrier by Hemant Verma largely talks about development of railway systems which is perceived as one of the most effective ways of shaping sustainable urban transportation. However, railway corridor has been a physical barrier which divides the city into two parts. Transportation corridors like railways tend to form borders because there are limited opportunities for crossing them to get from one district to another. So even if there are passages underneath elevated sections or bridges over sunken sections, the crossings are often unpleasant or perceived to be dangerous, that they discourage casual crossing. So these corridors tend to disrupt the continuity of the urban fabric and the resulting fragmentation of neighborhoods that can lose their economic and social connections with the rest of the city. Besides the problems arising behind a railway track, its immediate proximity entails various easements and drawbacks for urban life. So this thesis showcases the urban life, form, pattern, and impacts of railway borders on the social economic life of Lonavala town, its tangible and intangible effects on neighborhood. The detailed analysis of urban
मला माहित
life.
होतं पण त्याच्यामुळे सगळ्या प्रेझेंटेशनचा फ्लो गेला. माझं इथे सिक्वेन्स होता आणि मी त्या हिशोबाने वर न बघताच बोलत होते.
Hello, Kadambari, your mic is not on mute. Dear participants, I would request you to keep your mic on mute throughout the session. Thank you. Sorry for the interruption.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so this thesis showcases the urban life, form, pattern, and impacts of railway borders on socio-economic life of Lonavala town, its tangible and intangible effects on the neighborhood, the detailed analysis of urban life, the socio-economical pattern, living conditions, the current railway land conditions, and its effects on the neighborhood is what is largely analyzed and studied in this thesis, and thus analyzing and suggesting the possible solution to dissolve the impacts and reconnect, transform and enhance the neighborhood through various urban design strategies. So this thesis is largely asking questions around the fragmentation that happens because of these infrastructural interventions in the cities. Now I'll hand it over to Hemant. Hemant, you can please proceed your presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. So as introduced by my guide, my topic, reconnecting town where railway corridor as a barrier on neighborhood. So here in this thesis, I'm primarily bringing out the Lonavala town, which is situated between Mumbai and Pune, and which is likely to become a satellite town in near future. So can you go on, sir? Next slide, sir. Hello. Yeah, you can go forward, sir. Yeah, so taking into consideration the understanding of Lonavala, the municipal boundaries of Lonavala town, and tracing the changing boundaries and identity of the city along this urbanization and the decay of railway acquired access land. Next. So, looking at the evolution of Lonavala, the urban pattern in past, and then in 1929, as this railway corridor it arrived in Lonavala, which leads to dividing the town into parts and creating voids between these two main core areas. Can you go next? Where then again narrow. Next. So next slide. So looking at the urban setting of Lonavala, where I'm speaking about the railway corridor as dividing the town into parts, where you can see the core area and the railway lands to the other side of this railway corridor, and the residential area which is caught between these railway lands, and also looking where I highlighted with red dots the two physical connections between these two areas, divided areas, which is through vehicular connection, which is one through pedestrian bridge and the other through on the railway gate on timely basis. And so looking at the overall urban setting of where the markets and amenities are to the one side of the town. Can you go next, sir? So where since narrowing down to the site level and then identifying the issues with respect with through lenses, taking the parameters of tangible and intangible, and where the intangible where we have considered as connectivity and accessibility. What are the possible? What are the existing connectivity and accessible areas between these two divided areas? What are the kind of urban fabric present in this affected area, and also highlighting the railway lands which has been acquired by the railways, and then looking at the social factors, which is again we are considering the connections between these two area, and intangible where we are speaking about the perception and sense of belonging through this corridor, railway corridor, to the adjacent to the immediate adjacent of these railway corridors. What are the safety concerns, what are the safety issues to adjacent to this railway lands and the railway corridor, what are and also the noise which acts as a major impact on adjacent areas to this corridor, and the economical decline of what are the economical existing economical infrastructures and economical connections between these two areas. Go next, sir. Then issues where I have spoken about the issues at the site level, where you can see the area named Gawliwada, which is been caught between these two railway lands. Speaking of the connectivity, there are limited number of connections between these two areas. Then speaking of the urban fabric present in these near or surrounded by these railway lands are being decaying. Then vacant railway lands, then the social spaces, there's a lack of social spaces. It's intangible, the sense of belonging. If you then isolated and vacant houses in the precinct which have not been used anymore, then isolated streets, then the loud noise along the corridor, and the no economical opportunities in this precinct because the majority of land use is in residential and been acquired by the railway lands. Go next. Next, sir. like to highlight railway has railway land development authority. They also speaks about using the railway lands for public use with collaboration of Ministry of Railway, where we have the options or we have the scope to collaborate them with for the city development also. So go next. Hello, I'm audible, sir? Yeah. So looking at the SWOT analysis, where I would have divided into physical, social, and visual effects impacts of this area in this on this side. Then road networks, what are the public transit available, then parking, then nodes, what are the nodes which are connecting these two areas, then the open spaces and the amenities, which comes under the social. And into visual, the urban fabric, present urban fabric, what are the landmarks, what is the condition of this railway edge, and the railway, also the railway lands which are been analyzed as access are not been used for any purpose presently. So go next. So based on the analysis, so go next. So based on the analysis where we have made a program or a strategic program where we are highlighting the place for people, then enrich the existing where we are
Hello, Hemant, you're not audible. Hello, Hemant.
railway lands and making the connections between the and speaking about the mixed use and hello, I'm audible.
Your voice is breaking. Your voice is breaking, Hemant.
I'm audible now, sir. I'm audible now, sir.
Now there is little better clarity. Yeah.
Yeah. So then again, working with the work with the landscape, then mixed use and the forms, then design for balanced growth, where we'll be considering the land use structure. So go next. So go next. Yeah. So we have in a structure plan, we have that reusing of this railway lands as a for social gathering space, as focusing the social factor, and then possible to create pedestrian access bridge which connecting the market node area where the market node area is present to the adjacent to the other side of the site, and bringing mixed use development near the railway buffer area, reactivate the urban life in the precinct. Active use of the river edge, which is adjacent to railway lands for the social purpose, where we are intending, where I've intended to use for urban farming for landscape purpose. Then reactivating the streets with public amenities in precinct and enhancing the walkable experience. Where we were speaking about the concern for safety, the sense of belonging, and adaptive railway vacant houses for the residential use, and then creating nodes with sense of identity and landmarks to enhance the visual quality of this affected area. So go next. Can you go next, sir? Hello. Hello.
Yeah, here on the challenges and
yeah. So yeah. So looking at the strategic plan, where the challenges are to connect these both sides of the railway corridor to lessen the barrier effect, and to integrate the social economical space into the precinct itself and on its neighborhood, and mitigate noise and vibration from the railway corridor, where the objectives are to increase walkability, enhancing the streets, reduce mental distances, integrate social amenity spaces, reactivate the area within the precinct, existing street network and the green structure, add new landforms and development and develop ground treatments, and develop noise reducing solutions on lands adjacent to railway corridors, where the actions are to densify along the railway corridors, then expand spaces for pedestrian, reactivating the street edges, identifying the potential areas for social spaces, amenity, and identifying potential connection spots for existing network pattern and green urban tree cover. Then use of excess railway lands adjacent to this rail track for urban farming, and list urban design solutions to mitigate this noise and vibration, identify where it is most needed. And go next. Sir. So go next. Hello. Yeah. So looking at the master plan where we have designed with the street elements leading to where we have three interventions where focusing on the reactivating the nodes. The first factor, which is to reactivate the nodes, then enhance the linkages between within the precinct, then railway vacant lands, consider railway vacant lands, then proposal for pedestal bridge to connect with the market node, then mitigation of noise reduction by densifying urban tree cover along the railway corridor. The railway corridor, which a residential area which is caught between these railway lands to improve movement and mobility throughout this Gullyvada area. And the Matruchai colony node for reuse of abandoned railway structures for commercial use, enhance of node and the designing for decongestion, and upgradation of existing housing colony too. Can you go next, sir? Hello. Hello.
Yeah. We are already on the next slide, phase slides. There is a certain network delay from your end, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. So looking at the where we have designed three phases. So first phase is to reactivate the street nodes to enhance enhancing nodes in precinct, then noise mitigation at railway edge, and holding temporary activities on events on weekend. And phase two is to infill infrastructure and the program mix where the guidelines for housing condition improvement and use of railway lands for urban farming, reuse of abandoned railway quarters for commercials and social use at Madhuchaya colony node, where it's an node, and reuse railway lands for energy generation for the railways. Then where's the look at phase three, then creating the phase three connecting with the rest of the town, which is creating the linkages, forming connections between the voids and surrounding area to form a system, and more infrastructure and the programs. So go next. So intervention one, where we have given the proposal of enhancing the railway station node, where poor social connection in the area, and enhance the node to lessen to area in to strengthen the connections between between this area by proposition picking the proposal of market reusing or using the abandoned structure for commercial purpose, then the street reacting the street edge, and also public parking within the area, and also shared social spaces, which is again the public garden, and where you can see the existing railway station road, where we see the railway abandoned structure adjacent to the roads, and the proposal it speaks about in proposal we have created the retail edges on these street nodes to create a sense of belonging and safety concerns. Intervention 3. Can go next, sir. Hello. So go yeah. So intervention 3, where we have detail of the urban farms and the energy generation fields, where we have considered the we are focusing on the excess railway lands which can be utilized for generations and also for urban farming with collaboration to RLDA, which is Railway Land Development Authority, where where also creating the policy framework where non-motorized transport should be in the city, provision of mixed use along the streets to ensure public safety, to meet the social infrastructure requirement, reducing space norms up to 50% in case of space availability in the core city. Spaces to be created through community initiative by the consultative processes. Then provision of railway lands adjacent to rail tracks for urban farming in collaboration with RLDA, and reserving the railway lands with certain percentage for energy generation, and provision of street connected to the urban farms. Then to meet social infrastructure required for social interaction, public reuse of abandoned railway structures, and reuse of abandoned railway sheds,
Hemant,
godowns
your
for
time is
supporting
up. Sorry, I'll have to interrupt. Your time is
Yes,
up.
I am done. Yes, sir.
Thank
We
you.
are
Thank
done, sir.
you.
Yeah,
Thank you, Hemant.
thanks.
So we shall now begin with the panel discussion for the session 3, themed urban renewal, spaces left over after planning, and the new extensions. We have with us as panelists architect Ujan Ghosh. I would request the panelists to switch on their video. We have with us architect Ujan Ghosh, Dr. Gayatri Nanda as panelists, and architect Pallavi Kulkarni as the moderator. I will give a brief introduction of the panelists. Architect Ujan Ghosh did his undergraduate studies in architecture from SPA New Delhi in 1975. After working for 2 years in Delhi, he went to University of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, where he completed Masters of Architecture and Master of City Planning in Urban Design. He worked for a few years in USA before coming back to India and joining Upal Ghosh Associates as a partner. Since then, he has been practicing architecture and urban design in various parts of the country. Among his notable projects are the master plan of IIT Gandhinagar, IISER Bhopal, IIM Rohtak, and many others. Tourism structure plan for Aruku, AP, Paryatak Bhavan, Hyderabad, urban design plan for residential sectors of Greater Noida. He is also a visiting professor of SPA New Delhi and has been teaching urban design for the last 38 years. He was nominated to the Senate of SPA Bhopal, and he has been a member of Board of Studies in different departments of SPA New Delhi. He is a founder member of the Indian Institute of Urban Designers, India, and its former president. We welcome you, sir. Dr. Gayatri Nanda. Dr. Gayatri Nanda is an architect, urban designer, and academician teaching in the Department of Urban Design at SPA Bhopal since 2011. She did her master's in urban design from SPA Delhi and PhD from SPA Bhopal. She has 13 years of experience in the profession and academics. Her doctoral research inquired into the role of cultural event spaces in reinforcing the residents' construct of place identity in Indian festive cities, wherein she created a framework to decode complexities of associational values of residents with city spaces, especially in Indian festive cities where there is a coexistence of sacred and profane. So she has guided over 45 undergraduate and PG students' thesis at SPA Bhopal and is a member of National Council of IUDI. Our moderator, I welcome Gayatri Nanda. Our moderator, architect Pallavi Kulkarni. Ms. Pallavi Kulkarni is working as Associated Director, Urban Design and Planning with Pedeco Co. Limited. She has completed Masters in Architecture with specialization in Urban Design from SPA New Delhi. She has worked on diverse projects from urban conservation, landscape design, master planning and design to urban transport and multimodal planning, transit-oriented developments. She was associated with the project management team of Mumbai Monorail project for MMRDA, Navi Mumbai, Airport Influenced Area Development Plan for CIDCO, Metro 3 project in recent years, and has thorough experience in transit influenced planning projects like station area redevelopment and upgradation, multimodal integration, transit oriented developments. She has been visiting faculty with master's program in urban design at Pillai College of Architecture, Navi Mumbai, and has special interest in mentoring students and young professionals. She is National Executive Committee member of the Institute of Urban Designers India and Secretary of IUDI Mumbai Center. We welcome all the panelists and the moderator. Thank you. We can start with the panel discussion now. I hand it over to Architect Pallavi Kulkarni.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Shrikant, and good evening, Ujan sir and Gayatri, and good evening to all the students who presented and who have all the attendees. And I was quite impressed with looking at all the 5 presentations made by Shashank, Shivani, Shahana, Kadambari and Hemant. And it was good to see a range of projects around a common urban concern or an urban issue in different cities of India with different approaches. I'm going to straight go to Professor Ujan and have him comment or make his remarks, and then we can listen to Gayatri's remarks, and if we have time we can explore more. Sir, please, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, it's kind of tiring these days to watch at the monitor hours and hours. It's happening for the last 2 years. And as you know, I'm one of the earliest IUDI people, the founder member, and also initiator of this particular activity. This thesis seminar, and good to see what has it reached at. Thanks to online also sometimes helps a lot because there's so many participants, so many panelists. Early days we used to have tough time getting outside panelists because they have to travel, they have to be paid, accommodated. So now this is the greatest thing happening, that you can get so many people to spend few hours to discuss things. That's really great. And today's sessions were mainly on urban renewal, as it has been grouped. I mean, this grouping is, of course, just for convenience and not necessarily very strict, as you can see the titles. And for whatever reason, the third one, which we are in now, has got a new name to it, SLOAP. I mean, every day there's some new things. I have tough time remembering them. But whatever it is, but I feel, good planning really does not leave any leftover space. Only bad planning leaves them. And a good plan will allocate every piece of land to something and other or nothing expressively. Nothing. But all our cities or areas of cities are not always well planned, neither they're expected to be. There are, especially in a condition like India, we even in planned cities have so much of unplanned areas, and in unplanned areas, if you find leftover areas, there's another challenge altogether. But coming back to these 5 things I saw, although they all not quite fall in exactly in the same kind of category of leftover places. Obviously, a railway line is very different from any empty areas in a place. It's difficult to go sort of thesis by thesis and commenting, and that's the little problem of putting together 4 or 5 and then try to comment. So I don't think I will be able to go one by one, but there's no doubt the complaint is too much of work in the sense sometimes it comes on the way that, at the end of the presentation, nothing is really striking you other than saying that a lot of work, good work, that kind of word. So that itself is a criticism in a way we have to all look into. I think most of people who are attending and listening to me are students or young professionals. As the time has come for online presentations, I think it's not going to go. And and our screen is still going to be the small little thing. So those are given. We have to find way to make a presentation so that few things last in the mind, of who are looking at it. Right now, to me, frankly speaking, with all my experience and all that, it's a big fuzz. I don't know what to say other than saying good work. But I would generally like to address this area of leftover space or whatever it is called, that we have to be very careful about quickly jumping into those spaces and proposing things. And these leftover places are actually the very, very important places actually. I remember, one artist was sort of teaching me a little watercolor. He said, you must leave some spaces white without color, and you will find how they will be useful towards the end of your painting. It's, may not be a direct relation, but that's the value of these unused or empty, underdeveloped, or whatever you call spaces, planned or unplanned. And their importance are vary depending on what they are. So what it means is, before you get into it, one has to really understand that space. Not in terms of like we understand every place we intervene, but this unused or underutilized places have to be understood very carefully before you really start intervening there. And I'm not saying they're not being done, but I'm just highlighting the importance of it. I like, the student, I think, forget the name, the Chennai thing. I like the way she or he, the
Sahana.
Sahana had this category. She has categorized the voids or these places in 3 categories. That's an interesting thing to look at. The planning voids, the functional voids, and geographic voids. And he went ahead with the geographic one. So that's very important to understand that it's not an empty land. It could be an inactive place, which is a functional void. And I think it's not just planning void where a planner has forgotten something or a plan has missed something. But the geographical voids gets very important because geography is nature and it is environment. And when we see voids there, it needs special attention when we try to deal with it. Second thing is the contextuality of these voids. The voids changes meaning depending on what is happening around it, or even away from it in the city in terms of its location. That becomes very important to identify that it's locational thing and what role it's playing for the city or for the town. So it means that voids are not necessarily not playing any role just because they are voids. So one has to look at that, and if not anything else, is absorbing rainwater into the ground. All these years being emptiness, huge kind of contribution to the environment, just being empty. So these have to be. So I really didn't see. Of course, I saw only 5 who are treating them, that how to continue them to be voids and still make them useful. I mean, the agricultural things are there. They're talking about solar kind of thing. So everyone is not talking about build it over. So that's good how the students are looking at this. It's quite nice. The other thing, generally speaking, I talk to in my classes or otherwise also, these 3 things of being, this today, yesterday, and tomorrow, or present, past, and future. They all are very present, very, very important. And in the first 2 sessions, we are talking about past in terms of heritage, what to do with it, how to deal with it, and this sustainability for future and far future, like global warming is, I call them a little far, and people who deal with in this area, everybody has a range. Architects' future is limited, urban designer goes to a certain extent, the planner goes to a certain extent, and beyond that it becomes scientist or sociologist or anthropologist. They all come in, talk about 100 years from now, 200 years now. So I work and believe in this present, which is about a decade. And by that, I'm not saying that the future and past are not important, equally important, but they're as important as today, in the sense, I mean, we have to live today comfortably and whatever, while taking care of the past and thinking of the future. We cannot neglect the present to make the future better. So whatever it costs, doesn't matter like that. It doesn't mean that we have to all be with great difficulty walk so that the petrol doesn't get finished. I mean, there has to be a balance somewhere. The point I'm trying to make here is that while we are proposing something, we have to be asking that some of the idea we're proposing are actually not science. I mean, not something very new that, very intricate and nobody thought about. We are not discovering or inventing anything. There are some suitable design ideas we are giving. Now then you ask yourself why people didn't do it. It's not such a new idea. So if you ask yourself that why people are not doing it so far, why are not doing agriculture in this open land? Why are not making the footpaths wider? So there must be reasons. So this where the present we live in is the truth. This is the negotiated, discussed, and this is the result, which we are not liking, and we are trying to improve it. So so whenever we propose something, if you just conversely ask ourselves, why didn't it happen? In other words, I'm asking that we have to think about the hurdles also, not just the opportunities. Because as I keep saying, design ideas are, I think, the easiest in the whole process of urban design. It is the implementation part of it. And it is also not unless you do a research thesis or something, we are not talking about implementation. But you have all taken a site and proposing buildings, this, that. So we have to really think about how this thing gets built. First of all, you have to know the land, whose land it is. Does he want to develop or not? Do you need a police to develop it, or can you request him, can you convince him that you develop? And that's so important because our proposals are very integrated. If one piece is removed, it may not work. So we have to make proposals where it works in various situations. It should not happen that you don't do one of them and your whole idea fails or never even starts. So the point I'm making here is to as much you try to research about many things to learn and then use in your design, you also research and know that how any design will get implemented, any design, urban design I meant. And that brings to one point which we should be all aware of. A typical urban design, let me call it a project for the time being, but let me call it idea. A urban design idea is implemented through other agencies like architects, landscape architects, traffic engineers. They implement it. The urban designer, when he implements one of them, he becomes an architect. So we have to understand that, and we have to, in fact, explain to authorities that urban design directly doesn't get implemented. So everything you are proposing, you students, I'm telling you that the last part, which you often don't do, is to projectize urban design ideas. And every urban design idea has a series of projects, implementable projects. Each project has an area, has an estimate, has some components. So the government, whenever he has the time, money, and inclination, you'll pick up those few projects and implement it. And your overall urban design strength is going to ensure that even if they're implemented in parts and in time, it will work and ultimately it will get the what it was intended for. That's why this phasing and funding and all that is so important. I will leave it at that, and let's hear Gayatri for a little while, and then we'll get back whatever.
Yeah, Gayatri.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know what to speak after your answers. Yeah. Okay. First of all, I would like to thank this forum for giving me an opportunity to speak here. And I would like to congratulate all the participants, all the presenters and the guides for such a rigorous work. All the presentations which were there throughout the day today had a lot of rigorous work. So congratulations for that. Talking about, I'll give some general comments first. Talking about these 5 presentations, we have seen a range of what was termed under the theme urban voids. So these were spaces where which were outcome of urban inserts or consequences of urban infrastructure, like in the conservancy lane case, or it was demarcation of different zones of different land use, because of which certain voids were resultant, or a change of land use or shifting of functions like markets or industries, which created certain certain residual spaces. But what was seen is in many cases, the solutions which was most often adhered to was a cosmetic treatment of that space in itself. So, which might be not in a very good shape. It would be like a linear shape or a very difficult shape to design for. So so the design often is the design proposals which are often proposed in these cases are sort of cosmetic in nature. So in such cases, what we need to focus on is how the entire fabric around these smaller spaces can be restructured or reshaped, and how these smaller spaces can become a cohesive part of the whole, and not just a treatment of a leftover space. So this could be one of the takeaways. And secondly, as Vajaan sir also mentioned, that in many of these cases, it has been observed that these residual spaces or voids, what we call, accommodate a lot of activities informally, which the formal setup has failed to accommodate or failed to plan for. So these spaces are very temporal in nature. So at certain point of the day, they act as storage spaces. They act as parking spaces, or during festivals there are pop-up pandals in such spaces. So they accommodate a lot of spillover activities, which the formal design has failed to accommodate in while designing. So these are very important spaces, and before designing for these spaces, we should understand that what are the learnings these spaces offer. So I think that was one thing which many of the presenters did not understand, what were the current activities which were going on in these spaces and how these could be further accommodated in while designing for. Then quickly just coming to the specific presentations. The first one, Shashank, you were talking about the conservation lanes. It was a very systematic inquiry, which I felt, and it was good to see how you analyzed the city level infrastructure system as a system first, and how this led to a lot of defunct spaces. And currently, what were the use of these interconnected defunct spaces? And then you were able to identify a precinct out of it. And later on, you broke that down into 4 very broad categories, and under each you demonstrated how certain interventions could be done. Some things which I could point out here is like, even if you provide certain parklets or hawking zones or various kinds of interactive spaces, how would you ensure that these would not be dark or dingy spaces after a certain span of time? who will maintain these spaces? So, and also, do the urban form respond to these spaces? Like, is there a thought about how the urban form could be reoriented towards these spaces? Because most of these were backyards of housing lanes, which had boundary walls. So changing the perception of these conservancy lanes from backyards of buildings to certain useful spaces which everyone would use, how that perception could be changed by increasing visual linkages, permeability, or urban form, or whatever. So that thought, I think, could have been a little more thought of. Then coming to the second one, Shivani, I really liked your graphical representations and the way you you had mapped the various layers, and also the three-dimensional representation, which very often we do not represent the three-dimensional aspect in our online presentations. So your maps were also very self-explanatory. Your structure plan was quite elaborate and very well thought of. One thing is the build form which you proposed was in a little contrast with what was the existing surrounding areas. So when such contrasting forms are proposed, how do the interfaces work? So when this newer form comes up, there is an existing community, there is a existing form, and they have certain way they go around the space. They have their everyday functions in these spaces. So how that interface would be, how would the community react to these newer forms which have come up? So this could be one thought. And with such an extensive structure plan, a thought to the phasing could have been given, because there were so many proposals. So which is the first proposal, which is the most important proposal, which will add a positivity to the space? So that kind of phasing would retain the positive aspects of the space till it gets fully functional. Then coming to the third one, that is the geographical void, Sahana. This was, you also did a very good, actually everyone had done a very rigorous exercise. So, I'll keep repeating it. And these ecosystems which you talked about, these are very vital. And when you are, these are just certain smaller points. When you are talking about a buffer zone or certain vegetative parcels, it is important to identify what kind of vegetation, what kind, how would you add to the ecosystem? So these smaller details could also, which complements this ecosystem, could be thought of. And the hydrology map showing, since this is an area where there is flooding which takes place. So what is the extent of water ingress during floods, and what is the frequency of it? So these are certain details which could have been more focused on. And also another thing is, are the communities which were there staying around these water bodies, are they culturally connected with these water systems? So that could have been one question. Like what is the connect of the water system to the community? So that could have been thought of. Kadambari, like this is not actually an urban void which you're talking about. This is an urban extension. This is a part. This is like a greenfield project. So the site analysis, this was a very extensive site analysis, which was very systematically done. And in such an exercise, there is a lot of speculation which goes. How did you decide that? It is a very complex task. How and deciding on so many hectares of land and deciding on the urban form, on the grid, on the uh, kind of typologies which would come up is a very extensive exercise. So in the ideation process, if certain scenarios could be shown that these could be two scenarios, but the first one is better than the second one because of certain aspects. That kind of discussion could also have been done. And also references could have been taken of what is happening on other fringes around the city. So who will come and accommodate this land parcel? So because mostly fringes are developed in a very similar manner. So how will this be similar to the other fringes, or will it have a very own identity of itself? So these are certain questions where you connect it with the city, where you connect your proposal with the city. And coming to the last presentation, Hemant, railway corridor, of course, it disrupts a part of the city, and it is a disconnect. It fragments the city. But this was a later insert in the fabric of the city. So so a study of both sides of this corridor, because when you talked about initially in your evolution map, you talked about community which stayed along in this area, and there was a disruption in between at a later stage. So where did the community have certain historical connect, cultural connect, or where the certain community connects which got disrupted? And when you are talking of reconnection, which is there in your title slide, you can talk about these connections which maybe could be re-established in certain ways. So so this was one thing which I found a little missing from all the presentations, was the community aspect, the talking about people who reside in these places, what are their needs, what are their aspirations, and how do they use these spaces, and how do they see the future of these spaces? So that how would we involve this kind of participation in our design exercises is also a thing which we can think of. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Gayatri and Ujjan sir. I think both of you have covered almost everything. Sir spoke more from a bird's eye view perspective, how to look at this issue and subject as a whole. And then you also looked at, Gayatri, every student's presentation and their thesis work. I'm not going to go very long since our time is already over, but as a concluding or a final remark, I would want to say that sometimes we also do need barriers. We need separations. We need certain things to be away from each other. So what to do with barrier is a challenge. At the same time, every time converting every barrier into a foreground or into a usable space may not be a planning solution as a whole. So, so that aspect needs to be looked into a bit more detail. I mean, I would have liked to see that from some students, what role these barriers actually play. And instead of offering a permanent solution, because urban design solutions are never permanent, they have to be flexible in nature. And that is why what kind of different approach could be introduced to retain these barriers as barriers, at the same time, spaces which don't create hazards for the communities around. So that's one aspect. I mean, like, for example, railway line, there are safety concerns around railway areas. There are movement concerns around railway areas. So that barrier is important. Now, at the same time, are we looking at these concerns in also new perspective? Like you also said that looking at both sides of development around a railway line is very, very important. And for one to transform that barrier into something else, the intervention can be somewhere else, and it doesn't have to be necessarily at that spot or on that land or on that street, you know. So one has to be really look at what is the, I mean, what is allowing that barrier to be there, and that could be somewhere else from the site or that area that you're looking at. So those kind of inquiries could have been much more interesting. I'm saying this from, again, future perspective, because a lot of students are participating in this seminar. And secondly, like we are looking at thesis projects, and it's very important to look at their realisticness or implementability. At the same time, can we be a bit more bold and talk about these areas in a bold manner, which they have been never looked at that way? Because this is an opportunity to explore. This is not an end point. Like the project doesn't end here. The project begins from here. So you know, that's something which I would request and ask all the students to look at. That how bold can you be? Such interventions have not happened before, and now we have an opportunity to bring forth those kind of interventions for future. So I think that's where I would want to wrap up here. We don't have any more questions, so back to Shrikant. Thank you.
Shrikant, you're muted.
Sorry. Yeah, thank you. That was a wonderful panel discussion. Now we would like to proceed on further to the deliberation session of the day. For the deliberation session, we would ask Ujan Ghosh sir to continue to stay with us. And to join him, we have Architect Prasanna Desai, Architect Bijin Kothari, Professor Chidambar Swami as panelists. And moderating the deliberation session, we have Architect Naveen Mahantish. I would like to introduce each of the panelists in brief. However, we have already had a discussion of the brief profile of Ujan Ghosh sir. So I'll move on to Architect Prasanna Desai. He's an architect, urban designer, and professor and director of PVP College of Architecture. And he has been running an successful architectural and urban design practice in Pune, emphasizing the role of architect in public domain with people participatory approach, focusing on equity and empathy to evolve an approach in affordable housing for the masses, as well as safe and socially shared streets, leading to creation of healthy, hygienic, and humane neighborhoods. The firm has been actively involved with the Pune Smart City project and designing the urban neighborhood in OM, consisting of 9 kilometers of streets along with the urban place, focusing of people-friendly design. It has also presented Pune Bicycle Plan with iTrans and CEE for Pune Municipal Corporation and guiding and designing walkability project in 13 cities with SumNet India supported by Shakti Foundation. So I cordially welcome you, sir, for the deliberation session. We have with us Dr. Bijin Kothari, sorry. She is the professor and head of the Department of Architecture, College of Engineering, Trivandrum. She has completed her BR from TKM College of Engineering, Kollam in 1995. And she has completed her master's in urban design from SPA New Delhi in 2004 and PhD from SPA School Planning and Architecture, JNFAU, Hyderabad. She is having a vast experience in the academic field. She has completed her PhD, which is titled Special Economic Zones and the Emergent Urban Growth Dynamics, a case of Hyderabad metropolitan region at the School of Planning and Architecture, Jawaharlal Nehru Architecture and Fine Arts University, Hyderabad. I cordially welcome you, madam. And we have with us one of our own professors, senior professors, Dr. Chidambar Swami, the former director of School of Planning and Architecture, SPA. He is an eminent academician, having an experience which spans more than 2 decades. He has done his master's from the University of Mysore and PhD from the University of Mysore. He completed his bachelor's from Malnad College of Architecture, Assam. He has guided more than 150 thesis projects, both at UG and PG level. He has published several research papers in national and international journals. He has been an active member of most of the institutes, architectural institutes, and also he has been an active BOS member in prestigious institutes across the nation. We welcome you, sir. And we have with us our moderator for the day, Naveen Mahantesh. He has completed his bachelor's from RV College of Architecture, Bangalore. He has done his master's from Pratt University, New York, in urban design, architecture and urban design. He runs a practice. He's involved in creative research with a cherished love for urban ecologies and interest in providing alternative perspectives on everyday practices of the city. So that's about the discussion of, introduction of the panelists. I would ask Naveen to continue the session. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Shrikant. Can I share my screen?
Yes, yes.
Yes, 1 second. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Shrikant. Thank you, IUDI and Mysore University, for allowing me to host this session. I'm very glad that we have a very experienced and esteemed panel with us today. This session will be hinged around the idea of like a whole discussion of what is this, or in other words, in a very academic context, how do you talk to a student about this? I've learned a lot by trying to address this question in my studios with my students. I've shortlisted a few key words or notions that I found relevant to the urban design discourse of today. It would be interesting to see how the panel addresses this. I encourage the panel to derive from their experiences with their students. Please feel free to be as anecdotal as possible. More anecdotal, more personal experiences. It gives us more insight. So we begin the session with a small story of planet Pluto. Right? Pluto was discovered as a planet in 1930, when we didn't know much about the outer reaches of our solar system. In the following years, astronomers discovered more Pluto-like objects in the region that is now known as Kuiper Belt. Pluto was the first among such objects at the edge of our solar system that we figured out. In 2006, the International Astronomical Union adopted a new definition for what constitutes a planet. And eventually, Pluto was demoted to a dwarf planet or a Plutoid. This seemingly scientific understanding became a personal one for many cultural conversations, mostly from an astrological point of view than an astronomical one, started. There became factions who wanted Pluto to become a planet again. But scientists argued if we do that, then our planet, our solar system might end up identifying 100 or so objects as planets around it. But in 2015, when we flew by Pluto and observed that it had an atmosphere and probably an icy ocean as well, some scientists also started arguing about its planetary status. What we learned from this is definitions matter, right? The idea of definitions has the power to create conversations and discourses. And with that, along with this esteemed panel, I would like to start the session by looking at a few terms that urban design academicians either have difficulty to talk about or love talking about, right? We begin with the first, which is a very, very difficult one. And the first definition that I would like to bring to the panel is, what is urban design? Like if you are talking to, we have 100 odd students here. Many are aspiring to become post graduations in urban design or urban designers. And this is a term that I've always had some difficulty talking to about or orienting students or people towards what is urban design. So we would like to begin with Baijin, Ms. Baijin. If I'm pronouncing your name, please correct me. Can we start with you, ma'am?
Yeah, it's Bijin Kotari. So,
Bijin, yes, ma'am. Sorry.
Let me just thank the organizers for giving this opportunity to talk in this forum, and congratulate all those students who have actually well presented their theses, like in the on the whole day. Yeah, to start with, you were asking the question of what urban design is. For me, I think I would actually like always address my students by, telling them how like we actually move from architecture to larger urban spaces, and we redesign, restructure those spaces in such a way that it becomes better, or we improve the quality of life of those people who are living in those urban spaces.
Thank you, ma'am. Prasanna, sir? Mr. Prasanna Desai?
Yeah. Sorry, I thought that she would be talking for a little longer time. It's not a one-line definition. I don't know whether I have the privilege of going beyond one-line definition. Yes, Naveen? I don't. Okay, let me try. When you say what is urban design, I have a very simple answer. This thing for it. I say,
or if a student asks you what is urban design, sir?
Sorry.
If a student asks you what is urban design,
I think urban design is what is beyond the boundary. You know, this definition I have discovered over a period of time. What I started realizing is that more and more, and I really very honestly say this, that all of us are architects, all of our urban designers are architects, and as an architect, we are always within the boundary. And that is what has confined us. You know, this is my plot, this is my boundary, this is my site area, etc. And what we are discussing, and I saw these 5 presentations, and I'm sure since morning there have been wonderful presentations, and all the time one is concerned about the city. And the city is beyond the boundary. And for me, urban design is beyond the boundary, and that is what we have to move. If we don't take care of what is happening beyond the boundary, then who will take care of it? Because the individual practices are absolutely confined within the boundary. Let me be very candid on this. So for me, urban design is beyond the boundary and trying to take care of people in terms of their health and hygiene. I think that is urban design. Urban design has to result in a good health and good hygiene. Last 2 years have really taught us that. And I think it has brought us back to this whole situation.
We'll come to that.
Health and hygiene is good. Yeah.
Over to you, Ujan, sir. Your thoughts on the terminology.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
You're muted, sir.
Sorry. Yeah. I mean, this is I will lecture on it. It was 1 hour wala. So in one of them it says that urban design is architects' social work. You do urban design, you need not go to a temple to pray. I will leave it at that right now. We'll come back. If you want any explanation, I will give, not you, I mean, what it means is that you are doing something good for people if you do urban design. And often you are doing for those who are actually not paying you, which means you are doing a social work. And so it's a good work. So when we are all architects, and we do architecture project. And as you know, like just now it has been discussed, going beyond the boundaries. So when the architect thinks beyond his boundary, even if it's a plot, goes out of it and does something, he's doing urban design. I'm just putting simply one part of it. So I will, let us move further. We'll get back. I think we will get more chance to talk about it. So this
we will, sir. I have it.
So that's
Chidambara, sir.
Good evening to everybody. I think Naveen is asking a very tough questions to answer definition as such, urban design, but we are all architects, we know very well. Architecture is limited to certain boundaries and things, but where urban design, it's beyond the boundaries, where addressing all the socio-cultural and economic aspects of the people, particularly well-being of the people, I can say, the community, in brief. That's all I can say. If at all you have to elaborate, it requires a lot of time, I believe.
We will, so step by step,
Yes,
we
yes,
will
yes.
get
Thank
to
you.
that.
Thank you.
So the next question on your table rather is, there is this essay by Theodosius, which says nothing in biology makes sense except in the light of evolution. Sorry for the typology there. Except in the light of evolution. Like if you take out evolution, then biology will not make any sense, right? So a parallel to that, which I found very interesting, is nothing in urbanism makes sense except in the light of congestion, the idea of congestion. So with that, a lot of projects also address this idea of city core and identity today. So in very diverse ways, like the city core of Shahjahanabad was drastically different, let's say, from Pallam. Now, I wanted to know how do you kind of start or the city core of Mysore for our project, our university cases. So how do we understand this idea of city core and identity, right? So if since we have people from across India, right? So we have somebody from Delhi, somebody from Mysore. If you could talk to us about how you are addressing this idea of what is the city core in your studios with your students, and how are you kind of dealing with this discussion over identity within a city core? Prasanna sir, we can start with you.
Yeah, so to start off, let me admit very candidly that I don't teach urban design. I'm not active in postgrad urban design for last 35 years. Like you just now mentioned, Ujan and Sanjay Kanvinde and all, they've been teaching for 37 years in urban design studio. For last 30 years, I am in the hardcore BR's third year studio. But yes, we try to introduce.
But as a practitioner, you would have a perspective on
this. No, I will bring you from the studio also. At the third year level itself, we are trying to do something at the B-Arch third year level where we're trying to understand the city and the city core. And I think the city core has a lot to offer as a student also, or the students in particular, and they should start at the bachelor's level itself, because most of us, as you rightly said, are architects only. And to understand the city itself tells you a lot of things. It tells you the craft, it tells you the culture, it tells you about the climate, and this is how our city cores have been. Now, they are bound to go under transformations, but what kind of transformation they have to go, what identities need to be kept intact, and what transformation has to happen is not easy. And but I think it has a lot of values, and those values are which are very important, which have to be nurtured and preserved. Otherwise, we lose everything. And I don't have to really tell me all.
Any particular city you're thinking, sir, when you're talking about this, any particular city that you come from that you're thinking about?
Any particular city I come from? I come from Delhi. I grew up all the time in Delhi. And if you want to tell about the core city of Delhi, I didn't stay in Shahjahanabad, but Karol Bagh has become a core city. And I have all my memories and all my culture and life from Karol Bagh, where all the buildings were connected and the terraces were connected, and we used to go on the rooftop, and there is a complete different culture on the rooftop. So that is what I am talking about. So all core cities, which are dense cities, have a different character and different culture, and that is very critical. Unlike today, where we are completely isolated in a fabric, and that's the difference between the core city as well as the new city. New city is an isolated city because of one thing which is called the setbacks. The setbacks are completely isolated each and every pocket. And unlike in the old city, we are much more connected. And that is what I think is very critical today. The connections are important. So for me, Karol Bagh is like Amritsar, where all the rooftops are connected. And as somebody said in Amritsar, if you get up on one building on one end of the city, you can get down on the other end of the city from the terrace itself. That is the connection.
Chidambara sir?
I come from Mysore city, and fortunately my research also on the historic city of Mysore, heritage and conservation. I think Mysore city is already known as a heritage city. And if we talk about a core I think, the central area of a Mysore city, where Mysore Palace located, Amba Vilas Palace. Mysore rich with heritage buildings, rich with culture, history, architecture, and very strong identity as a heritage building. So we have more than 500 to 600 heritage buildings in the central area of Mysore city, of course, around the radius of 3 kilometers. And of course, core, when we say it's very old and historic and a lot of transformations over a period of time, we can see that cultural transformation, physical transformations, and other aspect is concerned, and continue to attract tourists all over the world. And of course, it's a very strong identity. If you talk about a Mysore central area is concerned, one in sense of architectural identity, because the buildings have rich in terms of architectural character, and the city is already rich with culture and history because of the rulers. Mysore Wadayas are ruled over 100 years and have brought in very strong culture to the city and identity as such. As when come back to the academic part of it, as we have already in 8 semesters, we have in a curriculum, we have every semester in 8 semester routine, we give certain heritage or a cultural cities we select for a urban design documentation for the student, what are we talking about. So we document and we find out the issues and problems, identity and whatnot, etc. This is how we transformation of a knowledge from the other side to the budding architects, we do it. So this is how the transformation in terms of history and architecture and culture and identity, where student also can acquire and learn and give respect and responsibility to that. This is what I can say.
Ujan sir?
Yeah, actually, city core and in fact go hand in hand, and identity go hand in hand, mainly because city core, where the people are, the most visited part of a city, whether it is the residents or visitors from outside even, and a city is often identified, or sort of its image comes from the core, but not necessarily a built core. In the sense, if you take, for example, Manhattan is image is both tall buildings and the Central Park. If we talk about New Delhi, as far as identity concerned, Old Delhi is the identity of architects, and its identity is Central Vista, or rather India Gate and Connaught Place. And next would be perhaps Karol Bagh, because that's where all visitors go to shop.
Yeah.
So to me, they are interrelated. And the other point I'm trying to make is city core, in terms of identity, not necessarily have to be the busiest and in terms of commerce and shopping and office. It could be also something like India Gate.
Yeah. I think that's also very interesting about Delhi, where I don't think it has one core. Each urban village offers a different core for the city and a different identity for the city. And yeah, I think that way Delhi offers a very interesting idea of there need not be a single core. Bijin ma'am, you want to add to this?
Yeah, for me, I think the identity of a city core basically is the tangible and the intangible part. Tangible in the sense the physical part of the city, and intangible in terms of the cultural, socioeconomic, the networks these communities build, and the way actually the spaces are structured, that public space structure, and the way they, the lifestyle, the way they actually deal with that everyday life in those particular spaces. I think like each city and each historic core or city core is unique in those aspects. And as a person from Kerala, like even our city cores are very distinct from those we normally see in the north.
I think that's the second thing I wanted to talk about. Like when we talk about the idea and identity part, we saw this in our projects today as well, where in Vrindavan, the identity part came from the idea of sacred. But with respect to, if I say Fort Kochi, Old Town,
multicultural,
and even yes, and the kind of transformation that is happening there due to pure tourism. I think similar thing we discussed in the Kollam project as well. So the idea of Old Town need not mean density. It can also mean, like, I think Fort Kochi is a very interesting example, man. Yeah. So we move on to the next
Before
idea.
you go, Naveen, can I just, because you talked about Vrindavan, and because you are in the phrase identity here, I think in the morning in one session, if you remember, it was talked about that it is few things like place, product, people, culture, all give identity. So it is not just the architects love building. So we talk about buildings give identity, but which perhaps not true. I think in India, I think it's more to do with the rituals than anything else, or maybe some product. Anyway, just came to mind. And go on your path.
So I think that's also interesting, sir, because I think what you're talking
voice is
also
breaking.
moving towards where the idea of rituals. Hello, you can hear?
Now it's okay. Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. I think that's a very interesting to touch upon, sir, how the identity comes from a way of life that is also very strongly related to the rituals that we perform. I think that's a very interesting thing, and I think we are at a place where a lot of our like the Char Dham project, if you see, the whole impetus for that project is to enable people going for rituals. So even the Kashi project that is happening right now. So there is a lot of urban design that happens purely with the idea of addressing rituals. If you could elaborate more on that, I think it's a very interesting point you've touched upon, sir.
This Kasi thing is a good thing you picked up. I think you're talking about Banaras, whatever is being. I mean, that's a good example of how instead of depending on existing identity, you try to give a new identity. I'm not saying wrong or right. Maybe that's the objective of the whole design. That let's get a new identity. Not necessarily. If it is not in place of old identity, perhaps it is okay. But if it hampers with existing identity, perhaps it's not a good idea, because some people will not like it because they love their identity. So, so that intervention or proposals which are being done are creating a new identity for people. One way it is good because the common man is actually liking it. They are finding anything new which comes in given to people, whether it is food or culture, it is exciting. And we people were thinking people or whatever, I'm not calling intellectuals, but and then we start comparing with other things. Like I said that in a Hindu core temple area, we have a typology, a Western typology of spaces, which is somebody would say why not, No, but I don't believe in why not arguments. I believe in why arguments. So
why not is very convenient.
So yeah. So that's what I was talking about. Now, actually, the new place is not a cultural identity. It has got a physical identity. It has got the space, the scale, the repetitive arches, and the materials. So, so it is an identity created by place, by physicality. Whereas, even if the ghats have a very strong physicality in form and space, but actually it is identified more for its cultural and activity there rather than the built part of it. So these are kind of different kind of cultural thing happening in this particular city, and which perhaps true for any place for that matter.
So this also touches upon how we achieve identity for a place. Like one is we have a city core that has a time for it, so identity comes from how old it is. But we are also having few discussions on, let's say, the project in Amravati, the new city of Amravati, where the set designer of Bahubali has been called to give it an identity. So, I mean, I'm sure everybody is following this. What would an urban designer's take be when such a thing is happening? Prasanna sir, any take on that? As I mean, you are a very active practitioner. How do you address identity when you like design?
So I think that kind of an intervention is a very political one. No? It is a political one where it's a one-man political thing that he feels that the identity to the city would be achieved by that kind of an intervention. And somewhere, as if you talk about the Amravati example, there are many layers to that Amravati example, right? From the day the site was selected, then the competition happened, and then it came in. So I think it was a very confused scenario. I am slightly attached to it. I have seen this. I travel to Amravati every 3 or 4 months, not exactly in Amravati, but we bypassed through all that. So I think it was a set of certain decisions which led to it. And they started realizing over a period of time that, this is not going somewhere, or what was it? It was very political for identity. Otherwise, I don't think all the time the politicians are looking for that kind of identity, because we work with a lot of politicians. They understand that what is the layer of it. And there are examples, if you see what is right or wrong is a separate issue, but there's something which has happened around Golden Temple also. So in case of identity, because Golden Temple has so much of identity there. Chandni Chowk is redone in a particular manner. Again, a very historic core area. So there are many core areas like this which have been done, and they are not at this extreme end, and professionals have been involved. Right or wrong, we can always keep on debating. The same Kashi thing or the Central Vista. All our the interventions are more at a professional level. That was one of the complete odd one out, I must say.
Vijay ma'am, any thoughts on the identity that Fort Kochi has got because of the Kochi Biennale that happens there?
Absolutely.
There's a lot of influx of.
Yeah, sorry, you asked someone else, is it that?
Yeah, I'll come to you, sir. Vijay ma'am, I wanted to address.
Yeah, it's already kind of a multicultural. Yeah, it's already kind of a multicultural space. There are a lot of different types of communities coexisting in a very synergetic manner in that particular space. And introduction of Biennale, in fact, actually, like economically, if you look at it, it is like kind of very viable. But I think to a certain extent, it is like right now reinstating its identity, like as a space which could in fact hold this Biennale. So the whole restructuring is actually happening in those lines.
Prasanna sir, you were saying something.
I was trying to say this example exactly of Fort Kochi, which is one of the live examples where we see that how urban design is linked with an activity where people are in full participation to the thing. And I would really like to understand from anyone who can throw the light, this whole Fort Kochi thing and the Biennale thing, how many of us as urban designers or the architects were involved in conceiving or taking it ahead? Anybody can throw any light of it? Or was it a movement by the local artists or Biennale or foundation or people who matter?
I mean, it began as a local. I mean, before Biennale came, there was no revenue. I mean, I'm talking because I was one of the curators in the 2016 Kochi Biennale, Students Biennale. So I had a role in master planning the Students Biennale across like 16 venues. So there we did apply a master urban design perspective of what is your walking experience and where should you go and how should you go. But otherwise, it began as a purely an artist-driven thing. It's now going through some issues, but I think what it did to Kochi, not just in terms of gentrification, but it added new vocabulary as well. Like Biennale has no Malayalam word or a Hindi word. So Biennale became a Malayalam word to kind of address that whole event. So the layers in which it penetrated in a very short amount of time, I think that was very, very interesting.
Yes, absolutely.
It I think gives an identity. Yeah. So I think that was a very interesting thing. From here, this idea of city core and identity, we go to like, are we moving towards a generic city? Is this the default condition that we will end up in? we will, when all the dust settles, do we find ourselves in a generic city where one city would look like another one? I think we're already seeing it, but do you think we are heading there? Chidambara sir?
Probably it varies from place to place. Of course, when you talk about a generic city, probably we may able to draw certain times the contextually the similarity sometimes varies, and particularly in terms of a social aspect, cultural aspect, and of course regional architecture of the things. You may draw it, but you may not be similar. Of course, definitely, because in identity as we talk about identity in a similar context, the variations we can witness from place to place actually. That's what my feelings.
Ujan sir?
Yeah, a city is not just the physical part of it, but there's also a non-physical part of it. So I think it would be generic in the physical part and specific in its other dimensions of people, culture, and nature. We may be having streets lined with glass buildings of all similar looking, but at the lowest two levels, we will have the city people walking and shopping of their own kind of things. They will be behaving in their own way. Those will not change much. Our clothes will change. That's like almost like building. We all wear same clothes nowadays. So I guess there will be something which will remain specific to. But as what we often work on is all these buildings and infrastructure and all that, they will become generic, and it's a wise thing actually. That doesn't bother me much. There would be, I mean, a lot of will be generic, but there would be few things will remain which will have this old identity. But yes, the city you will see, not necessarily feel. The city you will see in a half-closed eye will be generic, but the city we will experience will not become generic. It will continue to have flavor of its own because of the people, culture, nature, nature including climate.
So we wonder what we are designing there. So Prasanna sir, anything to add?
No, I fully agree with what Ujan is saying. I think Indian cities have this so much of diversity, so much of vibrance, which is different. Yes, we do see this kind of a pressure which is there. And this pressure is, I think, aspirations. People have these aspirations and people compare cities rather than seeing what is happening in terms of the lower level, at the ground level. We are talking about how many multi-stories do you have? How many flyovers do you have? Do you have a metro? Oh, you don't have a metro, so what is your city like? Do you have a mall? There are cities which don't have malls, and oh, तुम्हारी city में mall नहीं है. So that is where I think this whole thing is percolating to. But at the ground level, when you go to maybe Madurai, you are looking for what is local in Madurai. I want to taste the local Madurai food, and if I go to Kolhapur, I want to have the misal there, and if I go to Jaipur, I want to have dal bati. So I think that layer can never get this thing, and it is very strong. It will remain. And it is for all of us. And I think, if I may use this platform to say that architecture schools, 500 schools of architecture, it is at that place that we should be able to value this. And somewhere down the line, the 500 school at the BH level and post, we are also equally swayed by this whole thing of what the city should be. Because it is not only 30 courses of urban design that can change it. It is the bachelor's, 50,000 architects passing out each year. They should also talk the language. I'm not saying that only there shouldn't be any change, but I think this value system has to come in, and understand what is right or what is wrong. Clothing has changed, so that's okay. Doesn't really matter. But still, at the level, finally, you need something comfortable. So city needs to be comfortable for all.
I think this kind of hit me when we were trying to look at the Tumkur's history. And the history of Tumkur starts from like 17th century, 19th century, 1960s, 1970s. Many things happened, like the MUT was established, HMT company, HMT factory came. And then 2015, it became a smart city, along with 100 other smart cities. somewhere at that point we were wondering how are we looking at this terminology of a smart city, because 100 more cities have been tagged as a smart city, right? So how do we address this timeline? Should we look at a city which has started in 17th century? How does that become smart city? Or we are at 2015 where 100 more cities are competing to be smart city. How do I compete with them? How do we kind of have a perspective on this? Is what this is where I started thinking, will all cities be addressing the same thing? Will they trying to achieve the same thing? Prasanna sir, you said you had worked on the smart city, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, I mean, this is now almost 7-8 years, and when this terminology smart cities came in, that time also I was wondering what is smart all about.
Exactly.
I think the terminology of the cities always changing. We are talking about healthy cities, we are talking about sustainable cities, we are talking about livable cities. So I think it just doesn't matter what is the title, you know. City is a city. And recently I was there in Delhi and we were having some discussion with the additional secretary of smart cities. I said, sir, ye apne smart city mein se smart shabd rakha kyun hai? Means I don't understand, because as soon as you put the shabd smart, people say, what is smart? Now, I said that why don't we say safe cities for that matter? Safe cities. Now, if I say safe cities, nobody is going to say, what do you mean by safe? Oh, safe for everyone. Safe for people who are walking, safe for ladies, safe for children, safe for elderly. Safety is a priority. So I think smart is a brand. I don't want to question it. It is come from somewhere and it will vanish. I think within another few years, it will vanish. Some other word will come. But finally, we have to remain at the bottom line that a city should be for the people. And as I earlier said, I'm very, very conscious about this, that it should be healthy and people's health should be good and we should enjoy the city. That's the bottom line. But what is the wrapper mein kya is doesn't matter till the content is worth eating and it is tasty and it is healthy. It doesn't spoil your health.
So I have 15 minutes and 2 more topics that I want to address.
But I will just add one line if you allow me. But let me tell you what Smart City has done. And I will say this. Smart City has put these 70, 80, 100 cities on the map and people have started talking about the cities. You know, the common man talks about a city now. Earlier, it was not in the forefront of discussion that city also needs to be looked at. You know, so that change has happened. Log baat kar rahe hain ki bhai,
and one more thing that happened, which I have to appreciate, is like 10 years back when I did masters in urban design, I came back. There was no urban designer post. Like in Netherlands, they hire urban designers and urban designer as a post. Here, that post wasn't there. Now people are hiring urban designers actively. So there is a market that has opened up, which I think it's very, very interesting. Quickly, I'll go to the next one where, so this term is, okay, this should have been come before. Okay, urbanism's greatest aspiration is to inhabit a place completely man-made. I think this is where the crux of urbanism stays. And also combining this with the idea of congestion that we were talking earlier, which is this: nothing in urbanism makes sense except in the light of congestion. Like without people, congestion, like what is urbanism, right? So this came to me, you know, as a stark reality when, and from there we went to leftover spaces where there is no congestion or there is no people. We will not talk about this with respect to the projects we discussed, but we will talk about it during the 2 years of pandemic and what the city went through then. I just want to get a sense of, I mean, this was a very jarring thing for me where cities were empty. So what were your perspectives of what a city is during such a time? Bijin ma'am, you want to say anything? What was your perspective of a city when without any people in it?
Yeah, in fact, this was actually a time of huge introspection into, you know, like what our public spaces would be like at the end of the day, like once the pandemic is over. And there have been a lot of discussions and debates world over discussing on, you know, like, are public spaces really required in you know, what would be, and we all people are actually resorting to social media and other, you know, places for keeping connections and contacts rather than coming out to public. But like, I mean, I don't think public spaces are going to nowhere or people using public, because it was very clear as soon as the pandemic was over, people started actually rushing down to actually like enjoy all those recreational spaces that are there in the cities. So, even when we have pandemics and other things, these public spaces are going to remain. In fact, I think that aspect of flexibility of these public spaces is something that we need to like look at as urban designers. Like, how flexible can these public spaces be when it comes to a scenario like pandemics, where it could be completely used for certain other health related infrastructure purposes. So like, I think as designers there should be like right now I have heard that the national policy itself is like gearing towards looking at cities to be made more healthier. There is a healthy city concept, like beyond smart cities, cities should also be healthy. So like how these public space infrastructure that are existing in the cities could be like integrated in such a way that even the infrastructure for that matter and the health infrastructure existing could be like connected or integrated in such a way that actually it could be like made usable for creating a healthy kind of a network in while we actually look at while we in fact combat these kinds of pandemics.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point where you address the health part. Chidambra sir, I remember one of our students tried to design something about how Dasara can happen during a pandemic.
Yes. I think
that was something that was a very
public place
interesting
plays a very important role in today's context. And I think, as you say, one of our students addressed how Dasara can be. So it has been used in that context, how those various streets and streets can be utilized, because many of the streets are not been put into use during the Dasara period time. In that period context, how these public can be make use of those streets by bringing active of the particular streets, by bringing certain activities during the Dasara periods, by organizing certain events and cultural and including the food melas and etc. So that those streets are very traditional and vibrant when you allow the people to exercise, when you bring them some activities. Unfortunately, we have been restricted to certain these kind of activities or the aspect only to the certain areas, BBD market. But fortunately, we have a lot of rich heritage values and traditional buildings, built form or built spaces. One can exercise through these examples by bringing them these activities to those areas so that we can activate them, and at the same time people feel themselves they belong to that and they appreciate as well. So this one way of creating an awareness and also protecting towards our valuable culture, valuable heritage or whatever built forms. Also one way of looking at it in terms of along with the public participation. I think this plays a very, very important role. Probably this corona is only a stopgap. It comes and goes, but public place remains a public place. Everyone is required. So only thing is what we can make, rather than looking at public spaces, we are looking at only few categories as parks and open space and branded few areas. Rather than that, you have to make these our cultural assets or the valuable assets, rich heritage of our cities, built forms also part of that, bring certain activities so that those places will also be part of the people where people appreciate, and as well this protection also takes place. That's where my feelings. This is what we have done under that exercise where students have done one exercise during the Dasara period, how these certain streets can be active, bringing certain activities.
I mean, it was very interesting to strategize for social distancing in a festival.
Exactly.
So
yes, exactly.
My thing is, see, the pandemics are temporary, they come and go, and we should also, in our work of planning, designing, architecture, we should keep it in mind. I said once in my class, that like we masked ourselves, and what we did to ourselves, that. So just don't do something to this. Don't make a masked city. So if at all you do, make it like a mask only, which can be removed. In other words, let's not make any permanent changes just because the pandemic came for a year. And we know the frequencies of this kind of pandemics are not very quick. We know that very well. And when it comes next, it is not as dreadful as it was, And even now, whatever is going on is not as bad as before. So anyway, that's besides the point, because when this thing happened, a lot of us architects, planners, start talking about what should we do to our city for pandemics. Pandemic, no pandemic, if we have good health facilities, everything will be fine. I don't think you really have to do anything more than that. Now this somewhere in Delhi or somewhere people started walking back home and all that, it's very temporary. They can be easily solved. Doesn't need too much of this thing. No matter what you do, those things will happen now and then. There's no permanent solution to it. We have learned our lessons. The next lockdown will be much more productive. Lockdown was a lockdown, but in a lockdown situation, you can do so much. We learned in the last lockdown. The next one is not going to be that bad. So the point that the sentence I made, let's not put permanent masks in our city and it loses its identity. Comes back to the point, identity again. Yeah.
Prasanna sir, you want to add anything?
No, I recently was at a conference which was about Pune development session, and along with me there was somebody from the World Trade Organization. There was one economist who was teaching at Flame University, and there was one politician or the president of MCCI, Chamber of Commerce, all from different fields. And we were talking about this city. And this economist put up a very interesting theory. He said that and public space value, first let me just say the public space is under tremendous pressure nowadays, okay? It is under tremendous pressure of parking. There is tremendous pressure from politicians and tremendous pressure on public space for profit. And that is how it has to be protected. And each and every public space need not be really designed. Leave the Maidans as Maidans, it works like that. That is one. But this economist said that public spaces are the spaces where innovations happen if people meet. And he was trying to really give some examples that great innovations don't happen necessarily in the lab. And he's talking about technical and all other innovations which can be converted into economics. So at one point when we talk about quality of life, health and everything, we cannot convert that into GDP. And here he is trying to talk about public space as a space where people meet and innovations happen. So it was a very interesting theory that he was putting. And I thought that's a very interesting point to support the public spaces, that innovations do happen because people meet freely. The innovations don't happen in the boardrooms. It happens in these informal spaces which are there. So I think it was a very, one couldn't really study this much in detail. Maybe some other time one can really have a conversation with this economist to understand this better.
I think a couple of things that was very interesting for me was the city became actually healthier, where the air pollution dropped massive levels in all of the cities during the pandemic. And one more interesting thing was the moment the lockdown was opened, the city came back as if it never went away. So that kind of a bounce back was very, very, very interesting for me to observe. Someone who's passionate about cities, that bouncing back was incredible. So I want to end on the last discussion topic, which came from one of the students in the morning. Virkar in Delhi, who addressed whose project was about the Central Vista, and the whole point of the project was to create a democratic urban place. So if you could talk about what this even means. I mean, it's a nice term, but what does it mean in its true sense? Anybody? Ma'am, you want to take it first?
Yeah, in fact, even we have had dissertations and theses discussing about, what democracy means in terms of like designing urban spaces. Like the interesting discussions actually like that we had during that time was about, the more participatory or the more, people centric the whole design process becomes, the more democratic it ends up. Like all those democratic spaces we keep discussing about or we actually see in front of us are not actually or really democratic. I think that extent of what democracy means in terms of all these public spaces is something that is quite questionable.
Chidambaram sir?
As I think Madam has said rightly, sometimes we can't question, but certain time probably it may require also, as we talk about like an identity for a city. See, probably we may say today identity, after some years, it may be, from the point of heritage, conservation, water, etc. Again, maybe I feel it may require certain time. Yes, it is again debatable question.
I would add, actually, it has got a scale. I mean, at where are you applying it? In a neighborhood park, we don't say it's a democratic space, even if it has got all the qualities of a so-called democratic space. I think the inclusive space becomes more and more applicable in a generic way, that where anybody and everybody can come, age or caste or gender, whatever you call it. But there is other word involved in this, in decision making. The urban space where everybody can go, but somehow they feel they don't own the place. It is somebody else's. You are allowed to go there, but you still have that somebody is looking over you. That you can do this, you cannot do that. There are always, even place like Central Vista, even it's in best days when I have used it, when I was studying in 70s in SPA, and I was caught by a cop when I was sitting with very benignly with a girlfriend. So I think there is this little that control word. It's not that everybody allowed part. So this is the key thing. There was a discussion on this crisis of our Central Vista design. Is only that the space is there, the trees are there, the lawns will be better watered, everything will be nice. That fear will increase. That fear with really walled up by 10-story bureaucrats. And you believe it or not, what happens is the security goes to the police, and police doesn't listen to even the bureaucrats. One, because it's their business to security. Even the security to the prime minister, he has to listen to the security guy. He can't overrule security arrangements. No way. There is a procedure to overrule it. So what I'm trying to say, that the designer or even the bureaucrats now saying that space will remain as democratic as it was, as public as it was, even better. So what will actually happen, the police, I will not even blame them, because of movement of important people in that area across the Central Vista, from this to that, they will simply close it down for security reason.
Yeah.
And that's the practical fear I talk about. I don't talk much about Lieutenant's Delhi and all that stuff.
Access is gone.
Yeah, because what do you say? I mean, you can't blame him. He said, yeah, my responsibility to save these guys, to be mobbed by people and all that. So I'm closing these roads. They do that anyway now also all the time. And when all the ministries will be jammed up there in both sides, it's going to happen. So that's the main fear. That's what
I think it begins with this, like any place can be democratic only if you have access to it. I think it begins with the idea access itself. Yeah.
Yes, access is, yes, correct. I mean, even after access also, this one I was giving example only, but even after access, there is a scale of a place or location or something. Even if you have the access, you don't feel that is your own. Like you feel when you come down to a neighborhood level open space. So there you think that you own it, and because you are a member of the resident association. But even if I'm a citizen of Delhi, I don't feel I own India Gate lawns.
Prasanna sir, anything you need to add?
I think Ujjan has put it rightly as far as that very specific case is concerned. This is a very specific case, peculiarly, that we are discussing. But I think otherwise the urban democratic space does exist, and every city has it, and it has remained democratic. If you look at Marine Drive, if you look at Hussain Sagar Lake, if you look at hills of Pune, if you look at Marina, every city has, or Rankala Lake in Kolhapur. So this is that urban democratic space where everybody feels quite comfortable. Lieutenant's Delhi and Central Vista is a different layer to discuss, but other spaces that I mentioned, there are many more all around the cities which remain democratic, and I'm sure that they will have that kind of a comfort and freedom for everyone to be there at their free will. And our democracy is quite strong, so I don't see that they will crumble at all. And,
but do you think a designer can, like the word democratic, is it a function of design?
I think as a designer, I will tell you what is slightly not very comfortable, at least for me, is all these gated communities now. these gated communities day by day are increasing, and big townships, they are gating and they are saying, oh, you cannot enter here, you cannot enter there. So that is what is really worrisome, because these gated communities are they are the ghettos, and that is more non-democratic than this other democratic space. That remains democratic, but these gated communities is not a very comfortable thing for the cities.
Well, just on continuation to that, the gated communities are not a good thing, no doubt about it, in a larger frame of society. But gated community, those places are private places. They are owned privately, sold privately, whatever, and it does do a negative thing for the society, no doubt. But as such, and the walls and all that, and is a problem. But I can't go in there. I don't mind. I don't want to go to every gated community. Why should I go there? But you asked the other question: the architects and the urban designer, what can they do? Democratic.
Is it a function of design?
It is not that much. I think most of the places we make by design, they are democratic. Whatever the designer can do, but they are made undemocratic by others, by somebody else, which is not designed.
Yeah.
But there is a relation, but not that much. An architect cannot create a democratic place by himself.
No, I think that's the point I was trying to touch upon, where we get students who want to do a cultural center, they design a room and write culture in it. So this is where you can design an urban place, but you cannot, like as a designer, there is a limitation for you to make it democratic, right? So I think that's a very interesting point. Srikanth, any questions do we have for the panelists?
Currently, we have not got any questions. However, we can make an announcement to the audience.
So if anybody has any questions, please.
You can directly unmute yourself. The audience, we open the question and answer session. If you have any question, you can unmute yourself and you can ask the question.
So if there isn't any questions, then Srikanth, I hand it over back to you.
I can ask a question.
Yes, please.
Since the themes revolved around urban renewal, my question is, or I would like to know the take of the panelists on when you're making an urban renewal project. Is it very important to keep the connect of the past, or you're doing a renewal with regard to only solving the problems and reaching out to a better future? With that, on either side of the extremes, where does design fall in, and what aspects should the urban designer consider to keep that connect between the urban fabric which was before renewal and after renewal? Prasanna Desai, sir?
I see. What I feel is that any kind of a project, whether urban renewal or the role of urban designer at the wider scale, is certainly as a designer limitations. But if we want to really make a dent and what we are trying to talk about, healthy city, better city, quality of life, then I think we have to change roles. Earlier we start changing our roles, then I think we will start being heard about it. And we will have to be, for that, we will have to be an activist. We cannot be only a designer. I think we must get into this. We have to be an activist. We have to be a negotiator. We have to be the initiator. We have to initiate it. What is happening is that if you are waiting for this design, that means that the RFP, if I may call it, is already done, that this is what we are going to do. So I think it is very, very important for all of us, particularly urban designers, to enter much earlier and initiate certain things, what is good for the city, and play that role of the activist. And as Ujan said, that urban design is a social work. Yes, it used to be, I think, no more now. And I know many architects see, they say, I want to do something for the city. I have time on Saturday, Sunday. It is not a Saturday, Sunday job. It is not a Saturday, Sunday job. It's a full-time job. You have to be in it. Either you have to be as an activist. Now, how do you make your bread and butter is a separate issue. But yes, maybe the schools can become the real activists in this, because their bread and butter is coming from what they are teaching in the educational institute. And that is how it can happen. So there can be many models, but I think we need to go much beyond to take care of all this that we are talking about, and including this urban renewal and everything. Otherwise, the pendulum will swing on one direction in which already is swinging, and we won't be able to stop it, because we are not making, to be very honest, serious efforts to stop and maybe educate. We need to educate. We need to educate the politician. We need to educate the bureaucrat, and we have to be persistent on it. Absolutely persistent at the local level, with maybe 40 schools of urban design in the country. Very much possible. In I think what Manoj Kini is doing in Kerala, I am told that he's part of some committee or this thing which is part government, part something. I think it is creditable. That's exactly the way one has to push yourself and get in there, get inside. I'm sure he will get success. It will take time and it will be a lot of patience. But he's inside the system, and we need to be inside the system, absolutely inside the system.
Thank you, sir. So your take on this question, Ujan Ghosh, sir.
Earlier sometime I said I'm a great believer of the present, and when I take up any work, my first priority is to see a 10-year window or a 5-year window even, and then also that's why even the existing hawkers on a neighborhood side street, in a meeting with them, they said first problem, they said these hawkers, vegetable hawkers sitting there. Then when you ask them, they all shop there. They are the people who shop there, but they want them to be removed from there. So then you ask again, they will say, then like urban designer keep asking, like we ask our students. So jate jate pata laga ki their problem is that they cannot drive. They don't mind the hawker. So they actually first solve the question that usko remove karne se theek ho jayega. Then when you ask them ki tu sabji kahan se kharidoge, then they realize, no, that sabji is good. But if you can drive and they remain, that's the best. So, so the problem becomes different now, that you want the hawkers there, and you want to get the cars there. I don't try to suddenly try to pedestrianize a place. Let the cars be reduced by a higher authority first. I as an urban designer, are very small to say traffic kam kar dunga raste mein. The problem is somewhere else. So we should not try to solve the problems which we are not equipped with. But there is a lot we can do till such time the bigger problem is solved somebody else. But there will be people, what Prasanna was talking about, must keep agitating as a human being, as a responsible citizen, not even an architect. You must keep doing it. Pollution is not architect's business here, but that doesn't mean that we don't talk about it and don't protest about it. So, so what I was trying to say that if we keep thinking about bigger problems, which are often beyond us, and we often neglect the ones which you could do. So I often, so that as you ask about the past and future and all that, that's all fine. But if I cannot protect or something of the past, that doesn't mean I will not do the present. I don't know, I maybe didn't answer your question directly, or maybe there was no direct question in there, but just wanted a discussion. Yeah, that's my take. This is what I talk to everybody like this.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Sir, Chidambara Swami, sir.
Yeah. I think both the stalwarts have already in detail they were told. I think, see, we are looking at in terms of urban renewal programs. We are talking about traffic congestions, vehicle traffic to be reduced, vehicle pedestrians to be removed, hawkers to be removed, where these people are come from. So when we talk about a cultural identity or a traditional identity, where these are the people, earliest people, where people are doing their basic livelihood, also part of them supporting the city at the same times. So just because the vehicle population is increased and the traffic congestions, we are looking at in terms of first diverting these people to away from the areas. See, probably until unless this is not hampering the built environment and the aesthetics of the city, I think you can retain them and they are part of the city. They continue to live with not hampering. And probably the other side, when we talk about economical and vehicular pollutions and problems as such, that's we have to deal it in a different way. I feel it.
Ma'am, you have anything to say? Anything to add?
Yeah, in fact, from all those deliberations since morning, I have actually penned down a few points which maybe the students might not have touched upon. One essentially is about looking at the scope of transformative urbanism or transformative place-making processes that actually are gearing up world over in terms of the new part of a decision-making process for urban renewal projects. And the second is about urban management, urban design management. The level of actually us as urban designers becoming more managers even when we actually look at implementing design, not just implementing, but also monitoring and managing this urban space designs we create. And the third is looking at all those categories of 3 categories of voids which Shana was mentioning about, and each can have different kinds of approaches to deal with. One could be tactical, the other one could be participatory and collective ways of looking at it, and the third would be kind of an ecological way. But then beyond all these things, there is something that is actually emerging, which is called a cultural resilience. That is, our city should also be culturally resilient for us to combat the current climate crisis. Kerala has proved that, in fact, when the 2018 floods came, it's all because of those, the kind of culture. We've utilized all sources, in fact, actually to, for the rescue and other operations that were actually in place. So that cultural resilience part is something that is gravely missing in most of the discussions like we had so far. So cultural resilience or the building cultural resilience is also very important. And the third is none of those people mentioned about integrating these national policies like HRIDAI, smart cities, and all these things in creating an urban design framework which could be implementable. So these are certain things that actually I thought I would, and even I would also like to discuss about those technological advancements, the new technological tools that are there in place. What is actually their role in this urban renewal process? That was also not actually being discussed much in any of those things. I think our studio should gear up to those kinds of new processes that are emerging in the urban space design all on the world over. And rightly, Prasanna Desai sir was discussing about Manoj's new endeavor into Kerala Tourism Infrastructure Limited, where he's a managing director. In fact, he's into the system right now. He's trying to actually and we, otherwise say jokingly that all our ministers and their PSs and all have started talking urban design. And if you look at actually their discussions in the papers and all these things, they really speak about urban space design these days. And it's a huge change in Kerala. In fact, he's there and he's actually trying to bring up all the urban designers and the architects actually into the purview of whatever urban design or maybe urban planning initiatives that are taking place in Kerala. Yeah, it's a huge change.
Naveen, any concluding remarks?
From me?
Any concluding remarks from your end?
No, Shrikant, you can.
Okay, great. So we had a wonderful day filled with beautifully carved thesis projects, which was well in detailed manner explained from the students. And at every junction of the session, we had a panel discussion which revolved around the key aspects of the nuances of the topics that were discussed. And finally, we ended up with a wonderful session with all the panelists with discussion which started from questioning what is urban design and taking us through a journey of various aspects which discussed and which had clear pointers of how to approach urban design thinking, and supported with experiences of the panelists, real-time experiences, and also I'm glad we are ending this on a wonderful note with a message that as urban designers, we need to make our presence felt in the cities, so that cities do change for the good. Thank you. We shall meet again for a wonderful session tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you, Srikant.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. It was a great day.
Yeah.
Thank you all. We will be beginning at 9:30 again tomorrow.